Ask a Foolish Question by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzinski. Ask a Foolish Question by Robert Sheckley. It is well established now that the way you put a question often determines not only the answer you'll get, but the type of answer possible. So a mechanical answerer, geared to produce the ultimate revelations in reference to anything you want to know, might have unsuspected limitations. Answerer was built to last as long as was necessary, which was quite long, as some races judge time, and not long at all, according to others. But to Answerer, it was just long enough. As to size, Answerer was large to some and small to others. He could be viewed as complex, although some believed that he was really very simple. Answerer knew that he was as he should be. Above and beyond all else, he was the Answerer. He knew. Of the race that built him, the less said the better. They also knew, and never said whether they found the knowledge pleasant. They built Answerer as a service to less sophisticated races, and departed in a unique manner. Where they went, only Answerer knows, because Answerer knows everything. Upon his planet, circling his sun, Answerer sat. Duration continued. Long as some judge duration, short as others judge it, but as it should be to Answerer. Within him were the answers. He knew the nature of things, and why things are as they are, and what they are, and what it all means. Answerer could answer anything, provided it was a legitimate question. And he wanted to. He was eager to. How else should an answerer be? What else should an answerer do? So he waited for creatures to come and ask. "How do you feel, sir?" Moran asked, floating gently over to the old man. "Better," Lingman said, trying to smile. No weight was a vast relief. Even though Moran had expended an enormous amount of fuel getting into space under minimum acceleration, Lingman's feeble heart hadn't liked it. Lingman's heart had balked and sulked, pounded angrily against the brittle rib case, hesitated and sped up. It seemed for a time as though Lingman's heart was going to stop out of sheer pique. But no weight was a vast relief, and the feeble heart was going again. Moran had no such problems. His strong body was built for strain and stress. He wouldn't experience them on this trip, not if he expected old Lingman to live. "I'm going to live," Lingman muttered in an answer to the unspoken question, "long enough to find out." Moran touched the controls, and the ship slipped into subspace like an eel into oil. "We'll find out," Moran murmured. He helped the old man unstrap himself. "We're going to find the Answerer." Lingman nodded at his young partner. They had been reassuring themselves for years. Originally, it had been Lingman's project. Then Moran, graduating from Caltech, had joined him. Together, they had traced the rumors across the solar system, the legends of an ancient humanoid race who had known the answer to all things, and who had built Answerer and departed. "Think of it," Moran said. "The answer to everything." A physicist, Moran had many questions to ask Answerer. The expanding universe, the binding force of atomic nuclei, novae and supernovae, planetary formation, redshift, relativity, and 1,000 others. "Yes," Lingman said. He pulled himself to the vision plate and looked out on the bleak prairie of the illusory subspace. He was a biologist and an old man. He had two questions. What is life? What is death? After a particularly long period of hunting purple, Lek and his friends gathered to talk. Purple always ran thin in the neighborhood of multiple cluster stars. Why, no one knew. So talk was definitely in order. "Do you know," Lek said, "I think I'll hunt up this answerer." Lek spoke the Oligrat language now, the language of imminent decision. "Why?" Ilm asked him, in the Vest tongue of light banter. "Why do you want to know things? Isn't the job of gathering purple enough for you?" "No," Lek said, still speaking the language of imminent decision. "It is not. The great job of Lek and his kind was the gathering of purple. They found purple embedded in many parts of the fabric of space, minute quantities of it. Slowly they were building a huge mound of it. What the mound was for, no one knew." "I suppose you'll ask him what purple is?" Ilm asked, pushing a star out of his way and lying down. "I will," Lek said. "We have continued in ignorance too long. We must know the true nature of purple, and its meaning in the scheme of things. We must know why it governs our lives." For this speech, Lek switched to Ilgret, the language of incipient knowledge. Ilm and the others didn't argue, even in the tongue of arguments. They knew that the knowledge was important. Ever since the dawn of time, Lek, Ilm, and the others had gathered purple. Now it was time to know the ultimate answers to the universe, what purple was, and what the mound was for. And of course, there was the Answerer to tell them. Everyone had heard of the Answerer, built by a race not unlike themselves, now long departed. "Will you ask him anything else?" Ilm asked Lek. "I don't know," Lek said. "Perhaps I'll ask about the stars. There's really nothing else important." Since Lek and his brothers had lived since the dawn of time, they didn't consider death. And since their numbers were always the same, they didn't consider the question of life. But purple? And the mound? "I go!" Lek shouted, in the vernacular of decision to fact. "Good fortune!" his brothers shouted back, in the jargon of greatest friendship. Lek strode off, leaping from star to star. Alone on his little planet, Answerer sat, waiting for the questioners. Occasionally he mumbled the answers to himself. This was his privilege. He knew. But he waited, and the time was neither too long nor too short for any of the creatures of space to come and ask. There were 18 of them, gathered in one place. "I invoke the rule of 18, cried one, and another appeared who had never before been born by the rule of 18. "We must go to the Answerer," one cried. "Our lives are governed by the rule of 18. Where there are 18, there will be 19. Why is this so?" No one could answer. "Where am I?" asked the newborn 19th. One took him aside for instruction. That left 17, a stable number. "And we must find out," cried another, "why all places are different, although there is no distance." That was the problem. One is here, then one is there, just like that. No movement, no reason, and yet without moving, one is in another place. "The stars are cold," one cried. "Why?" "We must go to the Answerer." For they had heard the legends, knew the tales. Once there was a race, a good deal like us. And they knew. And they told Answerer. Then they departed to where there is no place, but much distance. "How do we get there?" the newborn 19th cried, filled now with knowledge. "We go." And 18 of them vanished. One was left. Moodily, he stared at the tremendous spread of an icy star. Then he too vanished. "Those old legends are true," Moran gasped. "There it is." They had come out of subspace at the place the legends told of, and before them was a star unlike any other star. Moran invented a classification for it, but it didn't matter. There was no other like it. Swinging around the star was a planet, and this too was unlike any other planet. Moran invented reasons, but they didn't matter. This planet was the only one. "Strap yourself in, sir," Moran said. "I'll land as gently as I can." Lek came to Answerer, striding swiftly from star to star. He lifted Answerer in his hand and looked at him. "So you are Answerer," he said. "Yes," Answerer said. "Then tell me," Lek said, settling himself comfortably in a gap between the stars. "Tell me what I am." "A partiality," Answerer said. "An indication." "Come now," Lek muttered, his pride hurt. "You can do better than that. Now then, the purpose of my kind is to gather purple, and to build a mound of it. Can you tell me the real meaning of this?" "Your question is without meaning," Answerer said. He knew what purple actually was, and what the mound was for, but the explanation was concealed in a greater explanation. Without this, Lek's question was inexplicable, and Lek had failed to ask the real question. Lek asked other questions, and Answerer was unable to answer them. Lek viewed things through his specialized eyes, extracted a part of the truth, and refused to see more. How to tell a blind man the sensation of green? Answerer didn't try. He wasn't supposed to. Finally, Lek emitted a scornful laugh. One of his little stepping stones flared at the sound, then faded back to its usual intensity. Lek departed, striding swiftly across the stars. Answerer knew, but he had to be asked the proper questions first. He pondered this limitation, gazing at the stars, which were neither large nor small, but exactly the right size. The proper questions. The race which built Answerer should have taken that into account, Answerer thought. They should have made some allowance for semantic nonsense, allowed him to attempt an unraveling. Answerer contented himself with muttering the answers to himself. 18 creatures came to Answerer, neither walking nor flying, but simply appearing. Shivering in the cold glare of the stars, they gazed up at the massiveness of Answerer. "If there is no distance," one asked, "then how can things be in other places?" Answerer knew what distance was, and what places were, but he couldn't answer the question. There was distance, but not as these creatures saw it. And there were places, but in a different fashion from that which the creatures expected. "Rephrase the question," Answerer said hopefully. "Why are we short here?" one asked, "and long over there? Why are we fat over there and short here? Why are the stars cold?" Answerer knew all things. He knew why stars were cold, but he couldn't explain it in terms of stars or coldness. "Why," another asked, "is there a rule of 18? Why, when 18 gather, is another produced?" But of course the answer was part of another greater question which hadn't been asked. Another was produced by the rule of 18, and the 19 creatures vanished. Answerer mumbled the right questions to himself and answered them. "We made it," Moran said. "Well, well." He patted Lingman on the shoulder lightly, because Lingman might fall apart. The old biologist was tired. His face was sunken, yellow, lined. Already the mark of the skull was showing in his prominent yellow teeth, his small flat nose, his exposed cheekbones. The matrix was showing through. "Let's get on," Lingman said. He didn't want to waste any time. He didn't have any time to waste. Helmeted, they walked along the little path. "Not so fast," Lingman murmured. "Right," Moran said. They walked together along the dark path of the planet that was different from all other planets, soaring alone around a sun different from all other suns. "Up here," Moran said. The legends were explicit. A path leading to stone steps to a courtyard, and then the answerer. To them, answerer looked like a white screen set in a wall. To their eyes, answerer was very simple. Lingman clasped his shaking hands together. This was the culmination of a lifetime's work, financing, arguing, ferreting bits of legend, ending here, now. Remember, he said to Moran, we will be shocked. The truth will be like nothing we have imagined. I'm ready, Moran said, his eyes rapturous. Very well. Answerer, Lingman said in his thin little voice, what is life? A voice spoke in their heads. The question has no meaning. By life, the questioner is referring to a partial phenomenon, inexplicable except in terms of its whole. Of what is life a part? Lingman asked. This question, in its present form, admits of no answer. Questioner is still considering life from his personal, limited bias. Answer it in your own terms, then, Moran said. The answerer can only answer questions. Answerer thought again of the sad limitation imposed by his builders. Silence. Is the universe expanding? Moran asked confidently. Expansion is a term inapplicable to the situation. Universe, as the questioner views it, is an illusory concept. Can you tell us anything? Moran asked. I can answer any valid question concerning the nature of things. The two men looked at each other. I think I know what he means, Lingman said sadly. Our basic assumptions are wrong. All of them. They can't be, Moran said. Physics, biology. Partial truths, Lingman said, with a great weariness in his voice. At least we've determined that much. We've found out that our inferences concerning observed phenomena are wrong. But the rule of the simplest hypotheses, it's only a theory, Lingman said. But life, he certainly could answer what life is. Look at it this way, Lingman said. Suppose you were to ask, why was I born under the constellation Scorpio in conjunction with Saturn? I would be unable to answer your question in terms of the zodiac, because the zodiac has nothing to do with it. I see, Moran said slowly. He can't answer questions in terms of our assumptions. That seems to be the case. And he can't alter our assumptions. He is limited to valid questions, which imply, it would seem, a knowledge we just don't have. We can't even ask a valid question? Moran asked. I don't believe that. We must know some basics. He turned to answerer. What is death? I cannot explain an anthropomorphism. Death and anthropomorphism? Moran said, and Lingman turned quickly. Now we're getting somewhere. Are anthropomorphisms unreal? He asked. Anthropomorphisms may be classified tentatively as A, false truths, or B, partial truths in terms of a partial situation. Which is applicable here? Both. That was the closest they got. Moran was unable to draw any more from answerer. For hours the two men tried, but truth was slipping farther and farther away. It's maddening, Moran said after a while. This thing has the answer to the whole universe. And he can't tell us unless we ask the right question. But how are we supposed to know the right question? Lingman sat on the ground, leaning against a stone wall. He closed his eyes. Savages. That's what we are, Moran said, pacing up and down in front of answerer. Imagine a bushman walking up to a physicist and asking him why he can't shoot his arrow into the sun. The scientist can explain it only in his own terms. What would happen? The scientist wouldn't even attempt it, Lingman said, in a dim voice. He would know the limitations of the questioner. It's fine, Moran said angrily. How do you explain the Earth's rotation to a bushman? Or better, how do you explain relativity to him? Maintaining scientific rigor in your explanation at all times, of course. Lingman, eyes closed, didn't answer. We're bushmen, but the gap is much greater here. Worm and Superman, perhaps. The worm desires to know the nature of dirt, and why there's so much of it. Oh, well. Shall we go, sir? Moran asked. Lingman's eyes remained closed. His taloned fingers were clenched. His cheeks sunk further in. The skull was emerging. Sir! Sir! And Answerer knew that that was not the answer. Alone on his planet, which is neither large nor small, but exactly the right size, Answerer waits. He cannot help the people who come to him, for even Answerer has restrictions. He can answer only valid questions. Universe, life, death, purple, 18, partial truths, half-truths, little bits of the great question. But Answerer alone mumbles the questions to himself, the true questions which no one can understand. How could they understand the true answers? The questions will never be asked. An Answerer remembers something his builders knew and forgot. In order to ask a question, you must already know most of the answer. End of Ask a Foolish Question by Robert Sheckley.
Diplomatic Immunity by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Dale Grothman. Diplomatic Immunity by Robert Sheckley. He said he wasn't immortal, but nothing could kill him. Still, if the Earth was to live as a free world, he had to die. Come right in, gentlemen. The ambassador waved them into the very special suite the State Department had given him. Please, be seated. Colonel Cersei accepted a chair, trying to size up the individual who had all Washington chewing its fingernails. The ambassador hardly looked like a menace. He was of medium height and slight build, dressed in a conservative brown tweed suit that the State Department had given him. His face was intelligent, finely molded and aloof. As human, Cersei thought, studying the alien with bleak, impersonal eyes. How may I serve you? The ambassador asked, smiling. The president has put me in charge of your case, Cersei said. I've studied Professor Derrick's reports. He nodded at the scientist beside him. But I'd like to hear the whole thing for myself. Of course, the alien said, lighting a cigarette. He seemed genuinely pleased to be asked. Which was interesting, Cersei thought. In the week since he'd landed, every important scientist in the country had been at him. But in a pinch, they called the army, Cersei reminded himself. He settled back in his chair, both hands jammed carelessly into his pockets. His right hand was resting on the butt of a .45, the safety off. I have come, the alien said, as an ambassador at large, representing an empire that stretches halfway across the galaxy. I wish to extend the welcome of my people and to invite you to join our organization. I see, Cersei replied. Some of the scientists got the impression that participation was compulsory. You will join, the ambassador said, blowing smoke through his nostrils. Cersei could see Derrick stiffen in his chair and bite his lip. Cersei moved the automatic to a position where he could draw it easily. How did you find us? He asked. We ambassadors at large are assigned an unexplored section of space, the alien said. We examine each star system in the region for planets, and each planet for intelligent life. Intelligent life is rare in the galaxy, you know." Cersei nodded, although he hadn't been aware of the fact. "When we find such a planet, we land, as I did, and prepare the inhabitants for their part in our organization." "How will your people know when you have found intelligent life?" Cersei asked. "There is a sending mechanism that is part of our structure," the ambassador answered. "It is triggered when we reach an inhabited planet. This signal is beamed continuously into space, to an effective range of several thousand light years. Follow-up crews are continually sweeping through the limits of the reception area of each ambassador, listening for such messages. Detecting one, a colonization team follows it to the planet." He tapped his cigarette delicately on the edge of the ashtray. "This method has definite advantages over sending combined colonization and exploration teams, obviously. It avoids the necessity of equipping large forces for what may be decades of searching." "Sure." Cersei's face was expressionless. "Would you tell me more about this message?" "There isn't much more you need to know. The beam is not detectable by your methods and therefore cannot be jammed. The message continues as long as I am alive." Derek drew in his breath sharply and glanced at Cersei. "If you stopped broadcasting," Cersei said casually, "our planet would never be found?" "Not until this section of space is resurveyed," the diplomat agreed. "Very well. As the duly appointed representative of the President of the United States, I ask you to stop transmitting. We don't choose to become part of your empire." "I'm sorry," the ambassador said. He shrugged his shoulders easily. Cersei wondered how many times he had played this scene on how many other planets. "There's really nothing I can do." He stood up. "Then you won't stop?" "I can't. I have no control over the sending once it's activated." The diplomat turned and walked to the window. "However, I have prepared a philosophy for you. It is my duty as your ambassador to ease the shock of transition as much as possible. This philosophy will make it instantly apparent that..." As the ambassador reached the window, Cersei's gun was out of his pocket and roaring. He squeezed 6 rounds in almost a single explosion, aiming at the ambassador's head and back. Then an uncontrollable shudder ran through him. The ambassador was no longer there. Cersei and Derek stared at each other. Derek muttered something about ghosts. Then, just as suddenly, the ambassador was back. "You didn't think," he said, "that it would be as easy as all that, did you? We ambassadors have, necessarily, a certain diplomatic immunity." He fingered one of the bullet holes in the wall. "In case you don't understand, let me put it this way. It is not in your power to kill me. You couldn't even understand the nature of my defense." He looked at them, and in that moment Cersei felt the ambassador's complete alienness. "Good day, gentlemen," he said. Derek and Cersei walked silently back to the control room. Neither had really expected that the ambassador would be killed so easily, but it had still been a shock when the slugs had failed. "I suppose you saw it all, Mally?" Cersei asked when he reached the control room. The thin, balding psychiatrist nodded sadly. "Got it on film, too." "I wonder what his philosophy is," Derek mused, half to himself. It was illogical to expect it would work. No race would send an ambassador with a message like that and expect him to live through it, unless... Unless what? Unless he had a pretty effective defense, the psychiatrist finished unhappily. Cersei walked across the room and looked at the video panel. The ambassador's suite was very special. It had been hurriedly constructed 2 days after he had landed and delivered his message. The suite was steel and lead-lined, filled with video and movie cameras, recorders, and a variety of other things. It was the last word in elaborate death cells. In the screen, Cersei could see the ambassador sitting at a table. He was typing on a little portable the government had given him. "Hey, Harrison," Cersei called. Might as well go ahead with Plan 2. Harrison came out of a side room where he had been examining the circuits leading to the ambassador's suite. Methodically, he checked his pressure gauges, set the controls, and looked at Cersei. Now? He asked. Now. Cersei watched the screen. The ambassador was still typing. Suddenly, as Harrison sent home the switch, the room was engulfed in flames. Fire blasted out of concealed holes in the walls, poured from the ceiling and floor. In a moment, the room was like the inside of a blast furnace. Cersei let it burn for 2 minutes, then motioned Harrison to cut the switch. They stared at the roasted room. They were looking hopefully for a charred corpse, but the ambassador reappeared beside his desk, looking ruefully at the charred typewriter. He was completely unsinged. "Could you get me another typewriter?" he asked, looking directly at one of the hidden projectors. "I'm setting down a philosophy for you ungrateful wretches." He seated himself in the wreckage of an armchair. In a moment, he was apparently asleep. "All right, everyone grab a seat," Cersei said. "Time for a council of war." Mally straddled a chair backwards. Harrison lighted a pipe as he sat down, slowly puffing it into life. "Now then," Cersei said, "the government has dropped this squarely in our laps. We have to kill the ambassador, obviously. I've been put in charge." Cersei grinned with regret, probably because no one higher up wants the responsibility of failure. "And I've selected you three as my staff. We can have anything we want, any assistance or advice we need. All right, any ideas?" "How about Plan 3?" Harrison asked. "We'll get to that," Cersei said, "but I don't believe it's going to work." "I don't either," Derek agreed. "We don't even know the nature of his defense." "That's our first order of business. Mally, take all our data so far and get someone to feed it into the Dirichlet analyzer. You know the stuff we want. What property has X if X can do thus and thus?" "Right," Mally said. He left, muttering something about the ascendancy of the physical sciences. "Harrison," Cersei said, "is Plan 3 set up?" "Sure." "Give it a try." While Harrison was making his last adjustments, Cersei watched Derek. The plump little physicist was staring thoughtfully into space, muttering to himself. Cersei hoped he would come up with something. He was expecting great things of Derek. Knowing the impossibility of working with great numbers of people, Cersei had picked his staff with care. Quality was what he wanted. With that in mind, he chose Harrison first. The stocky, sour-faced engineer had a reputation for being able to build anything, given half an idea how it worked. Cersei had selected Mally, the psychiatrist, because he wasn't sure that killing the ambassador was going to be a purely physical problem. Derek was a mathematical physicist, but his restless, curious mind had come up with some interesting theories in other fields. He was the only one of the four who was really interested in the ambassador as an intellectual problem. "He's like metal old man," Derek said finally. "What's that?" "Haven't you ever heard the story of metal old man? Well, he was a monster covered with black metal armor. He was met by Monster Slayer, an Apache culture hero. Monster Slayer, after many attempts, finally killed metal old man." "How did he do it?" "Shot him in the armpit. He didn't have any armor there." "Fine," Cersei grinned. "Ask our ambassador to raise his arms." "All set," Harrison called. "Fine. Go." In the ambassador's room, an invisible spray of gamma rays silently began to flood the room with deadly radiation. But there was no ambassador to receive them. "That's enough," Cersei said after a while. "That would kill a herd of elephants." But the ambassador stayed invisible for 5 hours, until some of the radioactivity had abated. Then he appeared again. "I'm still waiting for the typewriter," he said. "Here's the analyst's report." Mally handed Cersei a sheaf of paper. "This is the final formulation, boiled down." Cersei read it aloud. "The simplest defense against any and all weapons is to become each particular weapon." Great, Harrison said. What does it mean? It means, Derek explained, that when we attack the ambassador with fire, he turns into fire. Shoot at him, and he turns into a bullet, until the menace is gone, and then he changes back again. He took the papers out of Circe's hand and riffled through them. Wonder if there's any historical parallel. Don't suppose so. He raised his head. Although this isn't conclusive, it seems logical enough. Any other defense would involve recognition of the weapon first, then an appraisal, and then a countermove predicated on the potentialities of the weapon. The ambassador's defense would be a lot faster and safer. He wouldn't have to recognize the weapon. I suppose his body simply identifies in some way with the menace at hand. Did the analyzer say there was any way of breaking his defense? Circe asked. The analyzer stated definitely that there was no way if the premise were true, Mally answered gloomily. We can discard that judgment, Derek said. The machine is limited. But we still haven't got any way to stop him, Mally pointed out, and he's still broadcasting that beam. Circe thought for a moment. Call in every expert you can find. We're going to throw the book at the ambassador. I know, he said, looking at Derek's dubious expression, but we have to try. During the next few days, every combination and permutation of death was thrown at the ambassador. He was showered with weapons, ranging from Stone Age axes to modern high-powered rifles, peppered with hand grenades, drowned in acid, suffocated in poison gas. He kept shrugging his shoulders philosophically and continued to work on the new typewriter they had given him. Bacteria was piped in, first the known germ diseases, then mutated species. The diplomat didn't even sneeze. He was showered with electricity, radiation, wooden weapons, iron weapons, copper weapons, brass weapons, uranium weapons, anything and everything, just to cover all possibilities. He didn't suffer a scratch, but his room looked as though a barroom brawl had been going on continually for 50 years. Mally was working on an idea of his own, as was Derek. The physicist interrupted himself long enough to remind Circe of the Baldur myth. Baldur had been showered with every kind of weapon and remained unscathed because everything on Earth had promised to love him. Everything except the mistletoe. When a little twig of it was shot at him, he died. Circe turned away impatiently, but had an order of mistletoe set up just in case. It was, at least, no less effective than the explosive shells or the bow and arrow. It did nothing except lend an oddly festive air to the battered room. After a week of this, they moved the unprotesting ambassador into a newer, bigger, stronger death cell. They were unable to venture into his old one because of the radioactivity and microorganisms. The ambassador went back to work at his typewriter. All his previous attempts had been burned, torn, or eaten away. Let's go talk to him, Derek suggested after another day had passed. Circe agreed. For the moment, they were out of ideas. Come right in, gentlemen, the ambassador said, so cheerfully that Circe felt sick. I'm sorry I can't offer you anything. Through an oversight, I haven't been given any food or water for about 10 days. Not that it matters, of course. Glad to hear it, Circe said. The ambassador hardly looked as if he had been facing all the violence Earth had to offer. On the contrary, Circe and his men looked as though they had been under bombardment. You've got quite a defense there, Mally said conversationally. Glad you like it. Would you mind telling us how it works? Derek asked innocently. Don't you know? We think so. You become what is attacking you. Is that right? Certainly, the ambassador said. You see, I have no secrets from you. Is there anything we can give you, Circe asked, to get you to turn off that signal? A bribe? Sure, Circe said. Anything you... Nothing, the ambassador replied. Look, be reasonable, Harrison said. You don't want to cause a war, do you? Earth is united now. We're arming. With what? Atomic bombs, Mally answered him. Hydrogen bombs. We've... Drop one on me, the ambassador said. It won't kill me. What makes you think it will have any effect on my people? The four men were silent. Somehow they hadn't thought of that. A people's ability to make war, the ambassador stated, is a measure of the status of their civilization. Stage 1 is the use of simple physical extensions. Stage 2 is control at a molecular level. You are on the threshold of stage 3, although still far from mastery of the atomic and subatomic forces. He smiled ingratiatingly. My people are reaching the limits of stage 5. What would that be? Derek asked. You'll find out, the ambassador said, but perhaps you're wondering if my powers are typical. I don't mind telling you that they're not. In order for me to do my job, and nothing more, I have certain built-in restrictions, making me capable only of passive action. Why? Derek asked. For obvious reasons. If I were to take a positive action in a moment of anger, I might destroy your entire planet. Do you expect us to believe that? Circe asked. Why not? Is it so hard to understand? Can't you believe that there are forces you know nothing about? And there is another reason for my passiveness. Certainly by this time you've deduced it. To break our spirit, I suppose, Circe said. Exactly. My telling you won't make any difference either. The pattern is always the same. An ambassador lands and delivers his message to a high-spirited, wild young race like yours. There is frenzied resistance against him, spasmodic attempts to kill him. After all these fail, the people are usually quite crestfallen. When the colonization team arrives, their indoctrination goes along just that much faster. He paused, then said, Most planets are more interested in the philosophy I have to offer. I assure you, it will make the transition far easier. He held out a sheaf of typewritten pages. Won't you at least look through it? Derek accepted the papers and put them in his pocket. When I get time. I suggest you give it a try, the ambassador said. You must be near the crisis point now. Why not give up? Not yet, Circe replied tonelessly. Don't forget to read the philosophy, the ambassador urged them. The men hurried from the room. Now look, Mally said once they were back in the control room. There are a few things we haven't tried. How about utilizing psychology? Anything you like, Circe agreed, including black magic. What do you have in mind? The way I see it, Mally answered, the ambassador is geared to respond instantaneously to any threat. He must have an all-or-nothing defensive reflex. I suggest first that we try something that won't trigger that reflex. Like what? Circe asked. Hypnotism. Perhaps we can find out something. Sure, Circe said. Try it. Try anything. Circe, Mally, and Derek gathered around the video screen as an infinitesimal amount of light hypnotic gas was admitted into the ambassador's room. At the same time, a bolt of electricity lashed into the chair where the ambassador was sitting. That was to distract him, Mally explained. The ambassador vanished before the electricity struck him, and then appeared again, curled up in his armchair. That's enough, Mally whispered, and shut the valve. They watched. After a while, the ambassador put down his book and stared into the distance. How strange, he said. Alfred dead. Good friend. Just a freak accident. He ran into it out there. Didn't have a chance. But it doesn't happen often. He's thinking out loud, Mally whispered, although there was no possibility of the ambassador's hearing them. Vocalizing his thoughts. His friend must have been on his mind for some time. Of course, the ambassador went on. Alfred had to die sometime. No immortality yet. But that way, no defense. Out there in space, they just pop up. Always there, underneath, just waiting for a chance to boil out. His body isn't reacting to the hypnotic as a menace yet, Cersei whispered. Well, the ambassador told himself, the regularizing principle has been doing pretty well, keeping it all down, smoothing out the inconsistencies. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, his face pale for a moment, as he obviously tried to remember what he had said. Then he laughed. Clever. That's the first time that particular trick has been played on me, and the last time. But, gentlemen, it didn't do you any good. I don't know myself how to go about killing me. He laughed at the blank walls. Besides, he continued, the colonizing team must have the direction now. They'll find you with or without me. He sat down again, smiling. That does it, Derek cried. He's not invulnerable. Something killed his friend Alfred. Something out in space, Cersei reminded him. I wonder what it was. Let me see, Derek reflected aloud. The regularizing principle. That must be a natural law we knew nothing about. And underneath. What would be underneath? He said the colonization team would find us anyhow, Mally reminded them. First things first, Cersei said. He might have been bluffing us. No, I don't suppose so. We still have to get the ambassador out of the way. I think I know what is underneath, Derek exclaimed. This is wonderful. A new cosmology, perhaps. What is it? Cersei asked. Anything we can use? I think so, but let me work it out. I think I'll go back to my hotel. I have some books there I want to check, and I don't want to be disturbed for a few hours. All right, Cersei agreed. But what? No, I could be wrong, Derek said. Let me work it out. He hurried from the room. What do you think he's driving at? Mally asked. Beats me, Cersei shrugged. Come on, let's try some more of that psychology stuff. First, they filled the ambassador's room with several feet of water. Not enough to drown him, just enough to make him good and uncomfortable. To this, they added the lights. For 8 hours, lights flashed in the ambassador's room. Bright lights to pry under his eyelids, dull, clashing ones to disturb him. Sound came next. Screeches and screams and shrill grating noises. The sound of a man's fingernails being dragged across slate, amplified 1,000 times. And strange, sucking noises, and shouts, and whispers. Then the smells. Then everything else they could think of that could drive a man insane. The ambassador slept peacefully through it all. Now look, Cersei said the following day. Let's start using our damned heads. His voice was hoarse and rough. Although the psychological torture hadn't bothered the ambassador, it seemed to have backfired on Cersei and his men. Where in hell is Derek? Still working on that idea of his, Mally said, rubbing his stubbled chin. Says he's just about got it. We'll work on the assumption that he can't produce, Cersei said. Start thinking. For example, if the ambassador can turn into anything, what is there that he can't turn into? Good question, Harrison grunted. It's the payoff question, Cersei said. No use throwing a spear at a man who can turn into one. How about this, Mally asked. Taking it for granted he can turn into anything, how about putting him in a situation where he'll be attacked even after he alters? I'm listening, Cersei said. Say he's in danger. He turns into the thing threatening him. What if that thing were itself being threatened, and, in turn, was in the act of threatening something else? What would he do then? How are you going to put that into action? Cersei asked. Like this. Mally picked up the telephone. Hello? Give me the Washington Zoo. This is urgent. The ambassador turned as the door opened. An unwilling, angry, hungry tiger was propelled in. The door slammed shut. The tiger looked at the ambassador. The ambassador looked at the tiger. "Most ingenious," the ambassador said. At the sound of his voice, the tiger came unglued. He sprang like a steel spring uncoiling, landing on the floor where the ambassador had been. The door opened again. Another tiger was pushed in. He snarled angrily and leaped at the first. They smashed together in midair. The ambassador appeared a few feet off, watching. He moved back when the lion entered the door, head up and alert. The lion sprang at him, almost going over on his head when he struck nothing. Not finding any human, the lion leapt on one of the tigers. The ambassador reappeared in his chair, where he sat smoking and watching the beasts kill each other. In 10 minutes, the room looked like an abattoir. But by then, the ambassador had tired of the spectacle and was reclining on his bed reading. "I give up," Mally said. "That was my last bright idea." Cersei stared at the floor, not answering. Harrison was seated in a corner, getting quietly drunk. The telephone rang. "Yeah," Cersei said. "I've got it," Derek's voice shouted over the line. "I really think this is it. Look, I'm taking a cab right down. Tell Harrison to find some helpers." "What is it?" Cersei asked. "The chaos underneath," Derek replied, and hung up. They paced the floor, waiting for him to show up. Half an hour passed, then an hour. Finally, 3 hours after he had called, Derek strolled in. "Hello," he said casually. "Hello, hell," Cersei growled. "What kept you?" "On the way over," Derek said, "I read the ambassador's philosophy. It's quite a work. Is that what took you so long?" "Yes, I had the driver take me around the park a few times while I was reading it." "Skip it. How about—" "I can't skip it," Derek said in a strange, tight voice. "I'm afraid we were wrong, about the aliens, I mean. It's perfectly right and proper that they should rule us. As a matter of fact, I wish they'd hurry up and get here." But Derek didn't look certain. His voice shook and perspiration poured from his face. He twisted his hands together as though in agony. "It's hard to explain," he said. "Everything became clear as soon as I started reading it. I saw how stupid we were, trying to be independent in this interdependent universe. I saw— Oh, look, Cersei, let's stop all this foolishness and accept the ambassador as our friend." "Calm down," Cersei shouted at the perfectly calm physicist. "You don't know what you're saying." "It's strange," Derek said. "I know how I felt. I just don't feel that way anymore, I think. Anyhow, I know your trouble. You haven't read the philosophy. You'll see what I mean once you read it." He handed Cersei a pile of papers. Cersei promptly ignited them with his cigarette lighter. "It doesn't matter," Derek said. "I got it memorized. Just listen. Axiom 1. All peoples—" Cersei hit him a short, clean blow, and Derek slumped to the floor. "Those words must be semantically keyed," Mally said. "They're designed to set off certain reactions in us, I suppose. All the ambassador does is alter the philosophy to suit the peoples he's dealing with. Look, Mally," Cersei said, "this is your job now. Derek knows, or thought he knew, the answer. You have to get that out of him. That won't be easy," Mally said. "He'd feel that he was betraying everything he believes in if he were to tell us." "I don't care how you get it," Cersei said. "Just get it." "Even if it kills him?" Mally asked. "Even if it kills you. Help me get him to my lab," Mally said. That night, Cersei and Harrison kept watch on the ambassador from the control room. Cersei found his thoughts were racing in circles. What had killed Alfred in space? Could it be duplicated on Earth? What was the regularizing principle? What was the chaos underneath? "What in hell am I doing here?" he asked himself, but he couldn't start that sort of thing. "What do you figure the ambassador is?" he asked Harrison. "Is he a man?" "Looks like one," Harrison said drowsily. "But he doesn't act like one." I wonder if this is his true shape." Harrison shook his head and lighted his pipe. "What is there of him?" Circe asked. "He looks like a man, but he can change into anything else. You can't attack him, he adapts. He's like water, taking the shape of any vessel he's poured into." "You can boil water," Harrison yawned. "Sure, water hasn't any shape, has it? Or has it? What's basic?" With an effort, Harrison tried to focus on Circe's words. "Molecular pattern? The matrix?" "Matrix," Circe repeated, yawning to himself. "Pattern. Must be something like that. A pattern is abstract, isn't it?" "Sure. A pattern can be impressed on anything. What did I say?" "Let's see," Circe said. "Pattern. Matrix. Everything about the ambassador is capable of change. There must be some unifying force that retains his personality. Something that doesn't change no matter what contortions he goes through." "Like a piece of string," Harrison murmured, with his eyes closed. "Sure. Tie it in knots, weave a rope out of it, wind it around your finger, it's still string." "Yeah, but how would you attack a pattern?" Circe asked. "And why couldn't he get some sleep?" To hell with the ambassador and his hordes of colonists. He was going to close his eyes for a moment. "Wake up, Colonel." Circe pried his eyes open and looked up at Mally. Beside him, Harrison was snoring deeply. "Did you get anything?" "Not a thing," Mally confessed. "The philosophy must have had quite an effect on him, but it didn't work all the way. Derek knew that he wanted to kill the ambassador, and for good and sufficient reasons. Although he felt differently now, he still had the feeling that he was betraying us. On the one hand, he couldn't hurt the ambassador. On the other, he wouldn't hurt us. Won't he tell anything?" "I'm afraid it's not that simple," Mally said. "You know, if you have an insurmountable obstacle that must be surmounted. And also I think the philosophy had an injurious effect on his mind." "What are you trying to say?" Circe got to his feet. "I'm sorry," Mally apologized. "There wasn't a damn thing I could do. Derek fought the whole thing out in his mind, and when he couldn't fight any longer, he retreated. I'm afraid he's hopelessly insane." "Let's see him." They walked down the corridor to Mally's laboratory. Derek was relaxed on a couch, his eyes glazed and staring. "Is there any way of curing him?" Circe asked. "Shock therapy, maybe." Mally was dubious. "It'll take a long time, and he'll probably block out everything that had to do with producing this." Circe turned away, feeling sick. Even if Derek could be cured, it would be too late. The aliens must have picked up the ambassador's message by now, and were undoubtedly headed for Earth. "What's this?" Circe asked, picking up a piece of paper that lay by Derek's hand. "Oh, he was doodling," Mally said. "Is there anything written on it?" Circe read aloud. "Upon further consideration, I can see that Chaos and the Gorgon Medusa are closely related." "What does that mean?" Mally asked. "I don't know," Circe puzzled. "He was always interested in folklore." "Sounds schizophrenic," the psychiatrist said. Circe read it again. "Upon further consideration, I can see that Chaos and the Gorgon Medusa are closely related." He stared at it. "Isn't it possible," he asked Mally, "that he was trying to give us a clue? Trying to trick himself into giving and not giving at the same time?" "It's possible," Mally agreed. "An unsuccessful compromise. But what could it mean?" Chaos. Circe remembered Derek mentioning that word in his telephone call. That was the original state of the universe in Greek myth, wasn't it? The formlessness out of which everything came? Something like that, Mally said. And Medusa was one of those three sisters with the horrible faces. Circe stood for a moment, staring at the paper. Chaos, Medusa, and the organizing principle. "Of course. I think..." He turned and ran from the room. Mally looked at him, then loaded a hypodermic and followed. In the control room, Cersei shouted Harrison into consciousness. "Listen," he said. "I want you to build me something quick. Do you hear me?" "Sure." Harrison blinked and sat up. "What's the rush?" "I know what Derek wanted to tell us," Cersei said. "Come on, and I'll tell you what I want. And Mally, put down that hypodermic. I haven't cracked. I want you to get me a book on Greek mythology. And hurry it up. Finding a Greek mythology wasn't an easy task at 2 o'clock in the morning. With the aid of FBI men, Mally routed a book dealer out of bed. He got his book and hurried back. Cersei was red-eyed and excited, and Harrison and his helpers were working away at 3 crazy-looking rigs. Cersei snatched the book from Mally, looked up one item, and put it down. "Great work," he said. "We're all set now. Finished, Harrison?" "Just about." Harrison and the 10 helpers were screwing in the last parts. "Will you tell me what this is?" "Me too," Mally put in. "I don't mean to be secretive," Cersei said. "I'm just in a hurry. I'll explain as we go along." He stood up. "Okay, let's wake up the ambassador." They watched the screen as a bolt of electricity leapt from the ceiling to the ambassador's bed. Immediately, the ambassador vanished. "Now he's part of a stream of electrons, right?" Cersei asked. "That's what he told us," Mally said. "But still keeping his pattern within the stream," Cersei continued. "He has to, in order to get back into his own shape. Now we start the first disruptor." Harrison hooked the machine into circuit and sent his helpers away. "Here's a running graph of the electron stream," Cersei said. "See the difference?" On the graph, there was an irregular series of peaks and valleys, constantly shifting and leveling. "Do you remember when you hypnotized the ambassador? He talked about his friend who'd been killed in space." "That's right," Mally nodded. "His friend had been killed by something that had just popped up. He said something else," Cersei went on. "He told us that the basic organizing force of the universe usually stops things like that. What does that mean to you?" "The organizing force," Mally repeated slowly. "Didn't Derek say that was a new natural law?" "He did. But think of the implications, as Derek did. If an organizing principle is engaged in some work, there must be something that opposes it. That which opposes organization is chaos. That's what Derek thought, and what we should have seen. The chaos is underlying, and out of it there arose an organizing principle. This principle, if I got it right, sought to suppress the fundamental chaos and make all things regular. But chaos still boils out in spots, as Alfred found out. Perhaps the organizational pattern is weaker in space. Anyhow, these spots are dangerous until the organizing principle gets to work on them." He turned to the panel. "Okay, Harrison, throw in the second disruptor." The peaks and valleys altered on the graph. They started to mount in crazy, meaningless configurations. Take Derek's message in the light of that. Chaos, we know, is underlying. Everything was formed out of it. The Gorgon Medusa was something that couldn't be looked upon. She turned men into stone, you recall, destroying them. So Derek found a relationship between chaos and that which can't be looked upon. All with regard to the ambassador, of course. The ambassador can't look upon chaos, Mally cried. That's it. The ambassador is capable of an infinite number of alterations and permutations, but something, the matrix, can't change, because then there would be nothing left. To destroy something as abstract as a pattern, we need a state in which no pattern is possible, a state of chaos. The third disruptor was thrown into circuit. The graph looked as if a drunken caterpillar had been sketching on it. "Those disruptors are Harrison's idea," Cersei said. "I told him I wanted an electrical circuit with absolutely no coherent pattern. The disruptors are an extension of radio jamming. The first alters the electrical pattern. That's its purpose, to produce a state of patternlessness. The second tries to destroy the pattern left by the first. The third tries to destroy the pattern made by the first two. They're fed back then, and any remaining pattern is systematically destroyed in circuit, I hope. This is supposed to produce a state of chaos? Mally asked, looking into the screen. For a while, there was only the whining of machines and the crazy doodling of the graph. Then, in the middle of the ambassador's room, a spot appeared. It wavered, shrunk, expanded. What happened was indescribable. All they knew was everything within the spot had disappeared. "Switch it off," Cersei shouted. Harrison cut the switch. The spot continued to grow. "How is it that we're able to look at it?" Mally asked, staring at the screen. "The shield of Perseus, remember?" Cersei said. "Using it as a mirror, he looked at Medusa." "It's still growing," Mally shouted. "There was a calculated risk in all of this," Cersei said. "There's always a possibility that chaos may go on unchecked. If that happens, it won't really matter what." The spot stopped growing. Its edges wavered and rippled, and then it started to shrink. "The organizing principle," Cersei said, and collapsed into a chair. "Any sign of the ambassador?" he asked in a few minutes. The spot was still wavering. Then it was gone. Instantly there was an explosion. The steel walls buckled inward, but held. The screen went dead. "The spot removed all the air from the room," Cersei explained, "as well as the furniture and the ambassador." "He couldn't take it," Mally said. "No pattern can cohere in a state of patternlessness. He's gone to join Alfred." Mally started to giggle. Cersei felt like joining him, but pulled himself together. "Take it easy," he said. "We're not through yet." "Sure we are. The ambassador is out of the way, but there's still an alien fleet homing in on this region of space. A fleet so strong we can't scratch it with an H-bomb. They'll be looking for us." He stood up. "Go home and get some sleep. Something tells me that tomorrow we're going to have to start figuring out some way of camouflaging a planet." The End of Diplomatic Immunity by Robert Sheckley. Read by Dale Grothman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Operation Distress by Lester Del Rey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Operation Distress by Lester Del Rey. Explorers who dread spiders and snakes prove that heroism is always more heroic to outsiders. Then there's the case of the first space pilot to Mars, who developed an itch. Bill Adams was halfway back from Mars when he noticed the red rash on his hands. He'd been reaching for one of the few remaining tissues to cover a sneeze, while scratching vigorously at the base of his neck. Then he saw the red spot, and his hands halted, while all desire to sneeze gasped out of him. He sat there, 5 feet 7 inches of lean muscle and bronzed skin, sweating and staring, while the blonde hair on the back of his neck seemed to stand on end. Finally he dropped his hand and pulled himself carefully erect. The cabin in the spaceship was big enough to permit turning around, but not much more. And with the ship cruising without power, there was almost no gravity to keep him from overshooting his goal. He found the polished plate that served as a mirror and studied himself. His eyes were puffy, his nose was red, and there were other red splotches and marks on his face. Whatever it was, he had it bad. Pictures went through his head, all unpleasant. He'd been only a kid when the men came back from the South Pacific in the last war, but an uncle had spent years dying of some weird disease that the doctors couldn't identify. That had been from something caught on Earth. What would happen when a disease was from another planet? It was ridiculous. Mars had no animal life, and even the thin lichen-like plants were sparse and thin. A man couldn't catch a disease from a plant. Even horses don't communicate their ills to man. Then Bill remembered gangrene and cancer, which could attack any life, apparently. He went back to the tiny Geiger-Müller counter, but there was no sign of radiation from the big atomic motor that powered the ship. He stripped his clothes off, spotting more of the red marks breaking out, but finding no sign of parasites. He hadn't really believed it anyhow. That wouldn't account for the sneezing and sniffles, or the puffy eyes and burning inside his nose and throat. Dust, maybe. Mars had been dusty, a waste of reddish sand and desert silt that made the Sahara seem like a paradise, and it had settled on his spacesuit to come in through the airlocks with him. But if it contained some irritant, it should have been worse on Mars than now. He could remember nothing annoying, and he'd turned on the tiny, compact little static dust traps, in any case, before leaving, to clear the air. He went back to one of the traps now, and ripped the cover off. The little motor purred briskly. The plastic rods turned against the fur brushes, while a wiper cleared off any dust they picked up. There was no dust he could see. The traps had done their work. Some plant irritant, like poison ivy? No, he'd always worn his suit. Mars had an atmosphere, but it wasn't anything a man could breathe long. The suit was put on and off with automatic machine grapples, so he couldn't have touched it. The rash seemed to get worse on his body as he looked at it. This time he tore one of the tissues in quarters as he sneezed. The little supply was almost gone. There was never space enough for much beyond essentials in a spaceship, even with the new atomic drive. As he looked for spots, the burning in his nose seemed to increase. He dropped back into the pilot's seat, cursing. 2 months of being cramped up in this cubicle, sweating out the trip to Mars without knowing how the new engines would last. 3 weeks on Mars, mapping frantically to cover all the territory he could, and planting little flags 100 miles apart. Now a week on the trip back at high acceleration most of the way. And this. He'd expected adventure of some kind. Mars, though, had proved to be as interesting as a sand pile, and even the canals had proved to be only mineral striations invisible from the ground. He looked for something to do, but found nothing. He'd developed his films the day before, after carefully cleaning the static traps to make sure the air was dust-free. He'd written up the accounts, and he'd been coasting along on the hope of getting home to a bath, a beer, and a few bull sessions before he began to capitalize on being the first man to reach another planet beyond the moon. He cut on full acceleration again, more certain of his motors than of himself. He'd begun to notice the itching yesterday. Today he was breaking out in the rash. How long would whatever was coming take? Good God, he might die from something as humiliating and undramatic as this. It hadn't hit him before, fully. There was no knowing about diseases from other planets. Man had developed immunity to the germs found on Earth. But just as smallpox had proven so fatal to the Indians, and syphilis to Europe when they first hit, there was no telling how wildly this might progress. It might go away in a day, or it might kill him just as quickly. He was figuring his new orbit on a tiny calculator. In 2 days, at this acceleration, he could reach radar distance from Earth. In 4, he could land. The tubes might burn out in the continuous firing, but the other way, he'd be 2 weeks making a landing, and most diseases he could remember seemed faster than that. Bill wiped the sweat off his forehead, scratched at other places that were itching, and stared down at the small disk of Earth. There were doctors there, and brother, he needed them fast. Things were a little worse when the first squeals came from the radar 2 days later. He'd run out of tissues. His nose was a continual drip, while breathing seemed almost impossible. He was running some fever, too, though he had no way of knowing how much. He cut his receiver in, punching out the code on his keys. The receiver pipped again at him, bits of message coming through, but unclearly. There was no response to his signals. He checked his chronometer and flipped over the micropages of his ephemeris. The big radar at Washington was still out of line with him, and the signals had to cut through too much air to come clearly. It should be good in another hour. But right now, an hour seemed longer than a normal year. He checked the dust tray again, tried to figure out other orbits, managed to locate the moon, and scratched. 15 minutes. There was no room for pacing up and down. He pushed the back down on the pilot's seat, lowered the table, and pulled out his bunk. He remade it to make sure all the corners were perfect. Then he folded it back and lifted the table and the seat. That took less than 5 minutes. His hands were shaking worse when the automatic radar signals began to come through more clearly. It wasn't an hour, but he could wait no longer. He opened the key and began to send. It would take 15 seconds for the signal to reach Earth, and another quarter minute for an answer, even if the operator was on duty. Half a minute later, he found one. Earth to Mars Rocket 1. Thank God, you're ahead of schedule. If your tubes hold out, crowd them. 2 other nations have ships out now. The UN has ruled that whoever comes back first with the mapping surveys can claim the territory mapped. We're rushing construction, but we need the ship for a second run if we're to claim our fair territory. Ah, hell, congratulations. He started hammering at his keys before they finished, giving the facts on the tubes, which were standing up beyond all expectations. And get a doctor ready. A bunch of them, he finished. I seem to have picked up something like a disease. There was a long delay before the answer came this time. More than 5 minutes. The hand on the key was obviously different, slower, and not as steady. What symptoms, Adams? Give all details. He began giving all the information he had, from the first itching through the rash and the fever. Again, longer this time. The main station hesitated. Anything I can do about it now? Bill asked finally. And how about having those doctors ready? We're checking with medical, the signal answered. Here's their report. Not enough data. Could be anything. Dozens of diseases like that. Nothing you can do except try saltwater gargling and spray. You've got stuff for that. Wash off rash with soap and hot water, followed by some of your hypo. We'll get medical kit up to the moon for you. He let that sink in, then clicked back. The moon? You think you can land here with whatever you've got, man? There's no way of knowing how contagious it is. And keep an hourly check with us. If you pass out, we'll try to get someone out in a moon rocket to pick you up. But we can't risk danger of infecting the whole planet. You're quarantined on the moon. We'll send up landing instructions later. Not even for Luna Base, but where there will be no chance of contamination for others. You didn't really expect to come back here, did you, Adams? He should have thought it through. He knew that. And he knew that the words from Earth weren't as callous as they sounded. Down there, men would be sweating with him, going crazy trying to do something. But they were right. Earth had to be protected first. Bill Adams was only one out of 2.5 billions, even if he had reached a planet before any other man. Yeah, it was fine to be a hero, but heroes shouldn't menace the rest of the world. Logically, he knew they were right. That helped him get his emotions under control. Where do you want me to put down? Tycho, it isn't hard to spot for radar-controlled delivery of supplies to you, but it's a good 700 miles from lunar base. And look, we'll try to get a doctor to you, but keep us informed if anything slips. We need those maps, if you can find a way to sterilize them. Okay, he acknowledged. And tell the cartographers that there are no craters, no intelligence, and only plants about a half an inch high. Mars stinks. They'd already been busy, he saw as he teetered down on his jets for a landing on Tycho. Holding control was the hardest job he'd ever done. A series of itchings cropped out just as the work got tricky, when he could no longer see the surface and had to go by feel. But somehow he made it. Then he relaxed and began an orgy of scratching. And he'd thought there was something romantic about being a hero. The supplies that had already been sent up by the super-fast unmanned missiles would give him something to do, at least. He moved back the 2 feet needed to reach his developing tanks and went through the process of spraying and gargling. It was soothing enough while it went on, but it offered only momentary help. Then his stomach began showing distress signs. He fought against it, tightening up. It did no good. His hasty breakfast of just black coffee wanted to come up, and it did, giving him barely time to make the little booth. He washed his mouth out and grabbed for the radar key, banging out a report on this. The doctors must have been standing by down at the big station, because there was only a slight delay before the answering signal came. Any blood? Another knot added itself to his intestines. I don't know. Don't think so. But I didn't look. Look next time. We're trying to get this related to some of the familiar diseases. It must have some relation. There are only so many ways a man can be sick. We've got a doctor coming over, Adams. None on the moon, but we've shipped him through. He'll set down in about 9 hours. And there's some stuff to take on the supply missiles. May not help, but we're trying a mixture of antibiotics. Also some ACS and anodynes for the itching and rash. Hope they work. Let us know any reaction. Bill cut off. He'd have to try. They were as much in the dark about this as he was, but they had a better background for guessing and trial and error. If the bugs in him happened to be like tracheomycin, he wouldn't be too much worse off. Damn it. Had there been blood? He forced his mind off it, climbing into his clothes, and then into the spacesuit that hung from the grapples. It moved automatically into position, the 2 halves sliding shut and sealing from the outside. The big gloves on his hands were too clumsy for such operations. Then he went bounding across the moon. Halfway to the supplies, he felt the itching coming back. He slithered and wiggled around, trying to scratch his skin inside his clothing. It didn't help much. He was sweating harder, and his eyes were watering. He manipulated the little visor-cleaning gadget, trying to poke his face forward to brush the frustration tears from his eyes. He couldn't quite reach it. There were 3 supply missiles, each holding about 200 pounds Earth weight. He tied them together and slung them over his back, heading toward his ship. Here they weighed only about 100 pounds, and with his own weight and the suit added, the whole load came to a little more than his normal weight on Earth. He tried to shift the supplies around on his back, getting them to press against the spots of torment as he walked. It simply unbalanced him without really relieving the itch. Fortunately, though, his eyes were clearing a little. He gritted his teeth and fought back through the powdery pumice surface, kicking up clouds of dust that settled slowly but completely. Though the gravity was low, there was no air to hold them up. Nothing had ever looked better than the airlock of the ship. He let the grapples hook the suit off him as soon as the outer seal was shut, and went into a whirling dervish act. Aches and pains could be stood, but itching. Apparently, though, The spray and gargle had helped a little, since his nose felt somewhat clearer, and his eyes were definitely better. He repeated them, and then found the medical supplies, with a long list of instructions. They were really shooting the pharmacy at him. He injected himself, swallowed things, rubbed himself down with others, and waited. Whatever they'd given him didn't offer any immediate help. He began to feel worse. But on contacting Earth by radar, he was assured that that might be expected. We've got another missile coming, with metal foils for the maps and photos, plus a small copying camera. You can print them right on the metal, seal that in a can, and leave it for the rocket that's bringing the doctor. The pilot will blast over it. That should sterilize it, and pick it up when it cools. Bill swore, but he was in his suit when the missile landed, heading out across the pumice-covered wastes toward it. The salve had helped the itching a little, but not much, and his nose had grown worse again. He jockeyed the big supply can out of the torpedo-shaped missile, packed it on his back, and headed for his ship. The itching was acting up as he sweated. This made a real load, about like packing 100 bulky pounds over his normal Earth weight through the soft drift of pumice. But his nose was clearing again. It was apparently becoming cyclic. He'd have to relay that information back to the medics. And where were they getting a doctor crazy enough to take a chance with him? He climbed out of the suit and went through the ritual of scratching, noticing that his fever had gone up and that his muscles were shaking. His head seemed light, as if he were in a spell of dizziness. They'd be interested in that back on Earth, though it wouldn't do much good. He couldn't work up a clinical attitude about himself. All he wanted was a chance to get over this disease before it killed him. He dragged out the photo and copying equipment under a red light. It filled what little space was left in his cubbyhole cabin. Then he swore, gulped down more pills where they were waiting for him. The metal sheets were fine. They were excellent. The only thing wrong was that they wouldn't fit his developing trays, and they were tough enough to give him no way of cutting them to size. He stuffed them back in their container and shoved it into the airlock. Then his stomach kicked up again. He didn't see any blood in the result, but he couldn't be sure. The color of the pills might hide traces. He flushed it down, his head turning in circles, and went to the radar. This time he didn't even wait for a reply. Let them worry about their damn maps. They could send cutting equipment with the doctor and pick up the things later. They could pick up his corpse and cremate it at the same time, for all he cared right now. He yanked out his bunk and slumped into it, curling up as much as the itching would permit. And finally, for the first time in over 50 hours, he managed to doze off, though his sleep was full of nightmares. It was the sound of the bull-throated chemical rocket that brought him out of it. The sound traveled along the surface through the rocks, and up through the metal ship, even without air to carry it. He could feel the rumble of its takeoff later, but he waited long after that for the doctor. There was no knock on the port. Finally, he pulled himself up from the bunk, sweating and shaken, and looked out. The doctor was there, or at least a man in a spacesuit was, but somebody had been in a hurry for volunteers and given the man no basic training at all. The figure would pull itself erect, take a few strides that were all bounce and no progress, and then slide down into the pumice. Moonwalking was tricky until you learned how. Bill sighed, scratching unconsciously, and made his way out to his suit, climbing into it. He paused for a final good scratch, and then the grapples took over. This time he stumbled also as he made his way across the powdery rubble. But the other man was making no real progress at all. Bill reached him and touched helmets long enough to issue simple instructions through metal sound conduction. Then he managed to guide the other's steps. There had been accounts of the days of learning spent by the first men on the moon, but it wasn't that bad with an instructor to help. The doctor picked up as they went along. Bill's legs were buckling under him by then, and the itches were past endurance. At the end, the doctor was helping him, but somehow they made the ship and were getting out of the suits, Bill first, then the doctor, using the grapples under Bill's guidance. The doctor was young and obviously scared, but fighting his fear. He had been picked for his smallness to lighten the load on the chemical rocket, and his little face was intent, but he managed a weak grin. "Thanks, Adams. I'm Dr. Ames. Ted to you. Get onto that cot. You're about out on your feet." The tests he made didn't take long, but his head was shaking at the conclusion. "Your symptoms make no sense," he summarized. "I've got a feeling that some are due to one thing, some to another. Maybe we'll have to wait until I come down with it and compare notes." His grin was wry, but Bill was vaguely glad that he wasn't trying any bedside manner. There wasn't much use in thanking the man for volunteering. Ames had known what he was up against, and he might be scared, but his courage was above thanks. "What about the maps?" Bill asked. "They tell you?" "They've left the cutters outside. I started to bring them. Then the pumice got me. I couldn't stand upright in it. They'll pick up the maps later, but they're important. The competing ships will claim our territory if we don't file first." He knocked the dust off his instruments and wiped his hands. Bill looked down at the bed to see a fine film of moon silt there. They'd been bringing in too much on the suits. It was too fine. The traps weren't getting it fast enough. He got up shakily, moving toward the dust trap that had been running steadily. But now it was out of order, obviously, with the fur brushes worn down until they could generate almost no static against the rod. He groped into the supplies, hoping there would be replacements. Ames caught his arm. "Cut it out, Adams. You're in no shape for this. How long since you've eaten?" Bill thought it over, his head thick. "I had coffee before I landed." Dr. Ames nodded quickly. "Vomiting? Dizziness? Tremors? Excess sweating? What did you expect, man? You put yourself under this strain, not knowing what comes next, having to land on an empty stomach, skipping meals, and loading your stomach with pills, and probably no sleep. These symptoms are perfectly normal." He was at the tiny galley equipment fixing quick food as he spoke, but his face was still sober. He was probably thinking of the same thing that worried Bill. An empty stomach didn't make an itchy rash, the runny nose, and the eyes, and the general misery that had begun the whole thing. He sorted through the stock of replacement parts. A few field sensors, ship wadding, spare gloves, cellophane wrapping gadgets. Then he had it. Ames was over, urging him toward the cot, but he shook him off. "Got to get the dust out of here. Dust'll make the itching worse. Moon dust is sharp, Doc. Just install the new brushes. Where are those instructions?" "Yeah. Insert the cat's fur brushes under the—" "Cat's fur? Is that what they use, Doc?" "Sure. It's cheap and generates static electricity. Did you expect sable?" Bill took the can of soup and sipped it without tasting or thinking, his hands going toward a fresh place that itched. His nose began running, but he disregarded it. He still felt lousy, but strength was flowing through him, and life was almost good again. He tossed the bunk back into its slot, lifted the pilot stool, and motioned Ames forward. "You operate a key. Hell, I'm getting slow. You can contact Luna Base by phone and have them relay. Here. Now tell them I'm blasting off pronto for Earth. I'll be down in 4 hours with their plans." "You're crazy!" The words were flat, but there was desperation on the little doctor's face. He glanced about hastily, taking the microphone woodenly. "Adams, they'll have an atomic bomb up here to blast you out before you're near Earth. They've got to protect themselves. You can't—" Bill scratched, but there was the beginning of a grin on his face. "Nope, I'm not delirious now, though I damn near cracked up. You've figured out half the symptoms. Take a look at those brushes, cat fur brushes, and figure what they'll do to a man who is breathing the air and who is allergic to cats. All I ever had was some jerk in planning who didn't check my medical record with the trip logistics. I never had these symptoms until I unzipped the traps and turned them on. It got better whenever I was in the suit, breathing canned air. We should have known that a man can't catch a disease from plants." The doctor looked at him and at the fur pieces he'd thrown into the waste bin, and the whiteness ran from his face. He was seeing his own salvation, and the chuckle began weakly, gathering strength as he turned to the microphone. Cat asthma, simple allergy. Who'd figure you'd get that in deep space? But you're right, Bill. It figures. Bill Adams nodded as he reached for the controls, and the tubes began firing, ready to take them back to Earth. Then he caught himself and swung to the doctor. "Doc," he said quickly, "just to be sure, tell them this isn't to get out. If they'll keep still about it, so will I." He'd make a hell of a hero on Earth if people heard of it, and he could use a little hero's reward. No cat calls, thanks. End of Operation Distress by Lester Del Rey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dwindling Years by Lester Del Rey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Dale Grothman. The Dwindling Years by Lester Del Rey. He didn't expect to be last, but neither did he anticipate the horror of being the first. Nearly 200 years of habit carried the chairman of Exodus Corporation through the morning ritual of crossing the executive floor. Giles made the expected comments, smiled the proper smiles, and greeted his staff by the right names, but it was purely automatic. Somehow, thinking had grown difficult in the mornings recently. Inside his private office, he dropped all pretense and slumped into the padding of his chair, gasping for breath and feeling his heart hammering in his chest. He'd been a fool to come to work, he realized, but with the Procyon shuttle arriving yesterday, there was no telling what might turn up. Besides, that fool of a medicist had sworn the shot would cure any allergy or asthma. Giles heard his secretary come in, but it wasn't until the smell of coffee reached his nose that he looked up. She handed him a filled cup and set the carafe down on the age-polished surface of the big desk. She watched solicitously as he drank. "That bad, Arthur?" she asked. "Just a little tired," he told her, refilling the cup. She'd made the coffee stronger than usual, and it seemed to cut through some of the thickness in his head. "I guess I'm getting old, Amanda." She smiled dutifully at the time-worn joke, but he knew she wasn't fooled. She'd cycled through middle age 4 times in her job, and she probably knew him better than he knew himself, which wouldn't be that hard, he thought. He hardly recognized the stranger in the mirror as he tried to shave. His normal thinness had looked almost gaunt, and there were hollows in his face and circles under his eyes. Even his hair seemed thinner, though that, of course, was impossible. "Anything urgent on the Procyon shuttle?" he asked, as she continued to stare at him with worried eyes. She jerked her gaze away guiltily and turned to the incoming basket. "Mostly drugs for experimenting, a personal letter for you, relayed from someplace I'd never heard of, and one of the super-light missiles. They found it drifting half a light year out and captured it. Jordan's got a report on it. He's going crazy. But if you don't feel well—" "I'm all right," he told her sharply. Then he steadied himself and managed to smile. "Thanks for the coffee, Amanda." She accepted the dismissal reluctantly. When she was gone, he sat gazing at the report from Jordan at research. For 80 years now, they'd been sending out the little ships that vanished at greater than the speed of light, equipped with every conceivable device to make them return automatically after taking pictures of wherever they arrived. So far, none had ever returned or been located. This was the first hope they'd found that the centuries-long trips between the stars in the ponderous shuttle might be ended, and he should have been filled with excitement at Jordan's hasty preliminary report. He leafed through it. The little ship had apparently been picked up by accident when it almost collided with a Sirius local ship. Scientists there had puzzled over it, reset it, and sent it back. The 2 white rats on it were still alive. Giles dropped the report wearily and picked up the personal message that had come on the shuttle. He fingered the microstrip inside while he drank another coffee, and finally pulled out the microviewer. There were 3 frames to the message, he saw with some surprise. He didn't need to see the signature on the first projection. Only his youngest son would have sent an elaborate tricentenary greeting verse, one that would arrive 90 years too late. Harry had been born just before Earth passed the drastic Birth Limitation Act, and his mother had spoiled him. He'd even tried to avoid the compulsory emigration draft and stay on with his mother. It had been the bitter quarrels over that which had finally broken Giles' 5th marriage. Oddly enough, the message in the next frame showed none of that. Harry had nothing but praise for the solar system where he'd been sent. He barely mentioned being married on the way or his dozen children, but filled most of the frame with glowing description and a plea for his father to join him there. Giles snorted and turned to the 3rd frame, which showed a group picture of a family in some sort of vehicle, against a background of an alien but attractive world. He had no desire to spend 90 years cooped up with a bunch of callow young emigrants, even in one of the improved Exodus shuttles. And even if Exodus got the super light drive working, there was no reason he should give up his work. The discovery that men could live practically forever had put an end to most family ties. Sentiment wore thin in half a century, which wasn't much time now, though it had seemed long enough. Strange how the years seemed to get shorter as their number increased. There'd been a song once, something about the years dwindling down. He groped for the lines but couldn't remember. Dread it. He'd probably lie awake most of the night again, trying to recall them. The outside line buzzed musically, flashing Research's number. Giles grunted in irritation. He wasn't ready to face Jordan yet, but he shrugged and pressed the button. The intense face that looked up from the screen was frowning as Jordan's eyes seemed to sweep around the room. He was still young, one of the few under 100 who'd escaped deportation because of special ability, and patience was still foreign to him. Then the frown vanished as an expression of shock replaced it, and Giles felt a sinking sensation. If he looked that bad... But Jordan wasn't looking at him. The man's interest lay in the projected picture from Harry across the desk from the communicator. Anti-gravity? His voice was unbelieving as he turned his head to face the older man. What world is that? Giles forced his attention on the picture again, and this time he noticed the vehicle shown. It was enough like the old model Earth conveyance to pass casual inspection, but it floated wheellessly above the ground. Faint blur lines indicated it had been moving when the picture was taken. One of my sons, Giles started to answer. I could find the star's designation. Jordan cursed harshly. So we can send a message on a shuttle begging for their secret in a couple of 100 years, while 100 other worlds make 1,000 major discoveries they don't bother to report. Can't the Council see anything? Giles had heard it all before. The Earth was becoming a backwater world. No real progress had been made in 2 centuries. The young men were sent out as soon as their first 50 years of education were finished, and the older men were too conservative for really new thinking. There was a measure of truth in it, unfortunately. They'll slow up when their populations fill, Giles repeated his old answers. We're still ahead in medicine, and we'll get the other discoveries eventually without interrupting the work of making the Earth fit for our longevity. We can wait. We'll have to. The younger man stared at him with the strange, puzzled look Giles had seen too often lately. Damn it, haven't you read my report? We know the super light drive works. That missile reached Sirius in less than 10 days. We can have the secret of this anti-gravity in less than a year. Wait a minute. Giles felt the thickness pushing back at his mind and tried to fight it off. He'd only skimmed the report, but this made no sense. You mean you can calibrate your guiding devices accurately enough to get a missile where you want it and back? What? Jordan's voice rattled the speaker. Of course not. It took 2 accidents to get the thing back to us. And with a half-light-year miss, that delayed it about 20 years before the Procyon shuttle heard its signal. Resetting a course could take centuries, if we can ever master it. Even as Sirius expected the missiles and were ready to cooperate. I mean the big ship. We've had it drafted for building long enough. Now we can finish it in 3 months. We know the drive works. We know it's fast enough to reach Procyon in 2 weeks. We even know that life can stand the trip. The rats were unharmed. Giles shook his head at what the other was proposing, only partly believing it. Rats don't have minds that could show any real damage, such as the loss of power to rejuvenate. We can't put human pilots into a ship with our drive until we've tested it more thoroughly, Bill, even if they could correct errors on arrival. Maybe if we put in stronger signal transmitters. Yeah, maybe in 2 centuries we'd have a through route charted to Sirius, and we still wouldn't have proof it was safe for human pilots. Mr. Giles, I've got to have the big ship. All we need is 1 volunteer. It occurred to Giles that the man had been too fired up with the idea to think. He leaned back, shaking his head again wearily. All right, Bill, find me 1 volunteer. Or how about you? Do you really want to risk losing the rest of your life, rather than waiting a couple of more centuries until we know it's safe? If you do, I'll order the big ship. Jordan opened his mouth, and for a second Giles' heart caught in the flux of emotion as the man's offer hovered on his lips. Then the engineer shut his mouth slowly. The belligerence ran out of him. He looked sick, for he had no answer. No sane man would risk a chance for near eternity against such a relatively short wait. Heroism had belonged to those who knew their days were numbered anyhow. Forget it, Bill, Giles advised. It may take longer, but eventually we'll find a way. With time enough, we're bound to. And when we do, the ship will be ready. The engineer nodded miserably and clicked off. Giles turned from the blank screen to stare out of the windows, while his hand came up to twist at the lock of hair over his forehead. Eternity. They had to plan and build for it. They couldn't risk that plan for short-term benefits. Usually, it was too easy to realize that, and the sight of the solid, time-enduring buildings outside should have given him a sense of security. Today, though, nothing seemed to help. He felt choked, imprisoned, somehow lost. The city beyond the window blurred as he studied it, and he swung the chair back so violently that his hand jerked painfully on the forelock he'd been twisting. Then he was staring unbelievingly at the single white hair that was twisted with the dark ones between his fingers. Like an automaton, he bent forward, his other hand groping for the mirror that should be in one of the drawers. The dull pain in his chest sharpened, and his breath was hoarse in his throat, but he hardly noticed as he found the mirror and brought it up. His eyes focused reluctantly. There were other white strands in his dark hair. The mirror crashed to the floor as he staggered out of the office. It was only 2 blocks to Giles' residence club, but he had to stop twice to catch his breath and fight against the pain that clawed at his chest. When he reached the wood-paneled lobby, he was barely able to stand. Dubbins was at his side almost at once, with a hand under his arm to guide him toward his suite. "Let me help you, sir," Dubbins suggested, in tones Giles hadn't heard since the man had been his valet, back when it was still possible to find personal servants. Now he managed the club on a level of quasi-equality with the members. For the moment, though, he'd slipped back into the old ways. Giles found himself lying on his couch, partially undressed, with the pillows just right, and a long drink in his hand. The alcohol combined with the reaction from his panic to leave him almost himself again. After all, there was nothing to worry about. Earth's doctors could cure anything. I guess you'd better call Dr. Vincenti, he decided. Vincenti was a member and would probably be the quickest to get. Dubbin shook his head. Dr. Vincenti isn't with us, sir. He left a year ago to visit a son in the Centauri system. There's a Dr. Cobb whose reputation is very good, sir. Giles puzzled over it doubtfully. Vincenti had been an oddly morose man the last few times he'd seen him. But that could hardly explain his taking a 20-year shuttle trip for such a slim reason. It was no concern of his, though. Dr. Cobb, then, he said. Giles heard the other man's voice on the study phone, too low for the words to be distinguishable. He finished the drink, feeling still better, and was sitting up when Dubbins came back. Dr. Cobb wants you to come to his office at once, sir, he said, dropping to his knees to help Giles with his shoes. I'd be pleased to drive you there. Giles frowned. He'd expected Cobb to come to him. Then he grimaced at his own thoughts. Dubbins' manners must have carried him back into the past. Doctors don't go in for house visits now. They prefer to see their patients in the laboratories that house their offices. If this kept on, he'd be missing the old days, when he'd had a mansion and counted his wealth and possessions, instead of the treasures he could build inside himself for the future ahead. He was getting positively childish, yet he relished the feeling of having Dubbins drive his car. More than anything else, he'd loved being driven. Even after chauffeurs were a thing of the past, Harry had driven him around. Now he'd taken to walking, as so many others had. For even with modern safety measures so strict, there was always a small chance of some accident, and nobody had any desire to spend the long future as a cripple. I'll wait for you, sir, Dubbins offered as they stopped beside the low, massive medical building. It was almost too much consideration. Giles nodded, got out, and headed down the hall uncertainly. Just how bad did he look? Well, he'd soon find out. He located the directory and finally found the right office, its reception room walls covered with all the degrees Dr. Cobb had picked up in some 300 years of practice. Giles felt better, realizing it wouldn't be one of the younger men. Cobb appeared himself before the nurse could take over, and led Giles into a room with an old-fashioned desk and chairs that almost concealed the cabinets of equipment beyond. He listened as Giles stumbled out his story. Halfway through, the nurse took a blood sample with one of those little mosquito needles, and the machinery behind the doctor began to work on it. Your friend told me about the gray hair, of course, Cobb said. At Giles' look, he smiled faintly. Surely you didn't think people could miss that in this day and age. Let's see it. He inspected it and began making tests. Some were older than Giles could remember. Knee reflex, blood pressure, pulse, and fluoroscope. Others involved complicated little gadgets that ran over his body, while meters bobbed and wiggled. The blood check came through, and Cobb studied it, to go back and make further inspections of his own. At last he nodded slowly. Hypercatabolism, of course. I thought it might be. How long since you had your last rejuvenation? And who gave it? About 10 years ago, Giles answered. He found his identity card and passed it over while the doctor studied it. My 16th. It wasn't going right. He could feel it. Some of the panic symptoms were returning. The pulse in his neck was pounding and his breath was growing difficult. Sweat ran down his sides from his armpit, and he wiped his palms against his coat. Any particular emotional strain when you were treated? Some major upset in your life? Cobb asked. Giles thought as carefully as he could, but he remembered nothing like that. You mean it didn't take? But I've never had any trouble, Doctor. I was one of the first million cases when a lot of people couldn't rejuvenate at all, and I had no trouble even then. Cobb considered it, hesitated, as if making up his mind to be frank against his better judgment. I can't see any other explanation. You've got a slight case of angina. Nothing serious, but quite definite, as well as other signs of aging. I'm afraid the treatment didn't take fully. It might have been some unconscious block on your part, some infection not diagnosed at the time, or even a fault in the treatment. It's pretty rare, but we can't neglect the possibility." He studied his charts again and then smiled. "So we'll give you another treatment. Any reason you can't begin immediately?" Giles remembered that Dubbins was waiting for him, but this was more important. It hadn't been a joke about his growing old after all. But now, in a few days, he'd be his old... No, of course not. His young self again. They went down the hall to another office where Giles waited outside while Cobb conferred with another doctor and technician, with much waving of charts. He resented every second of it. It was as if the almost forgotten specter of age stood beside him, counting the seconds. But at last they were through, and he was led into the quiet rejuvenation room, where clamps were adjusted around his head and earpieces were fitted. The drugs were shot painlessly into his arm, and a light pulsar was adjusted to his brainwave pattern. It had been nothing like his first time. Then it had required months of mental training, followed by crude mechanical and drug hypnosis for other months. Somewhere in every human brain lay the memory of what his cells had been like when he was young. Or perhaps it lay in the cells themselves, with the brain as the only linkage to it. They discovered that, and the fact that the mind could affect physical changes in the body. Even such things as cancer could be willed out of existence, provided the brain could be reached far below the conscious level and forced to operate. There had been impossible faith cures for millennia, cataracts removed from blinded eyes within minutes even. But finding the mechanism in the brain that worked those miracles had taken an incredible amount of study, and finding the means of bringing it under control had taken even longer. Now they did it with dozens of mechanical aids in addition to the hypnotic instructions, and did it usually in a single sitting, with the full transformation of the body taking less than a week after the treatment. But with all the equipment, it wasn't impossible for a mistake to happen. It had been no fault of his, he was sure of that. His mind was easy to reach. He could relax so easily. He came out of it without even a headache while they were removing the probes, but the fatigue on the operator's face told him it had been a long and difficult job. He stretched experimentally, with the eternal unconscious expectation that he would find himself suddenly young again. But that, of course, was ridiculous. It took days for the mind to work on all the cells and to repair the damage of time. Cobb led him back to the first office, where he was given an injection of some kind, and another sample of his blood was taken, while the earlier tests were repeated. But finally the doctor nodded. "That's all for now, Mr. Giles. You might drop in tomorrow morning after I've had a chance to complete my study of all of this. We'll know by then whether you'll need more treatment. 10 o'clock okay? But I'll be all right." Cobb smiled the automatic reassurance of his profession. "We haven't lost a patient in 200 years, to my knowledge." "Thanks," Giles said. 10 o'clock is fine." Dubbins was still waiting, reading a paper whose headline feature carried a glowing account of the discovery of the super-light missile and what it might mean. He took a quick look at Giles and pointed to it. "Great work, Mr. Giles. Maybe we'll all get to see some of those other worlds yet." Then he studied Giles more carefully. "Everything's in good shape now, sir?" "The doctor said everything's going to be fine," Giles answered. It was then he realized for the first time that Cobb had said no such thing. A statement that lightning had never struck a house was no guarantee that it never would. It was an evasion meant to give such an impression. The worry nagged at him all the way back. The word had already gone around the club that he'd had some kind of attack, and there were endless questions that kept it on his mind. And even when it had been covered and recovered, he could still sense the glances of others, as if he were Vincenti in one of the man's more morose moods. He found a single table in the dining room and picked his way through the meal, listening to the conversation about him only when it was necessary because someone called across to him. Ordinarily, he was quick to support the idea of clubs in place of private families. A man here could choose his group and grow into them. Yet he wasn't swallowed by them, as he might be by a family. Giles had been living here for nearly a century now, and he'd never regretted it. But tonight his own group irritated him. He puzzled over it, finding no real reason. Certainly they weren't forcing themselves on him. He remembered once when he had a cold before they finally licked that, Harry had been a complete nuisance, running around with various nostrums, giving him no peace. Constant questions about how he felt, constant little looks of worry, until he'd been ready to yell at the boy. In fact, he had. Funny, he couldn't picture really losing his temper here. Family did odd things to a man. He listened to a few of the discussions after the dinner, but he'd heard them all before, except for one about the superspeed drive, and there he had no wish to talk until he could study the final report. He gave up at last and went to his own suite. What he needed was a good night's sleep after a little relaxation. Even that failed him, though. He developed one of the finest chess collections in the world, but tonight it held no interest. And when he drew out his tools and tried to work on the delicate, lovely jade for the set he was carving, his hands seemed to be all thumbs. None of the other interests he'd developed through the years helped to add to the richness of living now. He gave it up and went to bed, to have the fragment of that song pop into his head. Now there was no escaping it. Something about the years, or was it days? Dwindling down to something or other. Could they really dwindle down? Suppose he couldn't rejuvenate all the way. He'd known that there were some people who didn't respond as well as others. Saul Graves, for instance. He'd been about 50 when he learned how to work with the doctors, and they could only bring him back to about 30 instead of the normal early 20s. Would that reduce the slice of eternity that rejuvenation meant? And what had happened to Saul? Suppose it wasn't rejuvenation after all. Suppose something had gone wrong with him permanently. He fought that off, but he couldn't escape the nagging doubts of the doctor's words. He got up once to stare at himself in the mirror. 10 hours had gone by, and there should have been some signs of improvement. He couldn't be sure, though, whether there were or not. He looked no better the next morning when he finally dragged himself up from the little sleep he'd managed to get. The hollows were still there, and the circles under his eyes. He searched for the gray in his hair, but the traitorous strands had been removed at the doctor's office, and he could find no new ones. He looked into the dining room, and then went by hastily. He wanted no solicitous glances this morning. Dread it. Maybe he should move out. Maybe trying family life again would give him some new interests. Amanda probably would be willing to marry him. She'd hinted at a date once. He stopped, shocked by the awareness that he hadn't been out with a woman for... He couldn't remember how long it had been, nor why. In the spring, a young man's fancy, he quoted to himself, and then shuddered. It hadn't been that kind of spring for him, not this rejuvenation, nor the last, nor the one before that. Giles tried to stop scaring himself and partially succeeded until he reached the doctor's office. Then it was no longer necessary to frighten himself. The wrongness was too strong, no matter how professional Cobb's smile. He didn't hear the preliminary words. He watched the smile vanish as a stack of reports came out. There was no nurse here now. The machines were quiet, and all the doors were shut. Giles shook his head and interrupted the doctor's technical jargon. Now that he knew there was reason for his fear, it seemed to vanish, leaving a coldness that numbed him. I'd rather know the whole truth, he said. His voice sounded dead in his ears. The worst first. The rejuvenation? Cobb sighed, and yet seemed relieved. Failed. He stopped. His hands touched the reports on his desk. Completely, he added in a low, defeated tone. But I thought that was impossible. So did I. I wouldn't believe it even yet, but now I find it isn't the first case. I spent the night at medical group going up the ranks until I found men who really know about it, and now I wish I hadn't. His voice ran down, and he gathered himself together by an effort. It's a shock to me too, Mr. Giles. But, well, to simplify it, no memory is perfect. Even cellular memory. It loses a little each time. And the effect is cumulative. It's like an asymptotic curve. The further it goes, the steeper the curve. And, well, you've passed too far. He faced away from Giles, dropping the reports into a drawer and locking it. I wasn't supposed to tell you, of course. It's going to be tough enough when they're ready to let people know. But you aren't the first, and you won't be the last, if that's any consolation. We've got a longer time scale than we used to have, but it's in centuries, not in eons. For everybody, not just you. It was no consolation. Giles nodded mechanically. I won't talk, of course. How long? Cobb spread his hands unhappily. 30 years, maybe. But we can make them better. Geriatric knowledge is still on record. We can fix the heart and all the rest. You'll be in good physical condition, better than your grandfather. And then, Giles couldn't pronounce the words. He'd grown old, and he'd grow older, and eventually he'd die. An immortal man had suddenly found death hovering on his trail. The years had dwindled and gone, and only a few were left. He stood up, holding out his hands. "Thank you, doctor," he said, and was surprised to find he meant it. The man had done all he could, and had at least saved him from the suspense of growing doubt, and the horrible eventual discovery. Outside on the street, he looked up at the sun, and then at the buildings built to last for thousands of years. Their eternity was no longer a part of him. Even his car would outlast him. He climbed into it, still partly numbed, and began to drive mechanically, no longer wondering about the dangers that might possibly arise. Those wouldn't matter much now. For a man who had thought of living almost forever, 30 years was too short a time to count. He was passing near the club and started to slow. Then he went on without stopping. He wanted no chance to have them asking questions he couldn't answer. It was none of their business. Dubbins had been kind, but now Giles wanted no kindness. The street led to the office, and he drove on. What else was there for him? There, at least, he could still fill his time with work that might even be useful. In the future, men would need the superlight drive if they were to span much more of the universe than now. And he could speed up the work in some ways still, even if he could never see its finish. It was cold comfort, but it was something, and he might keep busy enough to forget sometimes that the years were gone for him. Automatic habit carried him through the office again to Amanda's desk, where her worry was still writing her. He managed to grin, and somehow the right words came to his lips. "I saw the doctor, Amanda, so you can stop figuring ways to get me there." She smiled back suddenly, without feigning it. "Then you're all right?" "As all right as I'll ever be," he told her. "They tell me I'm just growing old." This time her laughter was hearty. He caught himself before he could echo her mirth in a different voice, and went inside where she had coffee waiting for him. Oddly, it still tasted good to him. The projection was off, he saw, wondering whether he'd left it on or not. He snapped the switch and saw the screen light up, with the people still in the odd, wheelless vehicle on the alien planet. For a long moment he stared at the picture without thinking, and then bent closer. Harry's face hadn't changed much. Giles had almost forgotten it, but there was still the same grin there, and his grandchildren had a touch of it too. And of their grandfather's nose, he thought. Funny, he'd never seen even pictures of his other grandchildren. Family ties melted away too fast for interstellar travel, yet there seemed to be no slackening of them in Harry's case, and somehow it looked like a family rather than a mere group. A very pleasant family in a very pleasant world. He read Harry's note again, with its praises for the planet and its invitation. He wondered if Dr. Vincenti had received an invitation like that before he left, or had he even been one of those to whom the same report had been delivered by some doctor. It doesn't matter, but it would explain things, at least. 20 years to Centaurus, while the years dwindled down. Then abruptly the line finished itself. The years dwindled down to a precious few. He remembered. A precious few. Those dwindling years had been precious once. He unexpectedly recalled his own grandfather, holding him on a knee and slipping him candy that was forbidden. The years seemed precious to the old man then, Amanda's voice came abruptly over the intercom. "Jordan wants to talk to you," she said, and the irritation was sharp in her voice. "He won't take no." Giles shrugged and reached for the projector to cut it off. Then, on impulse, he set it back to the picture, studying the group again as he switched on Jordan's wire. But he didn't wait for the hot words about whatever the trouble was. "Bill," he said, "start getting the big ship into production. I've found a volunteer." He'd been driven to it, he knew, as he watched the man's amazed face snap from the screen. From the first suspicion of his trouble, something inside him had been forcing him to make this decision. And maybe it would do no good. Maybe the ship would fail. But 30 years was a number a man could risk. If he made it, though, well, he'd see those grandchildren of his this year. And Harry. Maybe he'd even tell Harry the truth, once they got done celebrating the reunion. And there'd be other grandchildren. With the ship, he'd have time enough to look them up. Plenty of time. 30 years was a long time when he stopped to think of it. End of the Dwindling Years by Lester Del Rey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The God Plunk by Jerome Bixby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Ferrard. The God Blink by Jerome Bixby. Astronauts and cosmonauts, when you finally reach Mars, please be very careful what you look like. In the shadows of a crater wall on Phobos, moon of Mars, Grg and Ural waited to greet the god. If the god continued its present rate of approach, it would land within moments. Grg and Ural had journeyed all night, with their eyes on that distant, glinting speck in the sky. Over cold-crusted sand dunes and jagged crater walls, they had flowed, crept, bounded, oozed toward the spot where the god must land if its course held true. Grg was Ifsk, which is the equivalent of high priest. Ural was a Fsk, or much higher priest. The best wishes of their people had gone with them on their tremendous mission. Now, at the place, they trembled in every tentacle as they peered upward. The rust-red orb of Mars rode the black horizon. Mars was, as Grg and Ural had learned from their elders and now taught their youngers, the stern seeing all eye of It who was the universe. From that great eye, a day ago, had sprung a shining messenger, an emissary, a god that must be coming on a purposeful visit. It had been detected at the halfway point of its trip, but there could be no doubt regarding its origin, its nature, its destination. For, in the matter of form, the god was a close replica of Grg and Ural. Of all the creatures of their race, it was octopedal, with sinewy double tentacles, and a thinking trunk, and a reproduction pouch. The only significant difference was that the god gleamed mysteriously, as if its angular, hard-line representation of normal form were cast in shining stone. As it flew, it reflected starlight and the red glow of the universal eye behind it from its sleek surfaces. Grg and Ural blinked their own dull-surfaced, astronomically far-sighted, rust-red eyes at each other in supreme excitement and anticipation. What would the god tell them? What would it reveal? Would it divulge the cosmic secret? Would it tell them the place and destiny of their lowly race? Had it come to punish them for not being good enough, for over-reproducing, for worshipping improperly? From a selfish standpoint, it might even tell them how to get rid of the plink, a subject of constant prayer. How smoothly it flew! while Grig and Ural and their people could bound about with a great agility in Phobos's light gravity, they could not fly. "How wonderful it would be to fly," said Ural. "Perhaps," said Grig. "We have been found ready to be taught." Then Grig twitched as a plink bit him just under the front left double tentacle. He combed the light fur there, found the plink, and shredded it, casting the pieces round about so that no two of them might combine to form another plink. How wonderful it would be also if the god could tell them how to get rid of the itching, crawling, parasitic plink, whose bite, in sufficient numbers, was often fatal. The god began to land. It shot red flame downward from its mouth, on the underside of its gleaming body. Red flickers and sharp-edged black shadows danced about the two who waited below. They shrank back, fearful that the display might be a disapproving communication. Yet they held their ground, knowing they had lived good lives and deserved no condemnation on any score they could imagine. The god lowered on its belching tongue of flame, the flame that seemed a tiny part, a sliver, of the universal eye that watched. Strange marks were on the side of the god's body. They were: First Mars Expedition, U.S. Space Force, Planet to Satellite Crew Boat Number 2. The last few moments of the god's descent were quite rapid. Simultaneously the darting red flame seemed to lessen in intensity and length. Then, at the second of impact, they brightened again to previous power. But too late. The impact was hard. Grig and Ural gasped as one of the god's double tentacles buckled, crumpled with a glinting of shiny hard material. The flames stopped. The god, unable to remain erect with its injury, slowly toppled. Its body thudded silently, stirring pumice dust. It was motionless. Grig and Ural stared at each other. Was the god fatally injured? Dying? Dead? For a broken tentacle meant that fluids would seep out, and soon the dry death would occur. The god stirred. It braced two sets of tentacles against the ground, as if trying to push itself erect. The effort was not successful. Again it was motionless. The two double tentacles remained outstretched, however, and they pointed at the shadows where Grig and Ural waited and watched. Grig and Ural sighed in relief. The god had assumed conversation position. It must have healed its broken tentacle. Truly a god. Soon it would be as good as new, for otherwise agony would forbid conversation. It was ready to address them now. This was the greatest moment of Grig's and Ural's lives. They waited for the god to speak. It was silent. A long time passed. The god remained motionless, though in conversation position, and silent. A very long time passed. Then a tiny hole appeared in the god's side. It grew larger, larger, and then it stopped growing larger. Something appeared at the hole. It paused, then dropped to the surface of Phobos, where it began to crawl about. It bore considerable resemblance to a plink, except for its shiny, wrinkled gray skin. Plinks were purple. And this thing was huge, huge. It was 1/5 the size of the god's body. Caught by horror and fearing the worst, Grig and Ural waited for the god to speak. Damn, John Cotter was thinking. That was a neat bit of sloppiness, that landing. Carruthers will chew me out. And in again. Pause. Holy cats, I hope the radio isn't busted, or I'll have a hell of a wait before they follow up and find me. The god was dead. Killed by the giant plink, a scourge from which, evidently, even the gods were not spared. The huge plink, even now creeping around, wrinkle-skinned and detestable, its coloration the same as the god's, the most loathsome sight imaginable. A god plink. Grig and Ural moved into view from the shadows of the crater wall. Their thinking trunks tingled with misery, sorrow, bitter anger, and disappointment. The blink stopped, having sensed them. Then it darted for the hole it had eaten in the god. Earl moved to intercept it. The plink changed course and headed swiftly up a sand dune. With a great bound impelled by outrage, Earl was upon it. When Greg touched tentacles with the dead god, in reverent mourning, in terrible sorrow, in loss, in supplication, Earl shredded the god plink. 2 days later, a second god was detected. It silently circled Phobos from the universal eye. It did not land. It silently circled Phobos and then returned to the eye. Within the day it was back, in the company of 11 other gods. They landed. Joyfully, mortals went forth to meet them. It was quite a battle while it lasted. Joy quickly ended, as the gods died one by one, each of them showing the holes eaten in their sides by the insatiable plinks. Likewise, eventually, died all the plinks, which presumably had killed the gods. They fought with strange white flares and crackling blue flashes, which only tickled the hides of the faithful. Then they were shredded. Religious beliefs on Phobos underwent certain basic changes, such as the gods, or at least their messengers, were known not to be immortal, nor were the special variety of plink which afflicted them. On Earth, 20 years afterward, word is anxiously awaited of the fourth Mars expedition. End of The God Plink by Jerome Bixby.
Homesick by Lynn Venable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. What thrill is there in going out among the stars if coming back means bitter loneliness? Homesick by Lynn Venable. Frankston pushed listlessly at the red checker with his right forefinger. He knew the move would cost him a man, but he lacked enough interest in the game to plot out a safe move. His opponent, James, jumped the red disk with a black king and removed it from the board. Gregory, across the room, flicked rapidly through the pages of a magazine, too rapidly to be reading anything, or even looking at the pictures. Ross lay quietly on his bunk, staring out the viewport. The four were strangely alike in appearance, nearly the same age, the age where gray hairs finally outnumber black, or baldness takes over, the age when the expanding waistline has begun to sag tiredly, when robust middle age begins the slow, accelerating decline toward senility. A strange group to find aboard a spaceship, but then the Columbus was a very strange ship. Bolted to its outer hull, just under the viewports, were wooden boxes full of red geraniums, and ivy wound tenuous green fronds over the gleaming hull that had withstood the bombardment of pinpoint meteors and turned away the deadly power of naked cosmic rays. Frankston glanced at his wrist chrono. It was 1 minute to 6. In about a minute, he thought, Ross will say something about going out to water his geraniums. The wrist chrono ticked 59 times. "I think I'll go out and water my geraniums," said Ross. No one glanced up. Then Gregory threw his magazine on the floor. Ross got up and walked, limping slightly, to the wall locker. He pulled out the heavy, ungainly spacesuit and the big metal bulb of a headpiece. He carried them to his bunk and laid them carefully down. "Will somebody please help me on with my suit?" he asked. For one more long moment, no one moved. Then James got up and began to help Ross fit his legs into the suit. Ross had arthritis, not badly, but enough so he needed a little help climbing into a spacesuit. James pulled the heavy folds of the suit up around Ross's body and held it while Ross extended his arms into the sleeve sections. His hands, in the heavy gauntlets, were too unwieldy to do the front fastenings, and he stood silently while James did it for him. Ross lifted the helmet, staring at it as a cripple might regard a wheelchair, which he loathed but was wholly dependent upon. Then he fitted the helmet over his head, and James fastened it down, lifting the oxygen tank to his back. "Ready?" asked James. The bulbous headpiece inclined a nod. James walked to a panel and threw a switch marked Inner Lock. A round aperture slid silently open. Ross stepped through it, and the door shut behind him as James threw the switch back to its original position. Opposite the switch marked Outer Lock, a signal glowed red, and James threw another switch. A moment later, the signal flickered out. Frankston, with a violent gesture, swept the checkerboard clean. Red and black men clattered to the floor, rolling and spinning. Nobody picked them up. "What does he do it for?" demanded Frankston in a tight voice. "What does he get out of those stinking geraniums he can't touch or smell?" "Shut up," said Gregory. James looked up sharply. Curtness was unusual for Gregory, a bad sign. Frankston was the one he'd been watching, the one who'd shown signs of cracking, but after so long, even a psycho-expert's opinion might be haywire. Who was a yardstick? Who was normal? "Geraniums don't smell like much," added Gregory in a more conciliatory tone. "Yeah," agreed Frankston. "I'd forgotten that. But why does he torture himself like this, and us too?" "Because that's what he wanted to do," answered James. "Sure," agreed Gregory. "The whole trip. The last 20 years of it, anyhow. All he could talk about was how, when he got back to Earth, he was going to buy a little place in the country and raise flowers." "Well, we're back," muttered Frankston with a terrible bitterness. "He's raising flowers, but not in any little place in the country." Gregory continued almost dreamily. "Remember the last night out? We were all gathered around the view screen. And there was Earth, getting bigger and greener and closer all the time. Remember what it felt like to be going back after 30 years? 30 years cooped up in this ship," grumbled Frankston. "All our 20s and 30s and 40s. But we were coming home." There was a rapt expression on Gregory's lined and weathered face. "We were looking forward to the 20, maybe 30 good years we had left, talking about what we'd do, where we'd live, wondering what had changed on Earth. At least we had that last night out. All the data was stashed away in the microfiles, all the data about planets with air we couldn't breathe and food we couldn't eat. We were going home. Home to big, friendly green Earth." Frankston's face suddenly crumbled as though he were about to weep, and he cradled his head against his arms. "God, do we have to go over it all again? Not again tonight." "Leave him alone," ordered James with an inflection of command in his voice. "Go to the other section of the ship if you don't want to listen. He has to keep going over it, just like Ross has to keep watering his geraniums." Frankston remained motionless, and Gregory looked gratefully at James. James was the steady one. It was easier for him because he understood. Gregory's face became more and more animated as he lost himself, living again his recollections. "The day we blasted in. The crowds. Thousands of people all there to see us come in. We were proud. Of course, we thought we were the first to land, just like we'd been the first to go out. Those cheers coming from thousands of people at once. For us, Ross, Lieutenant Ross, was the first one out of the lock. We'd decided on that. He'd been in command for almost 10 years, ever since Commander Stevens died. You remember Stevens, don't you? He took over when we lost Captain Willers. Well, anyway, Ross out first. And then you, James. And you, Frankston. And then Trippett. And me last. Because you were all specialists and I was a crewman. The crewman, I should say. The only one left. Ross hesitated and almost stumbled when he stepped out. And tears began to pour out of his eyes. But I thought, well, you know, coming home after 30 years and all that. But when I stepped out of the lock, my eyes stung like fire, and 1,000 needles seemed to be jabbing at my skin. And then the president himself stepped forward with flowers. That's where the real trouble began, with the flowers. I remember Ross stretching out his arms to take the bouquet, like a mother reaching for a baby. Then suddenly he dropped them, sneezing and coughing and sobbing for breath. And the president reached out to help him, asking him over and over what was wrong. It was the same with all of us, and we turned and staggered back to the ship, closing the lock behind us. It was bad then. God, I'll never forget it. The five of us moaning in agony, gasping for breath, our eyes all swollen shut. And the itching, that itching, Gregory shuddered. Even the emotionally disciplined James set his teeth and felt his scalp crawl at the memory of that horror. He glanced toward the viewport, as though to cleanse his mind of the memory. He could see Ross out there among the geraniums, moving slowly and painfully in his heavy spacesuit. Occupational therapy. Ross watered flowers, and Gregory talked, and Frankston was bitter, and himself? Observation, maybe. Gregory's voice began again. And then they were pounding on the lock, begging us to let the doctor in. But we were all rolling and thrashing with the itching, burning, sneezing, and finally James got himself under control enough to open the lock and let them in. Then came the tests. Allergy tests. Remember those? They'd cut a little row of scratches in your arm. Each man instinctively glanced at his forearm, saw neat rows of tiny pink scars, row on row. Then they'd put a little powder in each cut, and each kind of powder was an extract of some common substance we might be allergic to. The charts they made were full of P's. P for positive. Long columns of big red P's. All pollen, dust, wool, nylon, cotton, fish, meat, fruit, vegetables, grains, milk, whiskey, cigarettes, dogs, cats, everything. And wasn't it funny about us being allergic to women's face powder? Ha! We were allergic to women, from their nylon hose to their face powder. 30 years of breathing purified, sterilized, filtered air. 30 years of drinking distilled water and swallowing synthetic food tablets had changed us. The only things we weren't allergic to were the metal and plastic synthetics of our ship, this ship. We're allergic to Earth. That's funny, isn't it? Gregory began to rock back and forth, laughing in a high, thin laugh of hysteria. James silently walked to the water hydrant and filled a plastic cup. He brought Gregory a small white pill. You wouldn't take this with the rest of us at supper. You better take it now. You need it. Gregory nodded bleakly, sobering at once and swallowing the pellet. He made a face after the water. Distilled, he spat. Distilled, no flavor, no life, like us. Distilled. If only we could have blasted off again. Frankston's voice came muffled through his hands. It wouldn't have made any difference where, anywhere or nowhere. No, our fine ship was obsolete, and we're old, much too old. They have the space drive now. Men don't take 30-year junkets into space and come back allergic to Earth. They go out, and in a month or two they're back, with their hair still black and their eyes still bright and their uniforms still fit. A month or two is all. Those crowds that cheered us, they were proud of us and sorry for us because we'd been out 30 years and they never expected us back at all. But it was inconvenient for spaceport. Bitter sarcasm tinged his voice. They actually had to postpone a regular monthly transgalactic run to let us in this big clumsy hulk. Why didn't we see any of the new ships either going out or coming back? Asked Gregory. Frankston shook his head. You don't see a ship when it's in space drive. It's out of normal space-time dimensions. We had a smattering of theory at cadet school. Anyway, if one did flash into normal space-time, say for an instant, coming in for a landing, the probability of us being at the same place at the same time was almost nil. 2 ships passing in the night, as the old saying goes. Gregory nodded. I guess Trippett was the lucky one. You didn't see Trippett die, replied James. What was it? Asked Frankston. What killed Trippett? So quickly, too. He was only outside a few minutes like the rest of us, and 8 hours later he was dead. We couldn't be sure, answered James. Some virus. There are countless varieties. People live in contaminated atmosphere all their lives, build up a resistance to them. Sometimes a particularly virulent strain will produce an epidemic, but most people, if they're affected, will have a mild case of whatever it is and recover. But after 30 years in space, 30 years of breathing perfectly pure, uncontaminated air, Trippitt had no antibodies in his bloodstream. The virus hit, and he died. But why didn't the rest of us get it? Asked Gregory. We were lucky. Viruses are like that. These people talked about building a home for us, muttered Frankston. Why didn't they? It wouldn't have been any different, answered James gently. It would have been the same, almost the exact duplicate of the ship, everything but the rockets. Same metal and plastic and filtered air and synthetic food. It couldn't have wool rugs or down pillows or smiling wives or fresh air or eggs for breakfast. It would have been just like this. So, since the ship was obsolete, they gave it to us, and a plot of ground to anchor it to, and we're home. They did the best they could for us, the very best they could. But I feel stifled, shut in. The ship is large, Frankston. We all crowd into this section because, without each other, we'd go mad. James kicked the edge of the magazine on the floor. Thank God we're not allergic to decontaminated paper. They're still reading. We're getting old, said Gregory. Someday, one of us will be here alone. God help him then, answered James, with more emotion than was usual for him. During the latter part of the conversation, the little red signal had been flashing persistently. Finally, James saw it. Ross was in the outer lock. James threw the decontaminator switch, and the signal winked out. Every trace of dust and pollen would have to be removed from Ross's suit before he could come inside the ship. Just like on an alien planet, commented Gregory. Isn't that what it is to us, an alien planet? Asked Frankston. And neither of the other men dared answer his bitter question. A few minutes later, Ross was back in the cabin, and James helped him out of his spacesuit. How are the geraniums, Ross? Asked Gregory. Fine, said Ross enthusiastically. They're doing just fine. He walked over to his bunk and laid down on his side so he could see out the viewport. There would be an hour left before darkness fell, an hour to watch the geraniums. They were tall and red, and swayed slightly in the evening breeze. End of Homesick by Lynn Venable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hour of Battle by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Dale Grothman. The Hour of Battle by Robert Sheckley. As one of the Guardian ships protecting Earth, the crew had a problem to solve. Just how do you protect a race from an enemy who can take over a man's mind without seeming effort or warning? That hand didn't move, did it? Edwardson asked, staring at the port, looking at the stars. No, Morris said. He had been staring fixedly at the Addison detector for over an hour. Now he blinked 3 times rapidly and looked again. Not a millimeter. I didn't think it moved either, Castle added from behind the gunfire panel. And that was that. The slender black hand of the indicator rested unwaveringly on 0. The ship's guns were ready, their black mouths open to the stars. A steady hum filled the room. It came from the Addison detector, and the sound was reassuring. It reinforced the fact that the detector was attached to all the other detectors, forming a gigantic network around Earth. Why in hell don't they come? Edwardson asked. still looking at the stars. "Why don't they hit?" "Aw, shut up," Morrison said. He had a tired, glum look. High on his right temple was an old radiation bird, a starburst of pink scar tissue. From a distance, it looked like a decoration. "I just wish they'd come," Edwardson said. He returned from the port to his chair, bending to clear the low metal ceiling. "Don't you wish they'd come?" Edwardson had the narrow, timid face of a mouse, but a highly intelligent mouse, one that cats did well to avoid. "Don't you?" he repeated. The other men didn't answer. They had settled back to their dreams, staring hypnotically at the detector face. "They've had enough time," Edwardson said, half to himself. Castle yawned and licked his lips. "Anyone want to play some gin?" he asked, stroking his beard. The beard was a memento of his undergraduate days. Castle maintained he could store almost 15 minutes worth of oxygen in its follicles. He had never stepped into space unhelmeted to prove it. Morse looked away, and Edwardson automatically watched the indicator. This routine had been drilled into them, branded onto their subconscious. They would as soon have cut their throats as leave the indicator unguarded. "You think they'll come soon?" Edwardson asked, his brown rodent's eyes on the indicator. The men didn't answer him. After 2 months together in space, their conversational powers were exhausted. They weren't interested in Castle's undergraduate days or in Morse's conquests. They were bored to death, even with their own thoughts and dreams. Bored with the attack they expected momentarily. "Just one thing I'd like to know," Edwardson said, slipping with ease into an old conversational gambit. "How far can they do it?" They had talked for weeks about the enemy's telepathic range, but they always returned to it. As professional soldiers, they couldn't help but speculate on the enemy and his weapons. It was their shop talk. "Well," Morse said wearily, "our detector network covers the system out beyond Mars' orbit. Where we sit," Castle said, watching the indicators now that the others were talking. "They might not even know we have a detection unit working," Morse said, as he had said 1,000 times. "Oh, stop," Edwardson said, his thin face twisted in scorn. "They're telepathic. They must have read every bit of stuff in Everset's mind." "Everset didn't know we had a detection unit," Morse said, his eyes returning to the dial. "He was captured before we had it." "Look," Edwardson said. "They ask him, 'Boy, what would you do if you knew a telepathic race was coming to take over Earth? How would you guard the planet?'" "Idle speculation," Castle said. "Maybe Everset didn't think of this. He thinks like a man, doesn't he? Everyone agreed on this defense. Everset would too." "Syllogistic," Castle murmured, very shaky. "I sure wish he hadn't been captured," Edwardson said. "It could have been worse," Morse put in, his face sadder than ever. "What if they'd captured both of them?" "I wish they'd come," Edwardson said. Richard Everset and C.R. Jones had gone on the first interstellar flight. They had found an inhabited planet in the region of Vega. The rest was standard procedure. A flip of the coin had decided it. Everset went down in the Scouter, maintaining radio contact with Jones in the ship. The recording of that contact was preserved for all Earth to hear. "Just met the natives," Everset said. "Funny-looking bunch. Give you a physical description later." "Are they trying to talk to you?" Jones asked, guiding the ship into a slow spiral over the planet. "No." "Hold it. Well, I'll be damned. They're telepathic. How do you like that?" "Great," Jones said. "Go on." "Hold it. Say, Jonesy, I don't know that I like these boys. They haven't got nice minds. Brother." "What is it?" Jones asked, lifting the ship a little higher. "Minds. These bastards are power crazy. Seems they've hit all the systems around here, looking for someone to—" "Eh?" "I've got that bit wrong," Everset said pleasantly. "They are not so bad." Jones had a quick mind, a suspicious nature, and good reflexes. He set the accelerator for all the G's he could take. lay down on the floor, and said, "Tell me more." "Come on down," Everset said, in a violation of every law of spaceflight. "These guys are all right. As a matter of fact, they're the most marvelous—" That was where the recording ended, because Jones was pinned to the floor by 20 G's acceleration as he boosted the ship to the level needed for the sea jump. He broke 3 ribs getting home, but he got there. A telepathic species was on the march. What was Earth going to do about it? A lot of speculation necessarily clothed the bare bones of Jones' information. Evidently, the species could take over a mind with ease. With Everset, it seemed that they had insinuated their thoughts into his, delicately altering his previous convictions. They had possessed him with remarkable ease. What about Jones? Why hadn't they taken him? Was distance a factor? Or hadn't they been prepared for the suddenness of his departure? One thing was certain. Everything Everset knew, the enemy knew. That meant they knew where Earth was, and how defenseless the planet was to their form of attack. It could be expected that they were on their way. Something was needed to nullify their tremendous advantage. But what sort of something? What armor is there against thought? How do you dodge a wavelength? Pouch-eyed scientists gravely consulted their periodic tables. And how do you know when a man has been possessed? Although the enemy was clumsy with Everset, would they continue to be clumsy? Wouldn't they learn? Psychologists tore their hair and bewailed the absence of an absolute scale for humanity. Of course, something had to be done at once. The answer from a technological planet was a technological one. Build a space fleet and equip it with some sort of detection fire network. This was done in record time. The Addison detector was developed, a cross between radar and the electroencephalograph. Any alteration from the typical human brainwave pattern of the occupants of the detector-equipped ship would boost the indicator around the dial. Even a bad dream or a case of indigestion could jar it. It seemed probable that any attempt to take over the human mind would disturb something. There had to be a point of interaction, somewhere. That was what the Addison detector was supposed to detect. Maybe it would. The spaceships, 3 men in a ship, dotted the space between Earth and Mars, forming a gigantic sphere, with Earth in the center. Tens of thousands of men crouched behind gunfire panels, watching the dials on the Addison detector. The unmoving dials. "Do you think I could fire a couple of bursts?" Edwardson said, his finger on the gunfire button. "Just to limber the guns." "Those guns don't need limbering," Castle said, stroking his beard. "Besides, you'd throw the whole fleet into a panic." "Castle," Morris said very quickly, "get your hands off your beard." "Why should I?" Castle asked. "Because," Morris answered, almost in a whisper, "I'm going to ram it down your fat throat." Castle grinned and tightened his fists. "Pleasure. I'm tired of looking at that scar of yours." He stood up. "Cut it," Edwardson said wearily. "Watch the birdie." "No reason to," Morris said, leaning back. "There's an alarm bell attached." But he looked at the dial. "What if the bell doesn't work?" Edwardson asked. "What if the dial is jammed? How would you like something cold slithering into your mind?" "The dial'll work," Castle said. His eyes shifted from Edwardson's face to the motionless indicator. "I think I'll sack in," Edwardson said. "Stick around," Castle said. "Play you some gin." "All right." Edwardson found and shuffled the greasy cards, while Morse took a turn glaring at the dial. "I sure wish they'd come," he said. "Cut," Edwardson said, handing the pack to Castle. "I wonder what our friends look like," Morse said, watching the dial. "Probably remarkably like us," Edwardson said, dealing the cards. Castle picked them up one by one, slowly, as if he hoped something interesting would be under them. "They should have given us another man," Castle said. "We could play bridge." I don't play bridge, Edwardson said. You could learn. Why didn't we send a task force? Morse asked. Why didn't we bomb their planet? Don't be dumb, Edwardson said. We'd lose any ship we sent. Probably get 'em back at us, possessed and firing. Knock with 9, Castle said. I don't give a good damn if you knock with 1,000, Edwardson said gaily. How much do I owe you now? $3,508,010. I sure wish they'd come, Morse said. Want me to write a check? Take your time. Take till next week. Someone should reason with the bastards, Morse said, looking out the port. Castle immediately looked at the dial. I just thought of something, Edwardson said. Yeah? I bet it feels horrible to have your mind grabbed, Edwardson said. I bet it's awful. You'll know when it happens, Castle said. Did Everset? Probably. He just couldn't do anything about it. My mind feels fine, Castle said. But the first one of you guys starts acting queer, watch out. They all laughed. Well, Edwardson said, I'd sure like a chance to reason with them. This is stupid. Why not? Castle answered. You mean go out there and meet them? Sure, Castle said. We're not doing any good sitting here. I think we should do something, Edwardson said slowly. After all, they're not invincible. They're reasoning beings. Morse punched a course on the ship's tape, then looked up. You think we should contact the command? Tell them what we're doing? No, Castle said, and Edwardson nodded in agreement. Red tape. We'll just go out and see what we can do. If they won't talk, we'll blast them out of space. Look! Out of the port, they could see the red flare of a reaction engine. The next ship in their sector, speeding forward. They must have got the same idea, Edwardson said. Let's get there first, Castle said. Morse shoved the accelerator in, and they were thrown back in their seats. That dial hasn't moved yet, has it? Edwardson asked over the clamor of the detector alarm bell. Not a move out of it, Castle said, looking at the dial, with its indicator slammed all the way over to the highest notch. The End of Hour of Battle by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Masked World by Jack Williamson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. The Masked World by Jack Williamson. The planet hid itself from the Earthmen, and what lay behind the mask was fierce and deadly. The planet wore a mask. At 10 million miles, it was a sullen yellow eye. At 1 million, a scarred and evil leer. Outside the smoking circle our landing jets had sterilized, it was a hideous veil of hairy black tentacles and huge sallow blooms, hiding the riddle of its sinister genes. On most worlds that we astronauts have found, the life is vaguely like our own. Similar nucleotides are linked along similar helical chains of DNA, carrying similar genetic messages. A similar process replicates the chains when the cells divide, to carry the complex blueprints for a particular root or eye or wing accurately down across 10,000 generations. But even the genes were different here, enormously complicated. Here, the simplest seeming weed had more and longer chains of DNA than anything we had seen before. What was their message? We had come to read it with our new genetic microprobe. 100 precious tons of microscopic electronic gear. It was designed to observe and manipulate the smallest units of life. it could reach even those strange genes. That was our mission. Ours was the seventh survey ship to approach the planet. 6 before us had been lost without trace. We were to find out why. Our pilot was Lance Landmark, a lean, hard man, silent and cold as the gray-cased microprobe. We hated him, until someone learned why he had volunteered to come. His wife had been pilot of the ship before us. When we knew that, we began to hear the hidden tension in his tired voice, monotonously calling on every band. "Come in 6. Come in 6." 6 never came in. For 2 days we watched the planet, the shallow ditch our jets had dug, the charred stumps, the jungle beyond, the visible mask of those monstrous genes, rank, dark, utterly alien. At the third dawn, Lance Landmark took 2 of us out in a copter. Flying a grid over the landing area, we mapped 6 shallow pockmarks on that scowling wilderness where our ships must have landed. We dropped into the newest crater, where black stumps jutted like broken teeth out of a queerly bare red muck. A yellow scum stream oozed across it. By the stream we found a fine-boned human skeleton. A nightmare plant stood guard beside the bones. Its thick leaves were strangely streaked, twisted with vegetable agony, half poison spine and half blighted bloom. Shapeless blobs of rotting fruit were falling from it over these slender bones. Lance Landmark stood up. "For turquoise thunderbird." He showed us the bit of blackened silver and blue-veined stone. "Back on Terra, back when we were student pilots. We bought it from an Indian in an old town called Santa Fe." He bent again. "Lilith?" he whispered. "Lilith? What killed you?" We found no other bones. Nothing even to tell us what force or poison kept the creeping jungle back from that solitary plant. We left at dusk. Tenderly, Lance Landmark brought the gathered bones. Carefully we carried a few leaves and dried pods from that crazy sentinel plant. We found no other clue. Patiently, day by 40-hour day, we searched the other sites. We found jet marks and stumps and teeming weeds, but nothing like that tormented nightmare over Lilith Landmark's skeleton. We found no wreckage, nothing to show how the planet had murdered the lost expeditions. Day by eternal day, the unknown leered from the secret places of its genes. It was all vegetable. We saw no animal movement, heard no cry or insect hum. The silence became suffocating. Day after desperate day, we returned to the microprobe. "The answer's in the genes," Lance Landmark whispered grimly. "We've no other chance." He kept the probe running on the strangest genes of all, those from the planet Nightmare that had grown beside his wife. They were like nothing else on the planet. The double-stranded chains of DNA were monstrously long. Many of the nucleotide links held copper or arsenic atoms. "Queer," Lance kept muttering. "No copper or arsenic in other plants here. I'd like to know why." He was running when we heard the woman scream. In that stifling quiet, her cry unnerved us all. We crowded down to the lock. Tattered, stained with blood-colored juices, she slipped through those coiled, constricting creepers. She splashed out into the open ditch, waving a filthy rag. Halfway to the ship, she fell into the mud. Lance Landmark led 3 of us to bring her in. She whimpered and looked up. Tears streaked the grime on her wasted face. "Lance," she gasped. "My dear. Lilith." But he shrank back suddenly. "I found Lilith dead." "I am nearly dead." She tried weakly to get up. "You see, we're all marooned out there in the bush. Emergency landing. When we try to get off. Wrecked our astrogation gear. Need your spare astropilot." "Back!" He swung at us. "Back aboard!" "What's wrong?" We were stunned. "She's your wife." "Aboard! Instanter!" We obeyed his deadly voice. "Help!" she whispered faintly behind us in the mud. "Survivors. Need astropilot to plot our way home." The clanging lock cut off her voice. Angrily, we turned on Lance Landmark. "Hold it!" he snapped. "I'm not crazy. The planet is. Come along to the microprobe. I'm probing a seed from the plant we found by Lilith's bones. It puzzled me. So much of it was—" In spite of the tension, he had to grope for a word to express meaning. "Arbitrary. Those shapeless leaves, twisted stalk, that sterile seed, the copper and arsenic in those needless links. Too many genes, had no function, no use at all. I just got the key when that thing screamed. The copper and arsenic atoms are not genetic instructions to the plant. They're a message to us. Words replicated 1,000,000,000,000 times and concealed in every cell of the plant." "Words?" someone whispered blankly. "Words in the atoms?" "Written in binary code." His scowl was bleakly triumphant. "That weed's a mutant, you see. The real Lilith formed the first cell with her microprobe. She left it, I suppose in her own body, as a message that no pseudo-Lilith could intercept." Outside, that something screamed again. "Call each copper atom a dot," he whispered. "Call each arsenic a dash. Taken in order along the chains of DNA, they do encode a message. The computer's decoding it now." He punched a button, and the printer whirred. "To whoever comes, give no aid to anyone. Get off this planet. Its life is pseudomorphic. Don't let it leave. Just take my love to Lance Landmark, from Lilith, his wife, and get off this planet fast." Outside, it uttered a frantic, bubbling screech. We did get off the planet, and we expect to stay away. End of The Masked World by Jack Williamson.
X Marks the Pedwalk by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. X Marks the Pedwalk by Fritz Leiber. This is how it all began. The terrible civil strife that devastates our world. Based on material from Chapter 7, First Clashes of the Wheeled and Footed Sects, of Volume 3 of Berger's Monumental History of Traffic, published by the Foundation for 22nd Century Studies. The raggedy little old lady with the big shopping bag was in the exact center of the crosswalk when she became aware of the big black car bearing down on her. Behind the thick bulletproof glass, its 7 occupants had a misty look, like men at a diving bell. She saw that there was no longer time to beat the car to either curb. Veering remorselessly, it would catch her in the gutter. Useless to attempt a feint and double back, such as any venturesome child executed a dozen times a day. Her reflexes were too slow. Polite, vacuous laughter came from the car's loudspeaker, over the engine's mounting roar. From her fellow pedestrians lining the curbs came a sigh of horror. The little old lady dipped into her shopping bag and came up with a big blue-black automatic. She held it in both fists, riding the recoils like a rodeo cowboy on a bucking bronco. Aiming at the base of the windshield, just as a big game hunter aims at the vulnerable spine of a charging water buffalo over the horny armor of its lowered head. The little old lady squeezed off 3 shots before the car chewed her down. From the right-hand curve, a young woman in a wheelchair shrieked an obscenity at the car's occupants. Smith de Winter, the driver, wasn't happy. The little old lady's last shot had taken 2 members of his carpool. Busting through the laminated glass, the steel-jacketed slug had traversed the neck of Phipps McKeith and buried itself in the skull of Horvendile Harker. Braking viciously, Smith de Winter rammed the car over the right-hand curb. Pedestrians scattered into entries and narrow arcades, among them a youth bounding high on crutches. But Smith de Winter got the girl in the wheelchair. Then he drove rapidly out of the slum ring into the suburbs, a shred of rattan swinging from the flange of his right fore mudguard for a trophy. Despite the 2-for-2 casualty list, he felt angry and depressed. The secure, predictable world around him seemed to be crumbling. While his companions softly keened a dirge for Horvey and Phipps and quietly mopped up their blood, he frowned and shook his head. They oughtn't to let old ladies carry magnums, he murmured. Witherspoon Hobbs nodded in agreement across the front seat corpse. They oughtn't to let them carry anything. God, how I hate feet, he muttered, looking down at his shrunken legs. Wheels forever, he softly cheered. The incident had immediate repercussions throughout the city. At the combined wake of the little old lady and the girl in the wheelchair, a fiery-tongued speaker inveighed against the white-walled fascists of suburbia, telling to his hearers the fabled wonders of old Los Angeles, where pedestrians were sacrosanct, even outside crosswalks. He called for a hobnailed march across the nearest lawn bowling alleys and perambulator-traversed golf courses of the motorists. At the Sunnyside crematorium, to which the bodies of Phipps and Horvey had been conveyed, an equally impassioned and rather more grammatical orator reminded his listeners of the legendary justice of old Chicago, where pedestrians were forbidden to carry small arms, and anyone with 1 foot off the sidewalk was fair prey. He broadly hinted that a holocaust, primed if necessary with a few tankfuls of gasoline, was the only cure for the slums. Bands of skinny youth came loping at dusk out of the slum ring into the innermost sections of the larger donut of the suburbs, slashing defenseless tires, shooting expensive watchdogs, and scrawling filthy words on the pristine panels of matrons' runabouts, which never ventured more than 6 blocks from home. Simultaneously, squadrons of young suburban motorcycles and scooterites roared through the outermost precincts of the slum ring, harrying children off the sidewalks, tossing stink bombs through the second-story tenement windows, and defacing hovel fronts with sprays of black paint. Incident: a thrown brick, a cut corner, monster tacks at the portico of the Auto Club, were even reported at the center of the city, traditionally neutral territory. The government hurried to act, suspending all traffic between the center and the suburbs, and establishing a 24-hour curfew in the slum ring. Government agents moved only by centipede car and pogo hopper to underline the point that they favored neither contending side. The day of enforced non-movement for feet and wheels was spent in furtive, vengeful preparations. Behind locked garage doors, machine guns that fired through the nose ornaments were mounted under hoods. Illegal scythe blades were welded to oversized hubcaps, and the stainless steel edges of flange fenders were honed to razor sharpness. While nervous National Guardsmen hopped around the deserted sidewalks of the slum ring, grim-faced men and women wearing black armbands moved through the webwork of secret tunnels and hidden doors, distributing heavy-caliber small arms and spiked-studded paving blocks, piling cobblestones on strategic rooftops, and sapping upward from the secret tunnels to create car traps. Children got ready to soap intersections after dark. The Committee of Pedestrian Safety, sometimes known as Robespierre's Rats, prepared to release its two carefully hoarded anti-tank guns. At nightfall, under the tireless urging of the government, representatives of the pedestrians and the motorists met on a huge safety island at the boundary of the slum ring and the suburbs. Underlings began a noisy dispute as to whether Smith de Winter had failed to give a courtesy honk before charging, whether the little old lady had opened fire before the car had come within honking distance, how many wheels of Smith D.'s car had been on the sidewalk when he hit the girl in the wheelchair, and so on. After a little while, the high pedestrian and the chief motorist exchanged cautious winks and drew aside. The red writhing of 100 kerosene flares and the mystic yellow pulsing of 1,000 firefly lamps mounted on yellow sawhorses ranged around the safety island, illuminating the two tragic, strained faces. "A word before we get down to business," the chief motorist whispered. "What's the current SQ of your adults?" 41 and dropping, the high pedestrian replied, his eyes fearfully searching from side to side for eavesdroppers. "I can hardly keep aides who are halfway compos mentis." "Our own sanity quotient is 37, the chief motorist revealed. He shrugged helplessly. "The wheels inside my people's heads are slowing down. I do not think they will speed up in my lifetime." "They say government's is only 52, the other said, with a matching shrug. "Well, I suppose we must scrape out one more compromise," the one suggested hollowly. "Though I must confess there are times when I think we're all figments of a paranoid's dream." 2 hours of concentrated deliberations produced the new wheel-foot Articles of Agreement. Among other points, pedestrian handguns were limited to a slightly lower muzzle velocity and to .38 caliber and under, while motorists were required to give 3 honks at 1 block distance before charging a pedestrian in a crosswalk. 2 wheels over the curb changed a traffic kill from third-degree manslaughter to petty homicide. Blind pedestrians were permitted to carry hand grenades. Immediately the government went to work. The new wheel-foot Articles were loudspeakered and posted. Detachments of police and psychiatric social hoppers centipeded and pogoed through the slum ring, seizing outsized weapons and giving tranquilizing jet injections to the unruly. Teams of hypnotherapists and mechanics scuttled from home to home in the suburbs and from garage to garage, enchanting a conformist serenity and stripping illegal armament from cars. On the advice of a rogue psychiatrist who said it would channel off aggressions, a display of bullfighting was announced, but this had to be canceled when a strong protest was lodged by the Decency League, which had a large mixed wheel-foot membership. At dawn, curfew was lifted in the slum ring and the traffic reopened between the suburbs and the center. After a few uneasy moments, it became apparent that the status quo had been restored. Smith de Winter tooled his gleaming black machine along the ring. A thick steel bolt with a large steel washer on either side neatly fitted the hole the little old lady's slug had made in the windshield. A brick bounced off the roof. Bullets pattered against the side windows. Smith D. ran a handkerchief around his neck under his collar and smiled. A block ahead, children were darting into the street, catcalling and thumbing their noses. Behind one of them limped a fat dog with a spiked collar. Smith D. suddenly gunned his motor. He didn't hit any of the children, but he got the dog. A flashing light on the dash showed him the right front tire was losing pressure. Must have hit the collar as well. He thumbed the matching emergency air button, and the flashing stopped. He turned to Witherspoon Hobbs and said with thoughtful satisfaction, "I like a normal, orderly world, where you always have a little success, but not champagne-heady, and a little failure, but just enough to brace you." Witherspoon Hobbs was squinting at the next crosswalk. Its center was discolored by a brownish stain, ribbon-tracked by tires. "That's where you bagged the little old lady, Smith D.," he remarked. "I'll say this for her now. She had spirit." "Yes, that's where I bagged her," Smith D. agreed flatly. He remembered wistfully the witch-like face growing rapidly larger, her jerking shoulders in the black bombazine, the wild, white-circled eyes. He suddenly found himself feeling that this was a very dull day. End of X Marks the Pedwalk by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Planetoid of Peril by Paul Ernst. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Planetoid of Peril by Paul Ernst. He pointed it at the incredible body. Undaunted by crazy tales of an indestructible presence on asteroid Z40, Harley 2Q14N20 sets out alone to face and master it. Harley 2Q14N20 stopped for a moment outside the great dome of the Celestial Developments Company. Moodily, he stared at their asteroid development chart. It showed, as was to be expected, the pick of the latest asteroid subdivision projects. The Celestial Development Company, established far back in 2045, would handle none but the very best. Small chance of his finding anything here. However, as he gazed at the chart, hope came suddenly to his face, and his heart beat high under his sapphire blue tunic. There was an asteroid left for sale there. One blank space among the myriad pink-lettered sold symbols. Could it be that here was the chance he had been hunting for so desperately? He bent closer to read the description of the sphere, and hope faded gradually from his countenance. According to its orbit and location, and the spectroscopic table of its mineral resources, it was a choice planetoid indeed. Of course, such a rich little sphere, listed for sale by the luxurious Celestial Developments Company, would cost far more than he could ever rake together to pay for an asteroid. Shaking his head, he adjusted his gravity regulator to give him about 1.5 pounds of weight, and started to float on. Then, his lips twisting at his own absurd hopefulness, he stopped again, and after another moment of indecision, turned into the archway that led to the concern's great main office. After all, it wouldn't hurt to inquire the price, even though he knew in advance it would be beyond his humble means. A youngster in a pale green of the one-bar neophyte in business promptly glided toward him. "Something for you today, sir?" he asked politely. "Yes," Harley said. "I'm looking around for a planetoid. Want to get a place of my own out away from Earth. Something, you understand, that might turn out to be a profitable investment, as well as furnishing an exclusive home site. I see on your chart that you have a sphere left for sale, in the red belt, so I came in to ask about it." "Ah, you mean asteroid Z40, said the youngster, gazing with envious respect at the 10-bar insignia with the crossed SCO drills that proclaimed Harley to be a mining engineer of the highest rank. "Yes, that is still for sale. A splendid sphere, sir, listed at a remarkably low figure. $500,000. $500,000? exclaimed Harley. It was an incredibly small sum, scarcely the yearly salary of an unskilled laborer. Are you sure that's right? Yes, that's the correct figure. Down payment of 1/3, and the remaining 2/3 to be paid out of the exploitation profits. Here the conversation was interrupted by an elderly, gray-haired man, with a 6-bar dollar mark insignia of a business executive on his purple tunic. He had been standing nearby, and at the mention of asteroid Z40 had looked up alertly. He glided to the two with a frown on his forehead and spoke a few curt words to the neophyte, who slunk away. "Sorry, sir," he said to Harley, "Z40 isn't for sale." "But your young man just told me it was," replied Harley, loath to give up what had begun to look like an almost unbelievable bargain. "He was mistaken. It's not on the market. It isn't habitable, you see." "What's wrong? Hasn't it an atmosphere?" "Oh, yes, one that is exceptionally rich in oxygen, as is true with all the spheres we handle. With a late model oxygen concentrator, one would have no trouble at all existing there." "Is the speed of its revolution too great?" "Not at all. The days are nearly 3 hours long, annoying until you get used to it, but nothing like the inferior asteroids of the Mars Company, where days and nights are less than 10 minutes in duration." "Well, is it barren then? No minerals of value, no vegetation?" "The spectroscope shows plenty of metals, including heavy radium deposits. The vegetation is as luxuriant as that of semi-tropical Earth." "Then why, in the name of Betelgeuse," said Harley, exasperated, "won't you sell the place to me? It's exactly what I've been looking for, and what I despaired of finding at my price." "I'm forbidden to tell why it isn't for sale," said the executive, starting to float off. "It might hurt our business reputation if the truth about that bit of our celestial properties became widely known." "Oh, disintegrate it all! Why wasn't that thing erased from the charts weeks ago?" "Wait a minute." Harley caught him by the arm and detained him. "You've gone too far to back out now. I'm too eager to find such a place as your Z40 to be thrown off the subject like a child. Why isn't it for sale?" The man tightened his lips as though to refuse to answer, then shrugged. "I'll tell you," he said at last, "but I beg you to keep it confidential. If some of our investors on neighboring asteroids ever found out about the peril of joining them on Z40, they'd probably insist on having their money back." He led the way to a more secluded spot under the big dome and spoke in a low tone, with many a glance over his shoulder to see if anyone were within earshot. "Z40 is an exceptionally fine bit of property. It is commodious, about 20 miles in diameter. Its internal heat is such that it has a delightful climate, in spite of the extreme rarity of atmosphere common to even the best of asteroids. It has a small lake. In fact, it has about everything a man could want. Yet, as I said, it is uninhabitable." His voice sank still lower. "You see, sir, there's already a tenant on that sphere. A tenant that was in possession long before Celestial Developments Company was organized. And it's a tenant that can't be bought off or reasoned with. It's some sort of beast, powerful, ferocious, and it makes it certain death for a man to try to land there." "A beast?" echoed Harley. "What kind of a beast?" "We don't know. In fact, we hardly even know what it looks like. But from what little has been seen of it, it's clear that it is like no other specimen known to universal science. It's something enormous, some freak of animal creation that seems invulnerable to man's small weapons. And that's why we can't offer the place for sale. It would be suicide for anyone to try to make a home there." "Has anyone ever tried it?" asked Harley. "Any competent adventurer, I mean." "Yes. Twice we sold Z40 before we realized that there was something terribly wrong with it. Both buyers were hardy, intrepid men. The first was never heard of after 36 hours on the asteroid. The second man managed to escape in his Blinko dart and came back to Earth to tell of a vast creature that had attacked him during one of the 3-hour nights. His hair was white from the sight of it, and he's still in a sanitarium, slowly recovering from the nervous shock." Harley frowned thoughtfully. "If this thing is more than a match for one man, why don't you send an armed band with heavy atomic guns and clear the asteroid by main force?" "My dear sir, don't you suppose we've tried that? Twice we sent expensive expeditions to Z40 to blow the animal off the face of the sphere, but neither expedition was able to find the thing, whatever it is. Possibly it was intelligent enough to hide if faced by overwhelming force. When the second expedition failed, we gave up. Poor business to go further. Already Z40 has cost us more than we could clear on the sale of half a dozen planetoids. For a long time Harley was silent. The company was a hard-headed, cold-blooded concern. Anything that kept them from selling an asteroid must be terrible indeed. His jaw set in a hard line. "You've been honest with me," he said at length. "I appreciate it. Just the same, I want to buy Z40. Maybe I can oust the present tenant. I'm pretty good with a ray pistol. It would be poor policy for us to sell the asteroid. We don't want to become known as the firm that trades in globes on which it's fatal to land. Surely my fate is none of your worry," urged Harley. "The asteroid," began the executive with an air of finality, "is not for—" "Man, it's got to be!" cried Harley. Then, with a perceptible effort, he composed himself. "There's a reason. The reason is a girl. I'm a poor man and she's an heiress to a fabulous—well, frankly, she's the daughter of 3W28W12 himself." The executive started at the mention of the universally known number. "I don't want to be known as a fortune hunter, and my best bet is to find a potentially rich asteroid, cheap, and develop it, incidentally getting an exclusive estate for my bride and myself, far out in space, away from the smoke and bustle of urban Earth. Z40, save for the menace you say now has possession of it, seems to be just what I want. If I can clear it, it means the fulfillment of all my dreams. With that in view, do you think I'd hesitate to risk my neck?" "No," said the executive slowly, looking at the young man's powerful shoulders and square-set chin and resolute eyes. "I don't think you would." "Well, so be it. I'd greatly prefer not to sell you Z40. But if you want to sign an agreement that we're released from all blame or responsibility in case of your death, you can buy it." "I'll sign any agreement you please," snapped Harley. "Here is a down payment of $170,000. My name is Harley, signed 2Q14N20. Unmarried, though I hope to change that soon, if I live. Occupation mining engineer, 10-bar degree. Age 34. Now draw me up a deed to Z40 and see that I am given a stellar call number on the switchboard of the Radivision Corporation. I'll drop around there later and get the receiving unit. Good day." And, adjusting his gravity regulator to lighten his weight to less than a pound, he catapulted out the archway. Behind him, a prosaic business executive snatched a moment from a busy day to indulge in a sentimental flight of fancy. He had read once of curious old-time beings called knights, who had undertaken to fight and slay fire-breathing things called dragons, for the sake of an almost outmoded emotion referred to as love. It occurred to him that this brusque man of action might be compared to such a being. He was undertaking to slay a dragon and win a castle for the daughter of 3W28W12. The romantic thought was abruptly broken up by the numeral. It jarred so, somehow, that modern use of numbers instead of names, when thinking of sentimental passages of long ago. "The rose is fair, but in all the world there is no rose as fair as thou, my princess, 3W28W12. No, that wouldn't do." Cursing himself for a soft-headed fool, he went to deliver a stinging rebuke to somebody for not having blocked Z40 off the asteroid chart weeks before. "Harley, 2Q14N20, recited the control assistant at Landon Field. "Destination asteroid Z40, red belt. Arc 31.3470. Sights corrected. Flight period 12 minutes 48 seconds past 9 o'clock. All set, sir?" Harley nodded. He stepped inside the double shell of his new Blinko Dart, that small but excellent quality production craft that had entirely replaced the cumbersome spaceships of a decade ago, and screwed down the manhole lid. Then, with his hands on the gravity bar, he gazed out the rear panel, ready to throw the lever at the control assistant's signal. The move was unthinkingly, mechanically made. Too many times he had gone through this process of being aimed by astronomical calculation and launched into the heavens to be much stirred by the wonder of it. The journey to Z40 in the Dart was no more disquieting than, a century and a half ago, before the United States had fused together into one vast city, a journey from Chicago to Florida would have been in one of the inefficient gasoline-driven vehicles of that day. All his thoughts were on his destination, and on a wonder as to what could be the nature of the thing that dwelt there. He'd just come from the sanitarium, where the man who bought Z40 before him was recovering from nervous exhaustion. He'd gone there to try to get first-hand information about the creature the executive at the Celestial Development Company had talked so vaguely of, and the tale the convalescent had told him of the thing on the asteroid was as fantastic as it was sketchy. A tremendous, weirdly man-like creature looming in the dim night. A thing that had seemed a part of the planetoid itself, fashioned from the very dirt and rock from which it had risen. A thing immune to the ray pistol, that latest and deadliest of man-made small arms. A thing that moved like a walking mountain and stared with terrible, stony eyes at its prey. That was what the fellow said he had faintly made out in the darkness before his nerves had finally given way. He had impressed Harley as being a capable kind of person, too, not at all the sort to distort facts, nor to see imaginary figures in the night. There was the matter of the stone splinter, however, which certainly argued that the wan, prematurely white-haired fellow was a little unbalanced, and hence not to be believed too implicitly. He'd handed it to Harley and gravely declared that it was a bit of the monster's flesh. "Why, it's only a piece of rock," Harley had exclaimed before he could check himself. "Did you ever see a rock like it before?" Turning it over in his hands, Harley had been forced to admit he never had. It was of the texture and roughness of granite, but more heavily shot with quartz, or tridymite, than any other granite he'd ever seen. It had a dull, opalescent sheen, too. But it was a rock, all right. "It's a piece of that thing's hide," the man had told him. "It flaked off when it tried to pry open the manhole cover on the ray dart. A moment after that, I got Radivision arc directions from London Field, aimed my sights, and shot for Earth. It was a miracle I escaped." "But surely your ray pistol," Harley had begun, preserving a discreet silence about the man's delusion concerning the stone splitter. "I tell you it was useless as a toy. Never before have I seen any form of life that could stand up against a ray gun. But this thing did." This was another statement Harley had accepted with a good deal of reservation. He had felt sure the weapon the man had used had a leak in the power chamber, or was in need of recharging, or something of the kind, for it had been conclusively proved that all organic matter withered and burned away under the impact of the Ranchon ray. Nevertheless, discounting heavily the convalescent's wild story, only a fool would have clung to the conviction that the menace on Z40 was a trivial one. There was something on that asteroid, something larger and more deadly than Harley had ever heard of before in all his planetary wanderings. He squared his shoulders. Whatever it was, he was about to face it, man against animal. He was reasonably certain his ray gun would down anything on 2 legs, or 10. If it didn't, well, there was nothing else that could, and he'd certainly provide a meal for the creature, assuming it ate human flesh. A mechanic tapped against the rear view panel to recall his wandering attention. The control assistant held up his hands, fingers outspread, to indicate that there were 10 seconds left. Harley's hand went to his throat, where was hung a locket, a lovely but useless trinket of the kind once much worn by Earthwomen, and his fingers tightened tenderly on it. It had belonged to Bernice 3W28W12's great-great-grandmother, and Bernice had given it to him as a token. "With luck, my dear," he whispered aloud. "With luck." There was a slight vibration. He threw the gravity bar over to the first notch. Earth dropped, plummet-like, away from him. He pushed the bar to the limit leg and, at a rate of hundreds of miles a second, was repelled from Earth toward Z40 and the thing that skulked there. With a scarcely perceptible jar, he landed on the small sphere that, he hoped, was to be his future home. Before opening his manhole lid, he went from panel to panel of the dart, cautiously reconnoitering. He had elected to land beside the little lake that was set like a 300-acre gem on the surface of Z40, and it was more than possible that the enemy had its den nearby. However, a careful survey of the curved landscape in all directions failed to reveal a glimpse of anything remotely threatening. He donned his oxygen concentrator, in appearance a simple tube of a thing, projecting about 6 inches above his forehead, and set in a light metal band that encircled his head. Adjusting his gravity regulator so he wouldn't inadvertently walk clear off into empty space, he calculated his weight would be less than 1/20 of an ounce here. He stepped out of the dart and gazed around at the little world. Before him was the tiny lake, of an emerald green hue in the flashing sunlight. Around its shores, and covering the adjacent softly rolling countryside as far as the eye could reach, was a thick growth of carmine-tinted vegetation, squat, enormous-leaved bushes, low, sturdy trees, webbed together by innumerable vines. To the left and right, miniature mountains reared ragged crests over the abbreviated horizon, making the spot he was in a peaceful, lovely valley. He sighed. There was everything here a man could wish for, provided he could win it. Loosening his ray pistol in its holster, he started to walk slowly around the lake, to choose a site for the house he intended to build. On the opposite shore, he found a place that looked suitable. A few yards back from the water's edge, curling in a thick crescent like a giant sleeping on its side, was a precipitous outcropping of rock, curious stuff rather like granite, that gleamed with dull opalescence in the brilliant sunlight. With that as a sort of natural buttress behind the house, and with the beautiful lake as his front door yard, he'd have a location that any man might envy. He returned to his dart, hopped back across the lake in it, and unloaded his go drill. With this he planned to sink a shaft that would serve in the future as a cellar for his villa, and in the present as an entrenchment against danger. But now the swift night of Z40 was almost upon him. The low slant of the descending sun warned him that he had less than 10 minutes of light left until the next 3-hour day should break over the eastern rim. He placed the drums in the flexible hose of the SCO drill so that he could begin operations with it as soon as the dawn broke, and started to walk toward the precipitous outcropping of quartziferous stone immediately behind the home site he'd picked. He would climb to the top of this for a short look around, and then return to the dart, in which double-hulled metal fortress he thought he would be safe from anything. He had almost reached the rock outcropping when the peculiarities of its outline struck him anew. He'd already observed that the craggy mound rather resembled a sleeping, formless giant. The closer he got to it, the more the resemblance was heightened, and the greater grew his perplexity. It sprang straight up from the carmine underbrush, like a separate heap of stone cast there by some mighty hand. One end of it tapered down in a thick ridge, and this ridge had a deep, horizontal cleft running along it, which made it appear as though it were divided into 2 leg-like members. In the center of the mound swelled a resemblance of a paunchy trunk with sagging shoulders. This was topped by a huge, nearly round ball that looked for all the world like a head. There were even rudimentary features. It was grotesque, one of those freak sculptures of nature, Harley reflected, that made it seem as though the old girl had a mind and artistic talent of her own. He scrambled through the brush until he reached that part of the long mound that looked like a head. There, as the sun began to stream the red lines of its descent over the sky, he prepared to ascend for his view of the surrounding landscape. He'd got within 20 feet of the irregular ball, and had adjusted his gravity regulator to enable him to leap to its top, when he stopped as abruptly as though he had been suddenly paralyzed. Over the two deep pits that resembled nostrils in the grotesque mask of a face, he thought he had observed a quiver. The illusion had occurred in just the proper place for an eyelid. It was startling, to say the least. "I'm getting imaginative," said Harley. He spoke aloud, as a man tends to do when he is alone and uneasy. "I'd better get a tighter grip on my nerves, or, oh God!" Coincident with the sound of his voice in the thin, quiet air, the huge stump that looked like legs stirred slightly. A tremor ran through the entire mass of rock, and directly in front of Harley, less than 20 feet from where he stood, a sort of half-moon shaped curtain of rock slid slowly up to reveal an enormous, staring eye. Frozen with a terror such as he had never felt before in a life filled with adventure, scarce breathing, Harley glared at the monstrous spectacle transpiring before him. A hill was coming to life. A granite cliff was growing animate. It was impossible, but it was happening. The half-moon curtains of rock that so eerily resembled eyelids blinked heavily. He could hear the faint rasping, like the rustle of sandpaper, as they did so. One of the great stumps moved distinctly, independent of the other. 3 columnar masses of rock, arms or tentacles, with a dozen hinged joints in each, slowly moved away from the parent mass near the base of the head and extended toward the Earthman. Still in his trance, with his heart pounding in his throat until he thought it would burst, Harley watched the further awful developments. The eyelids remained open, disclosing 2 great dull eyes, like poorly polished agates, which stared expressionlessly at him. There was a convulsion like a minor earthquake, and the mass shortened and heightened its bulk, raising itself to a sitting position. The 3 hinged, irregular arms suddenly extended themselves to the full in a thrust that barely missed him. They were tipped, those arms, with immense claws, like interlocking, rough-hewn stone fingers. They crashed emptily together within a few feet of Harley. Then, and not until then, did the paralysis of horror loosen its grip on the human. He tore its ray pistol from its holster and pointed it at the incredible body. An angry blue-green cone of light leapt from the muzzle and played over the mighty torso. Nothing happened. He squeezed the trigger back to the guard. The blue-green beam increased in intensity, and a crackling noise was audible. Under that awful power, the monster should have disappeared, dissolved into a greasy mist. But it didn't. The light beam from the ray gun died away. The power was exhausted. It was only good for about 10 seconds of such an emergency, full-force discharge, after which it must be recharged again. The 10 seconds were up, and the gigantic creature against which it had been directed had apparently felt no injury from a beam that would have annihilated 10,000 men. The now useless ray pistol slipped from his limp fingers. Stupefied with the horror of the futility of the deadly Ranchon ray against this terrible adversary, he stood rooted to the spot. Then the thing reached for him again, and his muscles were galvanized into action. To instinctive, stupid, reasonless action. Screaming incoherently, mad with the horror of the stone claws that had clutched at him, he turned and ran. In great leaps he bounded away from the accursed lake, and made for the taller trees and thick vegetation at a distance from the shore. It was the worst thing he could have done. There was a chance he could have reached his dart, had he thought of it, and soared aloft, out of reach. But he thought of nothing. All he wanted to do, in that abysmal fear that can still make a mindless animal out of a civilized man, was to run and hide, to get away from the fearful monster that had risen up to glare at him with those stony, pitiless eyes, and to reach for him with 2-fingered bands like grinding rock vices. Just as the sun fell below the rim of the asteroid, plunging it into a darkness only faintly relieved by the light of the stars, he crashed into the deeper underbrush. A trailing creeper tripped him in his mad flight. He fell headlong, to lie panting, sobbing for breath, in the thick carpet of blood-colored moss. Behind him, from the direction of the lake, he heard a sudden clangor, as of rock beating against metal. This endured only a short time. Then the solid ground beneath him shook slightly, and an appalling crash of trees and underbrush to the rear of him told him that the stone colossus was on his trail. He leapt to his feet and continued his great bounds over the sharply curving surface of the asteroid, banging against tree trunks, bruising himself against stones, falling in the darkness to rise again and flee as before in a mad attempt to distance the crashing sound of pursuit behind him. Then he felt himself writhing in the thin air as his flying course took him over the edge of a cliff. Down, down he fell, to land in a dense bed of foliage far below. Something hit his head with a terrific force. Pinwheels of light flashed before his eyes, to fade into velvety nothingness. Slowly, uncertainly, he wavered back to consciousness. For a moment he was aware of nothing, save that he was lying on some surface that was jagged and uncomfortable, and that it was broad daylight. He opened his eyes and saw that he was reclining across a springy bed formed of the top of the tree. Ahead of him loomed a cliff about 100 feet high. Remembrance suddenly came to him. The unreasoning rush through the underbrush, the nightmare creature lumbering swiftly after him, the fall over the cliff into the top of this tree. With a cry, he sat up, expecting to see the stone giant nearby and poised to leap. But it was nowhere in sight. Nor, listening as intently as he would, could he hear the sounds of its crashing path through the brush. Somehow, for a moment at least, he had been saved. Perhaps his disappearance over the cliff edge had thrown it off his track. He became aware of the fact that it was difficult for him to breathe. His lungs were heaving in a vain effort to suck in more oxygen, and his tongue felt thick, as though he were being strangled. Then he saw that his oxygen concentrator had been knocked from his head when he fell, and was dangling from a limb several feet away. It was almost out of breathing range. Had it fallen on through the branches to the ground, he would have died in his unconsciousness, in the rarefied atmosphere. He reached for it, settled the band around his head again. After once more listening and peering around to make sure the rock colossus was not about, he descended the tree that had saved his life, and began to walk in the direction he judged the lake to be. He would get into his dart, cruise aloft out of harm's way, and perhaps think up some effective course of action. He was thinking clearly now, and in the glare of daylight, no longer an unreasoning animal fleeing blindly over a dim-lit foreign sphere. He was unable to understand his panic of the night. Afraid? Of course he had been afraid. What man wouldn't have been at the sight of that monstrous thing? But that he, Harley 2Q14N20, should have lost his head completely and gone plunging off into the brush like that, seemed unbelievable. To the depths of his soul he felt ashamed, and to his own soul he made the promise that he would wipe out, in action, that hour of cowardice. As he wound his way through the squat, carmine forest, he tried to figure out the nature of the thing that had crashed balefully after him in the black hours. It had seemed made of rock, a giant primitive stone statue imbued with life. But it was impossible that that should really be fashioned of rock. At least it ought to be impossible. Rock is inorganic, inanimate. It simply couldn't have the spark of life in it. Harley had seen many strange creatures on many strange planets, but never had he seen inorganic mineral matter endowed with animation, nor had anyone else. Yet the thing looked as though it were made of stone, of some peculiar quartz-suffused granite, proving that the wan, white-haired man he had talked to in the sanitarium had not been mad at all, but only too terribly sane. The creature's very eyes had had a stony look. Its eyelids had rasped like stone curtains rubbing together. Its awful two-fingered hands or claws had ground together like stones rubbing. Was it akin to the lizards, the cold-blooded life of Earth? Was this rocky exterior merely a horny shell like that of a turtle? No. Horn is horn and rock is rock. the two can't be confused. The only theory Harley could form was that the giant beast was in some strange way a link between the animal and mineral kingdoms. Its skeletal structure, perhaps, was silicate in substance, extending to provide an outside covering that had hardened into actual stone, while forming an interior support to flesh that was half organic, half inorganic matter. Some such silicate construction was to be found in the sponge of Earth. Could this be a gigantic relative of that lowly creature? He did not know, and couldn't guess. He wasn't a zoologist. All he knew was that the thing appeared to be formed of living, impregnable stone. He knew also that this fabulous creature was bent on destroying him. At this point in his reflections, the glint of water came to his eyes between the tree trunks ahead of him. He had come back to the lake. For moments he stood behind one of the larger trees on the fringe and searched around the shore for sight of the rock giant. It was nowhere in evidence. Rapidly he advanced from the forest and ran for the Dart. From a distance it looked to be all right, but as he drew near, a cry rose involuntarily to his lips. In a dozen places the double hull of the little spacecraft was battered in. The manhole lid was torn from its braces and bent double. The glass panels, unbreakable in themselves, had been shoved clear into the cabin, their empty sash frames gaping at Harley like blind eyes. Never again would that Blinko Dart speed through the heavens. He went to the spot where he had left his skodrill, and a further evidence of the thing's cold-blooded ferocity was revealed. The intricate mechanism had been wrenched into twisted pieces. The drums were battered in, and the flexible hose links torn apart in shreds. The inventor himself couldn't have put it in working order again. He was hopelessly trapped. He had no means of fighting the Colossus. He had no way of escaping into space, nor of returning to Earth and trying to raise a loan that would allow him to come back here with men and atomic guns. He hadn't even a way to entrench himself in the ground against the next attack. For an instant his hair prickled in a flash of the blind panic that had seized him a few hours before. With a tremendous effort of will he fought it down. This, the destruction of his precious Dart and drill, was the result of one siege of insensate fear. If he succumbed to another one, he might well dash straight into the arms of death. He sank to the ground and rested his chin on his fists, concentrating all his intellect on the hopeless problem that faced him. The surface of Z40 was many square miles in extent, but if he tried to hide himself, he knew it was only a question of time before he would be hunted down. The asteroid was too tiny to give him indefinite concealment. Flight, then, was futile. But if he didn't try to conceal himself in the sparse forest lands, it meant that he must stay to face the monster at once, which was insanity. What could he do, barehanded, against that 30-foot, 3-tentacled silicate mass of incredible life? It was useless to run, and it was madness to stay and confront the thing. What then could he do? The sun had slid down the sky, and the red of another swift dusk was heralding the short night before he shook his head somberly and gave the fatal riddle up. He rose to his feet, intending to make his way back to the concealment, such as it was, of the forest. It might be that he could find safety in some lofty treetop till day dawned again. Then he stopped and listened. What was that? From far away to the left, he could hear the faint sounds of some gargantuan stirring. And coincident with the flickering out of the last scrap of sunlight, a distant crashing came to his ears as an enormous body smashed like an armored ship through the trees and thorn bushes and trailing vines. The rock thing had found his trail and was after him again. A second time Harley fled through the dim-lighted night, stumbling over boulders and tripping on creepers. But this time his flight was not that of panic. Frightened enough he was, but his mind was working clearly as he leapt through the forest away from the source of the crashing. The first thing he noted was that though, as far as his ears could inform him, He was managing to keep his lead. He wasn't outdistancing his horrible pursuer by a yard. Dark though the night was, and far away as he contrived to keep himself, the Colossus seemed to cling to his trail as easily as though following a well-blazed path. He climbed a tree, faced at right angles to the course he had pursued, and swung for the next tree. It was a long jump, but desperation lent abnormal power to his muscles, and the gravity regulator adjusted to extremely low pitch was a great help. He made it safely. Another swinging leap into the dark, to land sprawling in a second tree, a third, a fourth. Finally he crouched in a tangle of boughs and listened. He was a quarter of a mile from the point where he had turned from his first direction. Perhaps this deviation would throw the rock terror off. It didn't. He heard the steady smashing noise stop. For an instant there was a silence in the darkness of the asteroid that was painful. Then the crashing was resumed, this time drawing straight toward where he was hidden. Somehow the thing had learned of his change of direction. He continued his flight into the night, his eyes staring glassily into the darkness, his expression the ghastly one of a condemned man. And as he fled, the crashing behind him told him how he was followed, easily, infallibly, in spite of all his twisting and turning and efforts at concealment. What a hellish intelligence the monster must possess! He ran for eternities. He ran till his chest was on fire and the sobbing agony of his breathing could be heard for yards. He ran till spots of fire floated before his eyes, and the blood, throbbing in his brain, cut off the noise of the devilish pursuit behind him. At long last his legs buckled under him, and he fell, to rise no more. He was done. He knew it. He was the position of the hunted animal that lies panting, every muscle paralyzed with absolute exhaustion, and glares in an agony of helplessness at the hunter whose approach spells death. The crashing grew louder. The tremor of the ground grew more pronounced as the vast pursuer pounded along with its tons and tons of weight. Harley gazed into the blackness back along the way he had come, his eyes sunk deep in the hollows fatigue had carved in his face, and waited for the end. The dark night darkened still more with the approach of another swift, inexorable dawn. There was a terrific rending of tree trunks and webbed creepers. Dimly in the darkness he could see something that towered on a level with the tallest trees, something that moved as rapidly and steadily as though driven by machinery. Fear so great that it nauseated him swept over him in waves, but he could not move. The first gray smear of dawn appeared in the sky. In the ghostly grayness he got a clearer and clearer sight of the monster. He groaned and cowered there while it approached him, more slowly now, eyeing him with staring, stony orbs in which there was no expression of any kind, of rage or bait, of curiosity or triumph. Great stumps of legs with no joints in them, on which the Colossus stalked like a moving stone tower. A body resembling an enormous boulder carved by an amateurish hand to portray the trunk of a human being. A craggy sphere of rock for a head, set directly atop the deeply riven shoulders. A face like the horrible mask of an embryonic gargoyle. A mouth that was simply a lipless chasm that opened and closed with the sound of rocks grinding together in a slow-moving glacier, the whole veiled thinly by trailing lengths of snapping vines, great shattered tree boughs, bushes, all uprooted in its stumping march through the forest. Harley closed his eyes to shut out the sight, but in spite of himself they flashed open again and stared on, as though hypnotized by the spectacle they witnessed. The gray of dawn lightened to the first rose tint of the rising sun. As though stung to action by the breaking of day, the thing hastened its ground-shaking pace. With one last stride, it came to Harley's side and loomed far above, the unwinking eyes glaring down at him. The three arms, hinged at equidistant points at the base of the horrible head, slowly lowered toward his prostrate form. There was a grating noise as the creature hinged in the middle and bent low. bringing its enormous, staring eyes within 2 yards of his face. One of its hands closed over his leg, tentatively, experimentally, as though to ascertain of what substance he was made. He cried aloud as the rock vise, like a gigantic lobster claw, squeezed tight. The thing drew back abruptly. Then the chasm of its mouth opened a little, for all the world as though giving vent to soundless, demonic laughter. All 3 of the vice-like hands clamped over him, lightly enough, considering their vast size, and intimating that the colossus did not mean to kill him for a moment or two, but so cruelly that his senses swam with the pain of it. He felt the grip relax. The stone pincers were lifted from him, slithering to the ground beside him. The first blinding rays of the sun were beating straight on the colossal figure, which glittered fantastically, like a huge splintered opal, in their brilliance. It glared down at Harley. The abyss of a mouth opened as though giving vent to a silent, infernal laughter. Then, with the noise of a landslide, the giant form settled slowly to the ground. The rock half-moons of curtains dropped over the expressionless, dull eyes. The whole great figure quivered and grew still. It lay without movement, stretched along the ground like a craggy, opalescent hill. Dazed, stunned by such fantastic behavior, Harley struggled wearily to his feet. He had been a dead man, as surely as though shot with a ray gun. One twitch of those terrible rock pincers would have broken him in 2 pieces. It had seemed as though the deadly twitch were surely forthcoming, and then the thing had released him, had laid down to go to sleep, or was it asleep? He took a few slow steps away from it, expecting to see the 3 great tentacles flash out to capture him as a cat claws at a mouse that it thinks is escaping. The arms didn't move. Astonishing as this was, Harley was free to run away if he chose. Why was that? A hint of a clue to the creature's action began to unfold in his mind. When he had first laid eyes on it, in daylight, it was asleep. It had not pursued him during the preceding day, which argued that, again, it was asleep. And now, with the first touch of dawn, it was once more quiet, immobile. The answer seemed to be that it was entirely nocturnal, that for some obscure, unguessable reason, sunlight induced in it a state of suspended animation. It seemed an insane theory, but no other surmise was remotely reasonable. But if it were invariably sunk in a coma during daylight, why had it delayed killing him just a moment ago? Its every action indicated that it possessed intelligence of a high order. It was more than probable that it realized its limitation. Why didn't it act in accordance with that realization? On thinking it over, he believed he had an answer to that, too. He remembered the way the gaping mouth had seemed to express devilish mirth. The thing was playing with him. That was all. It had saved him for another night of hopeless flight and infallible trailing through the forests of Z40. He gazed at the monster in a frenzy of impotent rage and fear. If only he could kill it somehow in its sleep. But he couldn't. In no way could he harm it. Secure in its silicate covering, it was impervious to his wildest attempts at destruction. And it knew it, too. Hadn't it laughed just before sinking down to slumber through the asteroidal day? With his scodrill, he might have pierced that silicon dioxide armor until he reached the creature's gritty flesh. Then he could have used his ray pistol, possibly disintegrating all its vitals and leaving only an empty rock shell sprawling hugely there in the trampled underbrush. But he had neither drill nor pistol. One had been wrecked by the monster, the other he had dropped in his madness of fright after completely exhausting its power chamber. Half crazed by the hopelessness of his plight, he paced up and down beside the great length of the animated stone, trapped on an asteroid, utterly unarmed, alone with the most pitiless, invulnerable creature nature had placed in a varied universe. Could hell itself have devised a more terrible fate? Shuddering, he turned away. He had some 2.5 hours of grace before the sun should set again, and the darkness release the Colossus from its torpor. There was only one thing he could do: place the diameter of the sphere between the thing and himself, and try to exist through another night of terror. His hands went to his belt to adjust the gravity regulator strapped about his waist. By reducing his weight to an ounce or two, he could make the long journey possible for his fatigue-numbed muscles. His hands clenched into fists, and his breath whistled between his set teeth, as a wild hope came to him. The touch of the regulator had brought inspiration, a way to defeat the gigantic creature stretched on the ground beside him, a way to banish it forever from the surface of this lovely little world, where all was perfect but the monstrous thing with which it was cursed. Trembling with the reaction wrought in him by the faint glow of hope, he began to race toward the lake and his wrecked Blinko dart. It wasn't hard to find the way. The rock giant had left a trail as broad as a road, trees broken off like celery stalks, bushes smashed flat, tracks that looked like shallow wells sunk into the firm ground. 50 yards to a step, he leaped along this path, praying that one object, just one bit of machinery in the dark, had escaped the general wreckage. Arriving at the small shell at last, he was forced to pause a moment and compose himself before he could step into the battered interior. Everything hinged on this one final chance. Drawing a long breath, he entered the cabin and made his way to the stern repeller. A groan escaped his lips. It was ruined. Evidently the thing had reached in the manhole opening with one of its 3 mighty tentacles and, with sure instinct, had fastened its stone claws on the repeller housing. At any rate, it was ground to bits. But there was the bow repeller. He went to that, and the flame of hope came back to his eyes. It was untouched. He threw back the housing to make sure. Yes, the intersliding series of plates that reversed or neutralized gravitational attraction at a touch were in alignment. He bent to the task of disconnecting it from the heavy bed plate to which it was bolted, his fingers flying frenziedly. Then back to the torpid Colossus he hurried, clutching the precious repeller tight in his arms, lest he should drop it, walking carefully lest he should fall with it. Then he was faced with a new difficulty that at first seemed insurmountable. How could he fasten the repeller to the great, impenetrable, opalescent bulk? A second time he bounded back toward the dart, to return with the heavy bow and stern bed plates from its hull. Once more the orange ball of the sun was sinking low. The terrible brevity of those 3-hour days. He had less than 10 minutes, Earth time, in which to work. One of the thing's arms, or tentacles, was pointed out away from the parent mass. It was twice the diameter of his body, and was ponderously heavy, but by rigging a fulcrum and lever device, with a stone as the fulcrum, and a tough log as the lever, he managed to raise it high enough to thrust one of the bed plates under it. The other massive metal sheet he laid across the top. The lower rim of the sun touched the horizon. A tremor ran through the Colossus. In frantic haste, racing against the flying seconds, Harley clamped the 2 plates tight against the columnar tentacle, with 4 long hull bolts from the dart. He set the repeller in position on the top bed plate and began to fasten it down. He felt another tremor run through the stone column on which he was squatting. With a rasping sound, one of the half-moon rock curtains the thing had for eyelids blinked open and shut. He shot the last bolt into place and tightened it. The stone claws, just behind which he had fastened the repeller, ground savagely shut. The great tentacle began to lift and carry him with it toward the chasm of a mouth. That chasm opened wide. Harley straightened up and jumped for the ground. As he jumped, he kicked the repeller control bar hard over. There was a shrieking of the wind as though all the hurricanes in the universe were battling each other. He felt himself turned over and over. buffeted, torn at, in a mad aerial whirlpool. The whirlpool calmed as the abruptly created vacuum caused by the monster's rapid drive upward passed after it into space. Far overhead, there was one fleeting glimpse of a pinpoint of dull opalescence reflecting the rays of the dying sun. Then the pinpoint disappeared in the fathomless space. With his gravity regulator adjusted to the point where it almost neutralized his weight, he fell slowly back to the ground. Almost immediately after he had landed in the darkness that blanketed the surface of the planetoid, a big space yacht settled down near him. A searchlight bored a hole in the blackness to bathe him in cold light. Down the beam came a band of men from Earth, pushing atomic cannon and gazing apprehensively about them. In the lead was an elderly man with a 6-bar dollar mark insignia of a business executive on his purple tunic. He hastened to Harley's side. Harley only dimly heard what he said. Something to the effect that the man had been worried after selling the fatal asteroid, had got in touch with Radivision Corporation, and learned that his call number was dead. Had come with men and big guns to rescue him, if it wasn't too late, and take him back to Earth. Had cruised for half an hour before locating him. I've been calling myself a murderer ever since I let you have Z40, Mr. 2Q14N20, he concluded. I was sure we'd get here only to find that you'd been killed. But I see you've managed to escape from the creatures so far. Though, by the look of you, it must have been a narrow shave. At this, Harley shook off the gathering dizziness that hazed his mind. He threw back his shoulders. Managed to escape? I did better than that. I got rid of the thing forever. Yes, I'll return to Earth with you, but only because I need a new Blinko dart. I'm coming back to Z40 at once. Perfect little paradise, now that I've got rid of that inanimate rock pile. The belated rescuers caught him as he collapsed. This implement, invented by Blansko 9X247A in 2052, is not so much a drill as a compressor. It is something superficially defined in the Universal Dictionary, 2061 edition, as a portable mechanism which, by altering gaseous blasts of extreme heat and cold, breaks down the atoms of inorganic matter, causing them to collapse together in dense compression. Thus, a cubic yard of earth can be reduced in size in a few moments to a pebble no larger than a pea, which pebble would weigh on Earth close to a ton. End of The Planetoid of Peril by Paul Ernst. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Project Hush by William Tenn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. Project Hush by William Tenn. The biggest job in history, and it had to be done with complete secrecy. It was. Which was just the trouble. I guess I'm just a stickler, a perfectionist, but if you do a thing, I always say you might as well do it right. Everything satisfied me about the security measures on our assignment except one. The official Army designation. I don't know who thought it up, and I certainly would never ask, but whoever it was, he should have known better. Damn it, when you want a project kept secret, you don't give it a designation like that. You give it something neutral, some name, like the Manhattan and Overlord they used in World War II, which won't excite anybody's curiosity. But we were stuck with Project Hush, and we had to take extra measures to ensure secrecy. A couple of times a week, everyone on the project had to report to Psycho for DD and HA, dream detailing and hypnoanalysis, instead of the usual monthly visit. Naturally, the commanding general of the heavily fortified research post to which we were attached could not ask what we were doing under penalty of court-martial, but he had to be given further instructions to shut off his imagination like a faucet every time he heard an explosion. Some idiot in Washington was actually going to list Project Hush in the military budget, by name. It took fast action, I can tell you, to have it entered under Miscellaneous X Research. Well, we'd covered the unforgivable blunder, though not easily. And now we could get down to the real business of the project. You know, of course, about the A-bomb, H-bomb, and C-bomb, because information that they existed had been declassified. You don't know about the other weapons being devised, and neither did we. Reasonably enough, since they weren't our business, but we had been given properly guarded notification that they were in the works. Project Hush was set up to counter the new weapons. Our goal was not just to reach the moon. We had done that on 24th of June 1967 with an unmanned ship that carried instruments to report back data on soil, temperature, cosmic rays, and so on. Unfortunately, it was put out of commission by a rock slide. An unmanned rocket would be useless against the new weapons. We had to get to the moon before any other country did and set up a permanent station, an armed one, and do it without anybody else knowing about it. I guess you see now why we on, damn the name, Project Hush were so concerned about security. But we felt pretty sure before we took off that we had plugged every possible leak. We had, all right. Nobody even knew we had raised ship. We landed at the northern tip of Mare Nubium, just off Regiomontanus, and after planting a flag with appropriate throat-catching ceremony, had swung into the realities of the tasks we had practiced on so many dry runs back on Earth. Major Monroe Gridley prepared the big rocket with its tiny cubicle of living space for the return journey to Earth, which he alone would make. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Hawthorne painstakingly examined our provisions and portable quarters for any damage that might have been incurred in landing, and I, Colonel Benjamin Rice, first commanding officer of Army Base No. 1 on the moon, dragged crate after enormous crate out of the ship on my aching academic back, and piled them in the spot 200 feet away where the plastic dome would be built. We all finished at just about the same time as per schedule and went into Phase 2. Monroe and I started work on building the dome. It was a simple prefab affair, but big enough to require an awful lot of assembling. Then, after it was built, we faced the real problem, getting all the complex internal machinery in place and in operating order. Meanwhile, Tom Hawthorne took his plump self off in the single-seater rocket, which, up to then, had doubled as a lifeboat. The schedule called for him to make a rough 3-hour scouting survey in an ever-widening spiral from our dome. This had been regarded as a probable waste of time, rocket fuel, and manpower, but a necessary precaution. He was supposed to watch for such things as bug-eyed monsters out for a stroll on the lunar landscape. Basically, however, Tom's survey was intended to supply extra geological and astronomical meat for the report which Monroe was to carry back to Army HQ on Earth. Tom was back in 40 minutes. His round face, inside its transparent bubble helmet, was fish-belly white. And so were ours, once he told us what he'd seen. He had seen another dome. The other side of Mare Nubium, in the Rifane Mountains, he babbled excitedly. It's a little bigger than ours, and it's a little flatter on top, and it's not translucent either, with splotches of different colors here and there. It's a dull, dark, heavy gray. But that's all there is to see. No markings on the dome? I asked worriedly. No signs of anyone or anything around it? Neither, Colonel. I noticed he was calling me by my rank for the first time since the trip started, which meant he was saying in effect, "Man, have you got a decision to make." "Hey, Tom," Monroe put in. "Couldn't be just a regularly shaped bump in the ground, could it?" "I'm a geologist, Monroe. I can distinguish artificial from natural topography. Besides," he looked up, "I just remembered something I left out. There's a brand new tiny crater near the dome. The kind usually left by a rocket exhaust." "Rocket exhaust?" I seized on that. "Rockets, eh?" Tom grinned a little sympathetically. "Spaceship exhaust, I should have said. You can't tell from the crater what kind of propulsive device these characters are using. It's not the same kind of crater our rear jets leave, if that helps any." Of course it didn't. So we went into our ship and had a council of war. And I do mean war. Both Tom and Monroe were calling me Colonel in every other sentence. I used their first names every chance I got. Still, no one but me could reach a decision about what to do, I mean. "Look," I said at last, "here are the possibilities. They know we are here, either from watching us land a couple of hours ago or from observing Tom's scout ship. Or they did not know we are here. They are either humans from Earth, in which case they are in all probability enemy nationals, or they are alien creatures from another planet, in which case they may be friends, enemies, or what have you. I think common sense and standard military procedure demand that we consider them hostile until we have evidence to the contrary. Meanwhile, we proceed with extreme caution so as not to precipitate an interplanetary war with potentially friendly Martians or whatever they are. All right, it's vitally important that Army headquarters be informed of this immediately. But since moon-to-Earth radio is still on the drawing boards, the only way we can get through is to send Monroe back with the ship. If we do, we run the risk of having our garrison force, Tom and me, captured while he's making the return trip. In that case, their side winds up in possession of important information concerning our personnel and equipment, while our side has only the bare knowledge that somebody or something else has a base on the moon. So our primary need is more information. Therefore, I suggest that I sit in the dome on one end of a telephone hook up with Tom, who will sit in the ship, his hand over the firing button, ready to blast off for Earth the moment he gets the order from me. Monroe will take the single-seater down to the Rifane Mountains, landing as close to the other dome as he thinks safe. He will then proceed the rest of the way on foot, doing the best scouting job he can in a spacesuit. He will not use his radio, except for agreed-upon nonsense syllables to designate landing the single-seater, coming upon the dome by foot, and warning me to tell Tom to take off. If he's captured, remembering that the first purpose of a scout is acquiring and transmitting knowledge of the enemy, he will snap his suit radio on full volume and pass on as much data as time and the enemy's reflexes permit. How does that sound to you? They both nodded, and as far as they were concerned, the command decision had been made. But I was sitting under 2 inches of sweat. "One question," Tom said. "Why did you pick Monroe for the scout?" "I was afraid you'd ask that," I told him. "We're 3 extremely unathletic PhDs who have been in the Army since we finished our schooling. There isn't too much choice, but I remembered that Monroe is half Indian. Arapaho, isn't it, Monroe? And I'm hoping blood will tell." "Only trouble, Colonel," Monroe said slowly as he rose, "is that I'm 1/4 Indian, and even that... Didn't I ever tell you that my great-grandfather was the only Arapaho scout who was with Custer at the Little Bighorn?" He'd been positive Sitting Bull was miles away. "However, I'll do my best. And if I heroically don't come back, would you please persuade the security officer of our section to clear my name for use in the history books? Under the circumstances, I think it's the least he could do. I promised to do my best, of course. After he took off, I sat in the dome over the telephone connection to Tom and hated myself for picking Monroe to do the job. But I'd have hated myself just as much for picking Tom. And if anything happened and I had to tell Tom to blast off, I'd probably been sitting here in the dome all by myself after that, waiting. Brosnegi came over the radio in Monroe's resonant voice. He had landed the single-seater. I didn't dare use the telephone to chat with Tom in the ship, for fear I might miss an important word or phrase from our scout. So I sat and strained my ears. After a while, I heard Mishgashu, which told me that Monroe was in the neighborhood of the other dome and was creeping toward it under cover of whatever boulders were around. And then abruptly, I heard Monroe yell my name, and there was a terrific clattering in my headphones. Radio interference! He'd been caught, and whoever had caught him had simultaneously jammed his suit transmitter with a larger transmitter from the alien dome. Then there was silence. After a while, I told Tom what had happened. He just said, "Poor Monroe." I had a good idea of what his expression was like. "Look, Tom," I said, "if you take off now, you still won't have anything important to tell. After capturing Monroe, whatever's in that other dome will come looking for us, I think. I'll let them get close enough for us to learn something of their appearance, at least if they're human or non-human. Any bit of information about them is important. I'll shout it up to you, and you'll still be able to take off in plenty of time, all right?" "You're the boss, Colonel," he said in a mournful voice. "Lots of luck." And then there was nothing to do but wait. There was no oxygen system in the dome yet, so I had to squeeze up a sandwich from the food compartment in my suit. I sat there thinking about the expedition. 9 years and all that careful secrecy, all that expenditure of money and mind-cracking research. And it had come to this, waiting to be wiped out in a blast from some unimaginable weapon. I understood Monroe's last request. We often felt we were so secret that our immediate superiors didn't even want us to know what we were working on. Scientists are people. They wish for recognition, too. I was hoping the whole expedition would be written up in the history books, but it looked unpromising. 2 hours later, the scout ship landed near the dome. The lock opened, and from where I stood in the open door of our dome, I saw Monroe come out and walk toward me. I alerted Tom and told him to listen carefully. It may be a trick. He might be drugged. He didn't act drugged, though. Not exactly. He pushed his way past me and sat down on a box to one side of the dome. He put his booted feet up on another, smaller box. "How are you, Ben?" he asked. "How's every little thing?" I grunted. "Well," I know my voice skittered a bit. He pretended puzzlement. "Well, what?" "Oh, I see what you mean. The other dome. You want to know who's in it?" "You have a right to be curious, Ben, certainly. The leader of a top secret expedition like this, Project Hush they call us, huh, Ben? Finds another dome on the moon. He thinks he's been the first to land on it, so naturally he wants to. Major Monroe Gridley," I rapped out, "you will come to attention and deliver your report now." Honestly, I felt my neck swelling up inside my helmet. Monroe just leaned back against the side of the dome. "That's the Army way of doing things," he commented admiringly. "Like the recruits say, there's a right way, a wrong way, and an Army way. Only there are other ways, too," he chuckled. "Lots of other ways." "He's off," I heard Tom whisper over the telephone. "Ben, Monroe is gone and blown his stack." "They aren't extraterrestrials in the other dome, Ben," Monroe volunteered in a sudden burst of sanity. "No, they're human all right, and from Earth. Guess where?" "I'll kill you," I warned him. I swear I'll kill you, Monroe. Where are they from? Russia? China? Argentina? He grimaced. What's so secret about those places? Go on, guess again. I stared at him long and hard. The only place else... Sure, he said. You got it, Colonel. The other dome is owned and operated by the Navy. The goddamn United States Navy. End of Project Hush by William Tenn.
Reluctant Genius by Henry Slazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Reluctant Genius by Henry Slazer. It is said that life crawled up from the slime of the sea bottoms and became man because of inherent greatness bred into him before the dawn of time. But perhaps this urge was not as formless as we think. Buos was chastening Loloi as they sped through the ionosphere of the green planet. But like the airy creature she was, Loloi ignored the criticism and rippled zephyr-like through the clump of daffodils when they completed their descent. So pretty, she sighed. She flung her incorporeal substance around each flower, absorbing their unified beauty of scent, sight, and feel. Buos trilled himself into a column of wind to express his displeasure at her attitude. Stupid, silly, shallow thing, he said. If the others only knew how you behave. And you'll be glad to tell them, of course, she said, extending a finger of air into the roots of the wind-bent grass. She rolled across the hill ecstatically, and Buos followed in grumbling billows of energy. I don't carry tales, he replied, somewhat mortified. But we're here as observers, and you insist on making this world a plaything. I love it, she said happily. It's so warm and green. Buos whipped in front of her angrily. This is an assignment, he snapped, his emotions crackling in the air about him. We have a purpose here. Purpose, she groaned, settling over a patch of crowded clover. How many centuries will this assignment last? This world is young, said Buos. It will take time. But how long, she said mournfully. Our world will be shriveled and dead before these people have the knowledge to rescue us. Why can't we spend our lives here? And leave the others behind, said Buos stiffly. Selfish being, he said sadly. This world cannot support 1/4 of our number. Oh, I know, Loloi said. I do not mean to say such things. I am twisted by my sorrow. As if to express her self-abnegation, she corkscrewed out of the clover and into a thin spiral of near nothingness. Settle down, foolish one, said Buos, not unkindly. I know your feelings. Do you think I am not tormented as well by the slow pace of these earth things? Crude, barbaric beings, like children, with the building blocks of science. They have such a long way to go. And so few know, said Loloi despairingly. A handful of seeing minds, tens of millions of ignorant ones. Not even first principles. They're stupid, stupid. But they will learn, Buos said stubbornly. That is a historical fact. Someday they will know the true meaning of matter and light and energy. Slowly, yes, slowly. But in terms of their growth, it will seem like great speed to them. And in terms of our world, said Loloi, spinning sadly over the ground, they may be far too late. No! In his excitement, Buos forgot himself and entwined with the flowing form of the she-creature, and the result was a rending of the air that crackled like heat lightning over the field. No, he repeated again. They must not be too late. They must learn. They must learn from the very ground, and then they must fly. And then their eyes must be lifted to the stars, and the desire must extend them to all of the universe. It seems so hopeless. It cannot be. Our destiny is not extinction. They must come to us in fleets of silver, and replant our soil, and send towers of green shooting into our sky, breathing out air." "Yes, yes," Laloi cried pitifully. "It will be that way, Buos. It will be that way. That man-creature, we will begin with him." Buos floated earthward disconsolately. "He is a dreamer," he said cheerlessly. "His mind is good. He thinks of tomorrow. He is one of the knowing ones. But he cannot be moved, Laloi. His thoughts may fester and die in the prison of his brain." "No, they will not. We have watched him. He understands much. He will help us." "I have seen his like before," said Buos hopelessly. "He thinks and he works, and his conclusions will die stillborn for lack of a moving force." "Then let us provide it, Buos. Let us move him." "With what?" said the other disdainfully. "Arms of nothing, hands of vacuum, a breeze against his cheek, a rustle of leaves, a meaningless whistle in his ear?" "Let us try. Let us try. This empty watchfulness is destroying us. Let us move him, Buos. Come." Faster than the sky-sweeping clouds they flew, over the gently swelling hills, over the yearning branches of trees, over the calm blue waters of the lake. Swifter than the flight of birds they came, searching for a thinking mind. They found him at last. He knows, said Laloi. Only how to say, this is so because, and this must happen when. Only to think, to understand. They hovered over his head in a pandemonium of helplessness. They whirled and tumbled and shrilly circled. And then to Laloi the inspiration came. The apple, caught by a sudden gust of wind, twisted from its tenuous hold on the tree and fell to the ground. The man, startled, picked it up. He gazed at it, deep in thought. The End of The Reluctant Genius by Henry Slesar. A Bad Day for Sales by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. A Bad Day for Sales by Fritz Leiber. Don't wait to get 'em while they're hot. By then, it is too late to get 'em at all. The big bright doors of the office building parted with a pneumatic whoosh, and Robbie glided into Times Square. The crowd that had been watching the 50-foot-tall girl on the clothing billboard get dressed, or reading the latest news about the hot truce scrawl itself in yard-high script, hurried to look. Robbie was still a novelty. Robbie was fun. For a little while yet, he could steal the show. But the attention did not make Robbie proud. He had no more emotion than the pink plastic giantess, who dressed and undressed endlessly, whether there was a crowd or the street was empty, and who never once blinked her blue mechanical eyes. But she merely drew business, while Robbie went out after it. For Robbie was the logical conclusion of the development of the vending machine. All the earlier ones had stood in one place, on a floor or hanging on a wall, and blankly delivered merchandise in return for coins, whereas Robbie searched for customers. He was the demonstration model of a line of sales robots to be manufactured by Schuler vending machines, provided the public invested enough in stocks to give the company capital to go into mass production. The publicity Robbie drew stimulated investments handsomely. It was amusing to see the TV and newspaper coverage of Robbie's selling, but not a fraction as much fun as being approached personally by him. Those who were usually bought anywhere from 1 to 500 shares, if they had any money, and foresight enough to see that sales robots would eventually be on every street and highway in the country. Robbie radared the crowd, found that it surrounded him solidly, and stopped. With a carefully built-in sense of timing, he waited for the tension and expectation to mount before he began talking. "Say, Ma, he doesn't look like a robot at all," a child said. "He looks like a turtle," which was not completely inaccurate. The lower part of Robbie's body was a metal hemisphere hemmed with sponge rubber and not quite touching the sidewalk. The upper was a metal box with black holes in it. The box could swivel and duck. A chromium-bright hoop skirt with a turret on top. "Reminds me too much of the little Joe Paratanks," a legless veteran of the Persian War muttered, and rapidly rolled himself away on wheels rather like Robbie's. His departure made it easier for some of those who knew about Robbie to open a path in the crowd. Robbie headed straight for the gap. The crowd whooped. Robbie glided very slowly down the path, deftly jogging aside whenever he got too close to ankles in skylon or sockasins. The rubber buffer on his hoop skirt was merely an added safeguard. The boy who had called Robbie a turtle jumped in the middle of the path and stood his ground, grinning foxily. Robbie stopped 2 feet short of him. The turret ducked. The crowd got quiet. "Hello, youngster," Robbie said in a voice that was smooth as that of a TV star, and was, in fact, a recording of one. The boy stopped smiling. "Hello," he whispered. "How old are you?" Robbie asked. 9. No, 8. "That's nice," Robbie observed. A metal arm shot down from his neck, stopped just short of the boy. The boy jerked back. "For you," Robbie said. The boy gingerly took the red polylop from the neatly fashioned blunt metal claws and began to unwrap it. "Nothing to say?" asked Robbie.
Thank you."
After a suitable pause, Robbie continued. "And how about a nice refreshing drink of Poppy Pop to go with your polylolly?" The boy lifted his eyes, but didn't stop licking the candy. Robbie waggled his claws slightly. "Just give me a quarter, and within 5 seconds..." A little girl wiggled out of the forest of legs. "Give me a polylop too, Robbie," she demanded. "Rita, come back here," a woman in the third rank of the crowd called angrily. Robbie scanned the newcomer gravely. His reference silhouettes were not good enough to let him distinguish the sex of children, so he merely repeated, "Hello, youngster." "Rita, give me a polylop," disregarding both remarks, for a good salesman is single-minded and does not waste bait. Robbie said winningly, "I'll bet you read Junior Space Killers. Now I have here..." "I'm a girl. He got a polylop." At the word girl, Robbie broke off. Rather ponderously, he said, "I'll bet you read G.G. Jones' Space Stripper. Now I have here the latest issue of that thrilling comic, not yet in the stationary vending machines. Just give me 50 cents, and within 5... Please let me through, I'm her mother." A young woman in the front rank drawled over her powder-sprayed shoulders, "I'll get her for you," and slithered out on 6-inch platform shoes. "Run away, children," she said nonchalantly. Lifting her arms behind her head, she pirouetted slowly before Robbie to show how much she did for the bolero half-jacket and her form-fitting slacks that melted into skylons just above the knees. The little girl glared at her. She ended the pirouette in profile. At this age level, Robbie's reference silhouettes permitted him to distinguish sex, though with occasional amusing and embarrassing miscalls. He whistled admiringly. The crowd cheered. Someone remarked critically to a friend, "It would go over better if he were built more like a real robot, you know, like a man." The friend shook his head. "This way it's subtler." No one in the crowd was watching the news script overhead as it scribbled, "Ice pack for hot truce. Vanadin hints Russ may yield on Pakistan." Robbie was saying, "In the savage new glamour tint we have christened Mars Blood, complete with spray applicator, and a fit-all nail stalls that mask every finger completely, except for the nails. Just give me $5. Uncrumpled bills may be fed into the revolving roller you see beside my arm. And within 5 seconds..." "No, thanks, Robbie," the young woman yawned. "Remember," Robbie persisted, "for 3 more weeks, seductivizing Mars Blood will be unobtainable from any other robot or human vendor." "No, thanks." Robbie scanned the crowd resourcefully. "Is there any gentleman here?" he began, just as a woman elbowed her way through the front rank. "I told you to come back," she snapped at the little girl. "But I didn't get my pollylop." "Who would care to—" "Rita! Robbie cheated! Ow!" Meanwhile, the young woman in the half bolero had scanned the nearby gentlemen on her own. Deciding that there was less than a 50% chance of any of them accepting the proposition Robbie seemed about to make, she took advantage of the scuffle to slither gracefully back into the ranks. Once again, the path was clear before Robbie. He paused, however, for a brief recapitulation of the more magical properties of Mars blood, including a telling phrase about the passionate claws of the Martian sunrise. No one bought. It wasn't quite time. Soon enough, silver coins would be clinking, bills going through the rollers faster than laundry, and 500 people struggling for the privilege of having their money taken away from them by America's first mobile sales robot. But there were still some tricks that Robbie had to do free, and one certainly should enjoy those before starting the more expensive fun. So Robbie moved on until he reached the curb. The variation in level was instantly sensed by his underscanners. He stopped. His head began to swivel. The crowd watched in eager silence. This was Robbie's best trick. Robbie's head stopped swiveling. His scanners had found the traffic light. It was green. Robbie edged forward, but then the light turned red. Robbie stopped again, still on the curb. The crowd softly awed its delight. It was wonderful to be alive and watching Robbie on such an exciting day. Alive and amused in the fresh, weather-controlled air, between the lines of bright skyscrapers with their winking windows, and under a sky so blue you could almost call it dark. But way, way up where the crowd could not see, the sky was darker still. Purple dark, with stars showing. And in that purple dark, a silver-green something, the color of a bud, plunged down at better than 3 miles a second. The silver-green was a newly developed paint that foiled radar. Robbie was saying, "While we wait for the light, there's time for you youngsters to enjoy a nice refreshing poppy pop. Or, for you adults, only those over 5 feet tall are eligible to buy, to enjoy an exciting poppy pop fizz. Just give me a quarter, or in the case of adults, $1.25. I am licensed to dispense intoxicating liquors." And within 5 seconds, but that was not cutting it fine enough. Just 3 seconds later, the silver-green bud bloomed over Manhattan into a globular orange flower. The skyscrapers grew brighter and brighter still, the brightness of the inside of the sun. The windows winked blossoming white fire flowers. The crowd around Robbie bloomed too. Their clothes puffed into petals of flame. Their heads of hair were torches. The orange flower grew, stem and blossom. The blast came. The winking windows shattered tier by tier, became black holes. The walls bent, rocked, cracked. A stony dandruff flaked from their cornices. The flaming flowers on the sidewalk were all leveled at once. Robbie was shoved 10 feet. His metal hoop skirt dimpled, regaining its shape. The blast ended. The orange flower, grown vast, vanished overhead on its huge magic beanstalk. It grew dark and very still. The cornice dandruff pattered down. A few small fragments rebounded from the metal hoop skirt. Robbie made some small, uncertain movements, as if feeling for broken bones. He was hunting for the traffic light, but it no longer shone either red or green. He slowly scanned a full circle. There was nothing anywhere to interest his reference silhouettes. Yet, whenever he tried to move, his underscanners warned him of low obstructions. It was very puzzling. The silence was disturbed by moans and a crackling sound, as faint at first as the scampering of distant rats. A seared man, his charred clothes fuming where the blast had blown out the fire, rose from the curb. Robbie scanned him. "Good day, sir," Robbie said. "Would you care for a smoke? A truly cool smoke? Now I have here the yet unmarketed brand." But the customer had run away screaming, and Robbie never ran after customers, though he could follow them at a medium brisk roll. He worked his way along the curb where the men had sprawled, carefully keeping his distance from the low obstructions, some of which writhed now and then, forcing him to jog. Shortly, he reached a fire hydrant. He scanned it. His electronic vision, though it still worked, had been somewhat blurred by the blast. "Hello, youngster," Robbie said. Then, after a long pause, "Cat got your tongue? Well, I have a little present for you, a nice, lovely pollylop." "Take it, youngster," he said after another pause. "It's for you. Don't be afraid." His attention was distracted by other customers, who began to rise up oddly here and there, twisting forms that confused his reference silhouettes, and would not stay to be scanned properly. One cried, "Water!" But no quarter clinked in Robbie's claws when he caught the word and suggested, "How about a nice refreshing drink of poppy pop?" The rat crackling from the flames had become a jungle mutter. The blind windows began to wink fire again. A little girl marched, stepping neatly over arms and legs she did not look at. A white dress, and the once taller bodies around her, had shielded her from the brilliance and the blast. Her eyes were fixed on Robbie. In them was the same imperious confidence, though none of the delight with which she had watched him earlier. "Help me, Robbie," she said. "I want my mother." "Hello, youngster," Robbie said. "What would you like? Comics? Candy?" "Where is she, Robbie? Take me to her." "Balloons? Would you like to watch me blow up a balloon?" The little girl began to cry. The sound triggered off another of Robbie's novelty circuits, a service feature that had brought in a lot of favorable publicity. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "Are you in trouble? Are you lost?" "Yes, Robbie, take me to my mother." "Stay right here," Robbie said reassuringly, "and don't be frightened. I will call a policeman." He whistled shrilly twice. Time passed. Robbie whistled again. The windows flared and roared. The little girl begged, "Take me away, Robbie," and jumped onto the little step in his hoop skirt. "Give me a dime," Robbie said. The little girl found one in her pocket and put it in his claws. "Your weight," Robbie said, "is 54½ pounds. Have you seen my daughter? Have you seen her? A woman was crying somewhere. I left her watching that thing while I stepped inside. Rita!" "Robbie, help me!" the little girl began babbling at her. "He knew I was lost. He even called the police, but they didn't come. He weighed me too, didn't you, Robbie?" But Robbie had gone off to peddle poppy pop to the members of the rescue squad, which had just come around the corner, more robot-like in their asbestos suits than he in his metal skin. End of A Bad Day for Sales by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Song in a Minor Key by Catherine Lucille Moore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Gerard. Song in a Minor Key by Catherine Lucille Moore. Northwest Smith is one of the great adventurers of science fiction, one of that group of cool, gray-eyed men who roam the spaceways and provide much of the inspiration for the legends that are a part of the folklore of space. Here is Northwest Smith, in a rare moment of peace, in a remarkable vignette, published here by permission of the author. He had been promising himself this moment for how many lonely months and years on alien worlds. Beneath him, the clovered hill slope was warm in the sun. Northwest Smith moved his shoulders against the earth and closed his eyes, breathing so deeply that the gun holstered upon his chest drew tight against its strap as he drank the fragrance of earth and clover warm in the sun. Here in the hollow of the hills, willow shaded, pillowed upon clover and the lap of earth, he let his breath run out in a long sigh and drew one palm across the grass in a caress like a lover's. He had been promising himself this moment for how long? How many months and years on alien worlds? He would not think of it now. He would not remember the dark spaceways or the red slag of Martian drylands, or the pearl gray days on Venus when he had dreamed of the Earth that had outlawed him. So he lay, with his eyes closed and the sunlight drenching him through, no sound in his ears but the passage of a breeze through the grass and a creaking of some insect near by. The violent, blood-smelling years behind him might never have been. Except for the gun pressed into his ribs between his chest and the clovered earth, he might be a boy again, years upon years ago, long before he had broken his first law or killed his first man. No one else alive now knew who that boy had been, not even the all-knowing patrol, not even Venusian Yarol, who had been his closest friend for so many riotous years. No one would ever know. Now. Not his name, which had not always been Smith, or his native land, or the home that had bred him, or the first violent deed that had sent him down the devious paths which led here, to the clover hollow in the hills of an earth that had forbidden him ever to set foot again upon her soil. He unclasped the hands behind his head and rolled over to lay a scarred cheek on his arm, smiling to himself. Well, here was Earth beneath him. No longer a green star high in alien skies, but warm soil, new clover so near his face he could see all the little stems and trefoil leaves, moist earth, granular at the roots. An ant ran by with waving antennae close beside his cheek. He closed his eyes and drew another deep breath. Better not even look. Better to lie here like an animal, absorbing the sun and the feel of earth blindly, wordlessly. Now he was not Northwest Smith, scarred outlaw of the spaceways. Now he was a boy again with all his life before him. There would be a white columned house just over the hill, with shaded porches and white curtains blowing in the breeze and the sound of sweet familiar voices indoors. There would be a girl with hair like poured honey hesitating just inside the door, lifting her eyes to him. Tears in the eyes. He lay very still, remembering. Curious how vividly it all came back, though the house had been ashes for nearly 20 years. And the girl. He rolled over violently, opening his eyes. No use remembering her. There had been that fatal flaw in him from the very first, he knew now. If he were the boy again, knowing all he knew today, still the flaw would be there. And sooner or later the same thing must have happened that had happened 20 years ago. He had been born for a wilder age, when men took what they wanted and held what they could without respect for law. Obedience was not in him. And so, as vividly as on that day it happened, he felt the same old surge of anger and despair, 20 years old now, felt the ray gun bucking hard against his unaccustomed fist, heard the hiss of its deadly charge ravening into a face he hated. He could not be sorry, even now, for that first man he had killed. But in the smoke of that killing had gone up, the columned house and the future he might have had, the boy himself, lost as Atlantis now, and the girl with the honey-colored hair, and much, much else besides. It had to happen, he knew. He being the boy he was, it had to happen. Even if he could go back and start all over, the tale would be the same. And it was all long past now, anyhow, and nobody remembered any more at all except himself. A man would be a fool to lie here thinking about it any longer. Smith grunted and sat up, shrugging the gun into place against his ribs. End of Song in a Minor Key by Catherine Lucille Moore.
The Stoker and the Stars by Algris Budrus. Written as John A. Sentry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stoker and the Stars by Algris Budrus. When you've had your ears pinned back in a bow knot, it's sometimes hard to remember that an intelligent people has no respect for a whipped enemy, but does for a fairly beaten enemy. Know him? Yes, I know him, knew him. That was 20 years ago. Everybody knows him now. Everybody who passed him on the street knows him. Everybody who went to the same schools, or even to different schools in different towns, knows him now. Ask them. But I knew him. I lived 3 feet away from him for a month and a half. I shipped with him and called him by his first name. What was he like? What was he thinking, sitting on the edge of his bunk with his jaw in his palm and his eyes on the stars? What did he think he was after? Well, I think I think I never did know him after all. Not well. Not as well as some of those people who are writing books about him seem to. I couldn't really describe him to you. He had a duffel bag in his hand and a packed air suit on his back. The skin of his face had been dried out by ship's air, burned by ultraviolet and broiled by infrared. The pupils of his eyes had little cloudy specks in them where the cosmic rays had shot through them. But his eyes were steady and his body was hard. What did he look like? He looked like a man. It was after the war. We were beaten. There used to be a school of thought among us that deplored our combativeness, before we had even met any people from off-Earth even. You could hear people saying we were the toughest, cruelest life form in the universe, unfit to mingle with the gentler, wiser races in the stars, and a sure bet to steal their galaxy and corrupt it forever. Where these people got their information, I don't know. We were beaten. We moved out beyond Centaurus and Sirius, and then we met the Jeks and the Nosurwey and the Lud. We tried terrestrial know-how. We tried production miracles. We tried patriotism. We tried damming the torpedoes in full speed ahead, and we were smashed back like mayflies in the wind. We died in droves, and we retreated from the guttering fires of a dozen planets. We dug in. We fought through the last ditch. We were dying on Earth itself before Baker mutinied, shot Cope, and surrendered the remainder of the human race to a wiser, gentler race in the stars. That way we lived. That way we were permitted to carry on our little concerns and mind our manners. The Jeks and the Luds and the Nosurweys returned to their own affairs, and we knew they would leave us alone so long as we didn't bother them. We liked it that way. Understand me, we didn't accept it. We didn't knuckle under with a waiting murder in our hearts. We liked it. We were grateful just to be left alone again. We were happy. We hadn't been wiped out like the upstarts the rest of the universe thought us to be. When they let us keep our own solar system and carry on a trickle of trade with the outside, we accepted it for the fantastically generous gift it was. Too many of our best men were dead for us to have any remaining claim on those things in our own right. I know how it was. I was there 20 years ago. I was a little, pudgy man with short breath and a high-pitched voice. I was a typical Earthman. We were out on a godforsaken landing field on Mars, MacReady and I, loading cargo aboard the Cinerus. MacReady was the first officer. I was the second. The stranger came walking up to us. "Got a job?" he asked, looking at MacReady. Mac looked him over. He saw the same things I'd seen. He shook his head. "Not for you. The only thing we're short on is stokers. You wouldn't know. There's no such thing as a stoker anymore with automatic ships." But the stranger knew what Mac meant. The Cinerus had what we called an electronic drive. She had to run through an evacuated engine room. The leaking electricity would have broken any stray air down to ozone, which eats metal and rots lungs. So the engine room had the air pumped out of her, and the stokers who tended the dials and set the cathode attitudes had to wear suits, smelling themselves for 12 hours at a time, and standing a good chance of being cooked where they sat when the drive arced. The Cinerus was an ugly old tub. At that, we were the better of the two interstellar freighters the human race had left. "You're bound over the border, aren't you?" MacReady nodded. "That's right, but I'll stoke." MacReady looked over toward me and frowned. I shrugged my shoulders helplessly. I was a little afraid of the stranger, too. The trouble was the look of him. It was the look you saw in the bars back on Earth, where the veterans of the war sat and stared down into their glasses, waiting for night to fall so they could go out in the alleys and have drunken fights among themselves. He had brought that look to Mars, to the landing field. And out here there was something disquieting about it. He caught Mac's look and turned his head to me. "I'll stoke," he repeated. I didn't know what to say. MacReady and I, almost all of the men in the Merchant Marine, hadn't served in combat arms. We had freighted supplies, and we had seen ships dying on the runs. We had our own brushes with commerce raiders, and we'd known enough men who joined the combat forces. But very few of the men came back, and the war this man had fought hadn't been the same as ours. He'd commanded a fighting ship somewhere, and come to grips with things we simply didn't know about. The mark was on him, but not on us. I couldn't meet his eyes. "Okay by me," I mumbled at last. I saw MacReady's mouth turn down at the corners. But he couldn't gainsay the man more than I could. MacReady wasn't a mumbling man, so he said angrily, "Okay, bucko, you'll stoke. Go and sign on." "Thanks." The stranger walked quietly away. He wrapped a hand around the cable on the cargo hook and rode it into the hold on top of some freight. Mac spat on the ground and went back to supervising his end of the loading. I was busy with mine, and it wasn't until we'd gotten the Serenus loaded and buttoned down that Mac and I even spoke to each other again. Then we talked about the trip. We didn't talk about the stranger. Daniels, the third, had signed him on and had moved him into the empty bunk above mine. We slept all in a bunch on the Cinerus, officers and crew. Even so, we had to sleep in shifts, with the ship's designers giving 90% of her space to cargo and 8% to power and control. That left very little for the people, who were crammed in any way they could be. I said empty bunk. What I meant was empty during my sleep shift. That meant he and I'd be sharing work shifts, me up in the control blister, parked in a soft chair, and him down in the engine room, broiling in a suit for 12 hours. But I ate with him, used the head with him. You could call that rubbing elbows with greatness if you want to. He was a very quiet man. Quiet in the way he moved and talked. When we were both climbing into our bunks that first night, I introduced myself, and he introduced himself. Then he heaved himself onto the bunk, rolled over on his side, fixed his straps, and fell asleep. He was always friendly toward me, but he must have been very tired that first night. I often wonder what kind of a life he'd lived after the war, what he'd done that made him different from the men who simply grew older in the bars. I wonder now if he really did do anything different. In an odd way, I like to think that one day, in a bar, on a day that seemed like all the rest to him when it began, he suddenly looked up with some new thought, put down his glass, and walked straight to the Earth-Mars shuttle field. He might have come from any town on Earth. Don't believe the historians too much. Don't pay too much attention to the Chamber of Commerce plaques. When a man's name becomes public property, strange things happen to the facts. It was MacReady who first found out what he'd done during the war. I've got to explain about MacReady. He takes his opinions fast and strong. He's a good man. Is, or was. I haven't seen him for a long while. But he liked things simple. MacReady said the duffel bag broke loose and floated into the middle of the bunk room during acceleration. He opened it to see whose it was. When he found out, he closed it up and strapped it back into its place at the foot of the stoker's bunk. MacReady was my relief on the bridge. When he came up, he didn't relieve me right away. He stood next to my chair and looked out through the ports. "Captain leave any instructions in the order book?" he asked. "Just the usual. Keep a tight watch and proceed cautiously." "That new stoker?" Max said. "Yeah." "I knew there was something wrong with him. He's got an old Marine uniform in his duffel." I didn't say anything. Mac glanced over at me. "Well?" "I don't know. I didn't." I couldn't say I was surprised. It had been something like that about the stoker. The mark was on him, as I've said. It was the Marines that did Earth's best dying. It had to be. They were trained to be the best we had, and they believed in their training. They were the ones who slashed back the deepest when the other side hit us. They were the ones who sallied out in the doomed spaces between the stars and took the war to the other side as well as any human force could ever hope to. They were always the last to leave an abandoned position. If Earth had been giving medals to members of her forces in the war, every man in the Corps would have had a Medal of Honor 2 or 3 times over. Posthumously. I don't believe there were 10 of them alive when Cope was shot. Cope was one of them. They were the kind of human beings neither MacReady nor I could hope to understand. "You don't know," Max said. "It's there in his duffel. Damn it. We're going to be out to trade with his sworn enemies. Why do you suppose he's so eager to go? You think he's going to try to start something?" "Think? That's exactly what he's going to do. One last big alley fight. One last brawl. When they cut him down, do you suppose they'll stop with him? They'll kill us, and then they'll go in and stamp Earth flat. You know it as well as I do." "I don't know, Mac," I said. "Go easy." I could feel the knots in my stomach. I didn't want any trouble. Not from the stoker, not from Mac. None of us wanted trouble, not even Mac. But he'd cause it to get rid of it, if you follow what I mean about his kind of man. Mac hit the viewport with his fist. "Easy, easy. Nothing's easy. I hate this life," he said in a murderous voice. "I don't know why I keep signing on. Mars to Centaurus and back and forth, in this old rust tub that's going to blow herself up one of these. Daniels called me on the phone from communications. "Turn up your intercom volume," he said. "Stoker's jamming the circuit." I kicked the selector switch over, and this is what I got. So there we were, 1,000,000 miles per, and the air was getting thick, and the skipper said, "Cheer up, brave boys, we'll—" He was singing. He had a terrible voice, but he could carry a tune, and he was hammering it out at the top of his lungs. "'Twas the last cruise of the Venus, by God you should have seen us. The pipes were full of whiskey, and just to make things risky, the jets were—" The crew were chuckling in their own chest phones. I could hear Daniels trying to cut him off, but he kept going. I started laughing myself. No one's supposed to jam an intercom, but it made the crew feel good. When the crew feels good, the ship runs right. And it had been a long time since they'd been happy. He went on for another 20 minutes. Then his voice thinned out, and I heard him cough a little. "Daniels," he said, "get a relief down here for me. Jump to it." He said the last part in a master's voice. Daniels didn't ask questions. He sent a man on his way down. He'd been singing, the stoker had. He'd been singing while he worked with one arm dead, one sleeve ripped open and badly patched because the fabric was slippery with blood. There'd been a flashover in the drivers. By the time his relief got down there, he had the insulation back on, and the driver was purring along the way it should have been. It hadn't even missed a beat. He went down to sickbay, got the arm wrapped, and would have gone back on shift if Daniels had let him. Those of us going off shift found him toying with the theremin in the mess compartment. He didn't know how to play it, and it sounded like a dog howling. "Sing, will you?" somebody yelled. He grinned and went back to the good ship Venus. It wasn't good, but it was loud. From that we went to Stairways, Fairways, and Barways, and the free fall song. Someone started "I Left Her Behind for You," and that got us off into sentimental things, the way these sessions would sometimes wind up when spacemen were far from home. But not since the war, we all seemed to realize together. We stopped and looked at each other, and we all began to drift out of the mess compartment. And maybe it got to him too. It may explain something. He and I were the last ones to leave. We went to the bunk room, and he stopped in the middle of taking off his shirt. He stood there, looking out of the porthole, and forgot I was there. I heard him reciting something softly under his breath, and I stepped a little closer. This was what it was. The rockets rise against the skies slowly in the sunlight gleaming. With silver hue upon the blue, the universe waits dreaming. For men must go where the flame winds blow, the gas clouds softly plating, where stars are spun and worlds begun, and men will find them waiting. The song that roars where the rocket soars is the song of stellar flame. The dreams of man and galactic span are equal and much the same. What was he thinking of? Make your own choice. I think I came closer to knowing him at that moment, but until human beings turn telepath, no man can be sure of another. He shook himself like a dog out of cold water and got into his bunk. I got into mine, and after a while I fell asleep. I don't know what McCready might have told the skipper about the stoker, or if he tried to tell him anything. The captain was the senior ticket holder in the merchant service, and a good man in his day. He kept mostly to his cabin, and there was nothing McCready could do on his own authority. Nothing simple, that is. And the stoker had saved the ship. I think what kept anything from happening between McCready and the stoker, or anyone else in the stoker, was that it would have meant trouble in the ship. Trouble, confined to our little percentage of the ship's volume, could seem like something much more important than the fate of the human race. It might not seem that way to you, but as long as no one began anything, we could all get along. We could have a good trip. McCready worried, I'm sure. I worried sometimes, but nothing happened. When we reached Alpha Centaurus and set down at the trading field on the second planet, it was the same as the other trips we'd made, and the same kind of landfall. The Lud factor came out of his post after we'd waited for a while, and gave us our permit to disembark. There was a Jek ship on the other end of the field, loaded with cargo we would get in exchange for our holdful of goods. We had the usual things: wine, music tapes, furs, and the like. The Jeks had been giving us light machinery lately. Probably we'd get 2 or 3 more loads, and then they'd begin giving us something else. But I found that this trip wasn't quite the same. I found myself looking at the factor's post, and I realized for the first time that the Lud hadn't built it. It was leftover from the old colonial human government. And the city on the horizon? Men had built it. The touch of our architecture was on every building. I wondered why it never occurred to me that this was so. It made the landfall different from all others, somehow. It gave a new face to the entire planet. Mac and I and some of the other crewmen went down on the field to handle the unloading. Jeks on self-propelled cargo lifts jockeyed among us, scooping up loads as we unhooked the slings, bringing cases of machinery from their own ship. They sat atop their vehicles, lean and aloof, dashing in, whirling, shooting across the field to their own ship and back like wild horsemen on the plains of Earth, paying us no notice. We were almost through when Mac suddenly grabbed my arm. "Look!" The stoker was coming down on one of the cargo slings. He stood upright, his booted feet planted wide, one arm curled up over his head and around the hoist cable. He was in his dusty brown Marine uniform, the scarlet collar tabs bright as blood at his throat, his major's insignia glittering on his shoulders, the battle stripes on his sleeves. The Jeks stopped their lifts. They knew that uniform. They sat up in their saddles and watched him come down. When the sling touched the ground, he jumped off quietly and walked toward the nearest Jek. They all followed him with their eyes. "We've got to stop him," Max said, and both of us started toward him. His hands were both in plain sight, one holding his duffel bag, which was swelled out with the bulk of his airsuit. He wasn't carrying a weapon of any kind. He was walking casually, taking his time. Mac and I had almost reached him when a Jek with insignia on his coveralls suddenly jumped down from his lift and came forward to meet him. It was an odd thing to see, the stoker and the Jek who did not stand as tall. MacReady and I stepped back. The Jek was coal black, his scales glittering in the cold sunlight, his hatchet face inscrutable. He stopped when the stoker was a few paces away. The stoker stopped too. All the Jeks were watching him and paying no attention to anything else. The field might as well have been empty except for those two. "They'll kill him. They'll kill him right now," MacReady whispered. "They ought to have. If I'd been a Jek, I would have thought that uniform was a death warrant." But the Jek spoke to him. "Are you entitled to wear that?" "I was at this planet in '39. I was closer to your home world the year before that," the stoker said. "I was captain of a destroyer. If I'd had a cruiser's range, I would have reached it." He looked at the Jek. "Where were you?" "I was here when you were." "I want to speak to your ship's captain." "All right, I'll drive you over." The stoker nodded, and they walked over to his vehicle together. They drove away toward the Jek ship. "All right, let's get back to work," another Jek said to MacReady and myself, and we went back to unloading cargo. The stoker came back to our ship that night without his duffel bag. He found me and said, "I'm signed off the ship, going with the Jeks." MacReady was with me. He said loudly, "What do you mean you're going with the Jeks?" "I signed onto their ship," the stoker said, stoking. "They've got a micro-nuclear drive. It's been a while since I worked with one, but I think I can make out all right, even with the screwball way they've got it set up." "Huh?" The stoker shrugged. "Ships are ships and physics is physics, no matter where you go. I'll make out. What kind of a deal did you make with them? What do you think you're up to?" The stoker shook his head. "No deal. I signed on as a crewman. I'll do a crewman's work for a crewman's wage. I thought I'd wander around a while. It ought to be interesting," he said. "On a Jek ship?" "Anybody's ship. When I get to their homeworld, I'll probably ship out with some people from further on. Why not? It's honest work." MacReady had no answer to that. "But," I said. "What?" He looked at me as if he couldn't understand what might be bothering me, but I think perhaps he could. "Nothing," I said. and that was that, except Macready was always a sourer man from that time up to as long as I knew him afterwards. We took off in the morning. The stoker had already left on the Jek ship, and it turned out he'd trained an apprentice boy to take his place. It was strange how things became different for us little by little after that. It was never anything you could put your finger on, but the Jeks began taking more goods and giving us things we needed when we told them we wanted them. After a while, Cinerus was going a little deeper into Jek territory, and when she wore out, the two replacements led us trade with the Lud, too. Then it was the Nosurwey and other people beyond them, and things just got better for us somehow. I heard about our stoker occasionally. He shipped with the Lud and the Nosurwey and some people beyond them, getting along, going to all kinds of places. Pay no attention to the precise red lines you see on star maps. Nobody knows exactly what path he wandered from people to people. Nobody could. He just kept signing on with whatever ship was going deeper into the galaxy, going further and further. He messed with green shipmates and blue ones. 1 and 2 and 3 heads, tails, 6 legs. After all, ships are ships, and they've all got to have something to push them along. If a man knows his business, why not? A man can live on all kinds of food if he wants to get used to it, and any non-toxic atmosphere will do as long as there's enough oxygen in it. I don't know what he did to make things so much better for us. I don't know if he did anything but stoke their ships, and, I suppose, fix them when they were in trouble. I wonder if he sang dirty songs in the bad voice of his to people who couldn't possibly understand what the songs were about. All I know is, for some reason, those people slowly began treating us with respect. We changed too, I think. I'm not the same man I was, I think. Not altogether the same. I'm a captain now, with a master's papers, and you won't find me in my cabin very often. There's a kind of a joy in standing on a bridge, looking out at the stars you're moving toward. I wonder if it mightn't have kept my old captain out of that place he died in, finally, if he'd tried it. So I don't know. The older I get, the less I know. The thing people remember the stoker for, the thing that makes him famous, and I think annoys him, I'm fairly sure is only incidental to what he really did, if he did anything, if he meant to. I wish I could be sure of the exact answer he found in the bottom of that last glass at the bar before he worked his passage to Mars and the Cinerus and began it all. So I can't say what he ought to be famous for. But I suppose it's enough to know for sure that he was the first living being ever to travel all the way around the galaxy. The End of The Stoker and the Stars by Algris Budrus. Written as John A. Sentry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Stuff by Henry Slazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Would it work? Yes. How would it work? Exactly like this. The Stuff by Henry Slazer. No more lies, Paula said. For God's sake, doctor, no more lies. I've been living with lies for the past year and I'm tired of them. Bernstein closed the white door before answering, mercifully obscuring the sheeted, motionless mound on the hospital bed. He took the young woman's elbow and walked with her down the tiled corridor. He's dying, of course, he said conversationally. We've never lied to you about that, Mrs. Hill. You know what we've told you all along. I hoped that by now you'd feel more resigned. I was, she said bitterly. They had stopped in front of Bernstein's small office and she drew her arm away. Well, when you called me about this drug of yours, we had to call you. Sinepoline can't be administered without permission of the patient. And since your husband has been in a coma for the last 4 days. He opened the door and nodded her inside. She hesitated, then walked in. He took his place behind the cluttered desk, his grave face distracted, and waited until she sat down in the facing chair. He picked up his telephone receiver, replaced it, shuffled papers, and then locked his hands on the desk blotter. Cinepoline is a curious drug, he said. I've had little experience with it myself. You may have heard about the controversy surrounding it. No, she whispered. I don't know about it. I haven't cared about anything since Andy's illness. At any rate, you're the only person in the world that can decide whether your husband receives it. It's strange stuff, as I've said. But in the light of your husband's present condition, I can tell you this. It can do him absolutely no harm. But will it do him good? There, Bernstein sighed, is the crux of the controversy, Mrs. Hill. Row, row, row your boat, he sang in his mind, feeling the lapping tongues of the cool lake water against his fingers, drifting, drifting under abithycent willows. Paula's hands were resting gently on his eyes, and he lifted them away. Then he kissed the soft palms and pressed them on his cheek. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that the boat was abed, the water only pelting rain against the window, and the willow trees long shadows on the walls. Only Paula's hands were real, solid and real, and comforting against his face. He grinned at her. Funniest damn thing, he said. For a minute there, I thought we were back at Finger Lake. Remember that night we sprang a leak? I'll never forget the way you looked when you saw the hem of your dress. Andy, she said quietly, Andy, do you know what's happened? He scratched his head. Seems to me Doc Bernstein was in here a while ago. Or was he? Didn't they jab me again or something? It was a drug, Andy. Don't you remember? They have this new miracle drug, Cinepoline. Dr. Bernstein told you about it and said it was worth a try. Oh, sure, I remember. He sat up in bed casually, as if sitting up in bed were an everyday occurrence. He took a cigarette from the table beside him and lit one. He smoked reflectively for a moment, and then recalled that he hadn't been anything but horizontal for almost 8 months. Swiftly, he put his hands on his rib cage and touched the firm flesh. The girdle, he said wonderingly. Where the hell's the girdle? They took it off, Paula said tearfully. Oh, Andy, they took it off. You don't need it anymore. You're healed, completely healed. It's a miracle. A miracle? She threw her arms around him. They hadn't held each other since the accident a year ago. The accident that had snapped his spine in several places. He had been 22 when it happened. They released him from the hospital 3 days later. After half a year in the hushed white world, the city outside seemed wildly clamorous and riotously colorful, like a town at the height of carnival. He had never felt so well in his life. He was eager to put the strong springs of his muscles back into play. Bernstein had made the usual speech about rest, but a week after his discharge, Andy and Paula were at the courts in tennis clothes. Andy had always been a dedicated player, but his stiff-armed forehand and poor net game had always prevented him from being anything more than a passable amateur. Now he was a demon on the court. No ball escaped his swift-moving racket. He astounded himself with the accuracy of his crashing serves, his incredible play at the net. Paula, a junior champion during her college years, couldn't begin to cope with him. Laughingly, she gave up and watched him battle the club professional. He took the first set 6-0, 6-0, 6-0, and Andy knew that something more magical than medicinal had happened to him. They talked it over, excited as schoolchildren, all the way home. Andy, who had taken a job in a stock brokerage house after college, and who had been bored silly with the whole business until the accident, began wondering if he could make a career on the tennis court. To make sure his superb play wasn't a fluke, they returned to the club the next day. This time, Andy found a former Davis Cup challenger to compete with. At the end of the afternoon, his heart pounding with the beat of victory, he knew it was true. That night, with Paula in his lap, He stroked her long auburn hair and said, "No, Paula, it's all wrong. I'd like to keep it up, maybe enter the Nationals, but that's no life for me. It's only a game, after all." "Only a game," she said mockingly. "That's a fine thing for the next top-seeded man to say." "No, I'm serious. Oh, I don't mean I intend to stay in Wall Street. That's not my ambition either. As a matter of fact, I was thinking of painting again." "Painting? You haven't painted since your freshman year. You think you can make a living at it? I was always pretty good, you know that. I'd like to try doing some commercial illustration. That's for the bread and potatoes. Then, when we don't have to worry about creditors, I'd like to do some things on my own." "Don't pull a Gauguin on me, friend." She kissed his cheek lightly. "Don't desert your wife and family for some Tahitian idol." "What family?" She pulled away from him and got up to stir the ashes in the fireplace. When she returned, her face was glowing with the heat of the fire and the warmth of her news. Andrew Hills, Jr. was born in September. 2 years later, little Denise took over the hand-me-down cradle. By that time, Andy Hill was signing his name to magazine covers of America's top circulation weeklies, and they were happy to feature it. His added fame as America's top-ranked amateur tennis champion made the signature all the more desirable. When Andrew Jr. was 3, Andrew Sr. made his most important advance in the field of art. Not on the cover of a Saturday Evening Post, but in the halls of the Modern Museum of Art. His first exhibit evoked such a torrent of superlatives that the New York Times found the reaction newsworthy enough for a box on its front page. There was a celebration in the Hills household that night, attended by their closest friends. Copies of slick magazines were ceremoniously burned and the ashes placed in a dime-store urn that Paula had bought for the occasion. A month later they were signing the documents that entitled them to a sprawling hilltop house in Westchester, with a Northern Light glassed-in studio, the size of their former apartment. He was 35 when the urge struck him to rectify a sordid political situation in their town. His fame as an artist and tennis champion, even at 35, he was top-seeded in the Nationals, gave him an easy entree into the political melee. At first the idea of vote-seeking appalled him, but he couldn't retreat once the movement started. He won easily and was elected to the town council. The office was a minor one, but he was enough of a celebrity to attract countrywide attention. During the following year he began to receive visits from important men in party circles. In the next state election his name was on the ballot. By the time he was 40, Andrew Hills was a U.S. Senator. That spring he and Paula spent a month in Acapulco, in an enchanting home they had erected in the cool shadows of the steep mountain that faced the bay. It was there that Andy talked about his future. "I know what the party's planning," he told his wife, "but I know they're wrong. I'm not presidential timber, Paula." But the decision wasn't necessary. By summer, the Asiatic Alliance had tired of the incessant talks with the peacemakers and had launched their attack on the Alaskan frontier. Andy was commissioned at once as a major. His gallantry in action, his brilliant recapturing of Shaktalik, White Mountain, and eventual triumphant march into Nome guaranteed him a place in the high command of the Allied armies. By the end of the first year of fighting, there were 2 silver stars on his shoulders, and he was given the most critical assignment of all, to represent the Allies in the negotiations that were taking place in Fox Island in the Aleutians. Later, he denied that he was solely responsible for the successful culmination of the peace talks, but the American populace thought him hero enough to sweep him into the White House the following year, in a landslide victory unparalleled in political history. He was 50 by the time he left Washington, but his greatest triumphs were yet to come. In his second term, his interest in the World Organization had given him a major role in world politics. As first secretary of the World Council, his ability to effect working compromise between the ideological factions was directly responsible for the establishment of the world government. When he was 64, Andrew Hills was elected world president. He held the office until his voluntary retirement at 75. Still active and vigorous, still capable of a commanding tennis game, of a painting that set the art circles gasping, he and Paula moved permanently into the house in Acapulco. He was 96 when the fatigue of living overtook him. Andrew Jr., with his 4 grandchildren, and Denise, with her charming twins, paid him one last visit before he took to his bed. "But what is the stuff?" Paula said. "Does it cure or what? I have a right to know." Dr. Bernstein frowned. "It's rather hard to describe. It has no curative powers. It's more in the nature of a hypnotic drug, but it has a rather peculiar effect. It provokes a dream." "A dream?" "Yes, an incredibly long and detailed dream in which the patient lives an entire lifetime, and lives it just the way he would like it to be. You might say it's an opiate, but it's the most humane one ever developed." Paula looked down at the still figure on the bed. His hand was moving slowly across the bedsheet, the fingers groping toward her. "Andy," she breathed. "Andy, darling." His hand fell across hers, the touch feeble and aged. "Paula," he whispered, "say goodbye to the children for me." End of The Stuff by Henry Slazer.
A Traveler in Time by August Derleth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. A Traveler in Time by August Derleth. You can't always escape evils by running away from them, but it may help. "Tell me what time is," said Harrigan one late summer afternoon in a Madison Street bar. "I'd like to know." "A dimension," I answered. "Everybody knows that." "All right, granted. I know space is a dimension, and you can move forward or back in space. And of course, you keep on aging all the time." "Elementary," I said. "But what happens if you can move backward or forward in time? Do you age or get younger? Or do you keep the status quo?" "I'm not an authority on time, Tex. Do you know anyone who traveled in time?" Harrigan shrugged aside my question. That was the thing I couldn't get out of Vanderkamp either. He presumed to know everything else. Vanderkamp? He was another one of those strange people a reporter always runs into. Lived in New York, downtown, near the Bowery. Man of about 40, I'd say, but a little on the old-fashioned side. Dutch background. And hipped on the subject of New Amsterdam, which, in case you don't know, was the original name of New York City. "Don't mind my interrupting," I cut in, "but I'm not quite straight on what Vanderkamp has to do with time as dimension." "Oh, he was touched on the subject. He claimed to travel in it. The fact is, he invented a time-traveling machine." "You certainly meet the wax, Tex." "Don't I?" He grinned appreciatively and leaned reminiscently over the bar. But Vanderkamp had the wildest dreams of the lot. And in the end, he managed the neatest conjuring trick of them all. I was on the Brooklyn Enterprise at that time. I spent about a year there. Special features, though I was on a reporter's salary. Vanderkamp was something of a local celebrity in a minor way. He wrote articles on the early Dutch in New York, the nomenclature of the Dutch, the history of Dutch place names, and the like. He was handy with a pen, and even handier with tools. He was an amateur electrician, carpenter, house painter, and claimed to be an expert in genealogy. And he built a time-traveling machine. So he said. He gave me a rather hard time of it. He was a glib talker, and half the time I didn't know whether I was coming or going. He kept me on my toes by taking for granted that I accepted his basic premises. I got next to him on a tip. He could be close-mouthed as a clam, but his sister let things slip from time to time, and on this occasion she passed the word to one of her friends in a grocery store that her brother had invented a machine that took him off on trips into the past. It seemed like routine whack stuff, but Blake, who decided what went into the enterprise and what didn't, sent me over to Manhattan to get something for the paper, on the theory that since Vanderkamp was well known in Brooklyn, it was good neighborhood copy. Vanderkamp was a sharp-eyed little fellow, about 5 feet or so in height, and I hit him at a good time. His sister said he had just come back from a trip. She left me to draw my own conclusions about what kind of trip, and I found him in a mild fit of temper. He was too upset, in fact, to be truculent, which was more like his nature. Was it true, I wanted to know, that he'd invented a machine that traveled in time? He didn't make any bones about it. Certainly, he said. I've been using it for the last month, and if my sister hadn't decided to blab, nobody would know about it yet. What about it? You believe it can take you backwards or forwards into the past or the future? Do I look crazy? I said so, didn't I? Now, as a matter of fact, he did look crazy. Unlike most of the candidates for my file of queer people, Vanderkamp actually looked like a nut. He had a wild eye and a constantly working mouth. He blinked a good deal and stammered when he was excited. In features, he was as Dutch as his name implied. Well, we talked back and forth for some time. But I stuck with him, and in the end he took me out into a shed adjoining his house and showed me the contraption he'd built. It looked like a top. The first thing I thought of was Brick Bradford, and before I could catch myself, I'd asked, "Is that pure Brick Bradford?" He didn't turn a hair. "Not by a long shot," he answered. "H.G. Wells was there first. I owe it to Wells." "I see," I said. "The hell you do," he shot back. "You think I'm as nutty as a fruitcake." "The idea of time travel is a little hard to swallow," I said. "Sure it is. But me, I'm doing it. So that's all there is to it." "If you don't mind, Mr. Vanderkamp," I said, "I'm a dummy in scientific matters. I have all I can do to tell a nut from a bolt." "That I believe," he said. "So how do you time travel?" "Look," he said, "time is a dimension like space. You can go up or down this ruler," he snatched a steel ruler and waved it in front of me, "from any given point. But you move. In the dimension of time, you only seem to move. You stand still. Time moves. Do you get it?" I had to confess that I didn't. He tried again, with obviously strained patience. Judging by what I could gather from what he said, it was possible for him, so he believed, to get into his machine, twirl a few knobs, push a few buttons, relax for any given period, and end up just where he liked, back in the past or ahead in the future. But wherever he ended up, he was still in the same spot. In other words, whether he was back in 1492 or ahead in 2092, the place he got out of his time machine was still his present address. It was beyond me, frankly, but I figured that as long as he was a little touched, it wouldn't do any harm to humor him. I intimated that I understood and asked him where he'd been last. His face fell, his brow clouded, and he said, "I've been ahead 30 years. He shook his head angrily. "What a time! I'll be 70, and you won't even be that, Mr. Harrigan. But we'll be in the middle of the worst atomic war you ever dreamed about." Now, this was before Hiroshima quite a bit. I didn't know what he was talking about, but it gives me a queer feeling now and then when I think of what he said, especially since it's still short of 30 years since that time. "It's no time to be living here," he went on. "Direct hits on the entire area. What would you do?" "I'd get out," I said. "That's what I thought," he said. "But that kind of warfare carries a long way, and I'm a man who loves his comforts reasonably. I don't intend to set up housekeeping in equatorial Africa or the forests of Brazil." "What did you see 30 years from now, Mr. Vanderkamp?" I asked him. "Everything blown to hell," he answered. "Not a building in all Manhattan," he leered and added, "and everybody who'll be living here at that time will be scattered into the atmosphere in fragments no bigger than an amoeba." "You fill me with anticipation," I said. So I went back to my desk and wrote the story. You could guess what kind it had to be. "Time travel is possible," says amateur scientist. That kind of thing. You can see it every week in large doses in the feature sections of some of the biggest chain papers. It went over like an average feature about life on the moon or prehistoric animals surviving in remote mountain valleys or what have you. Just what Vanderkamp went back to after I left, I don't know, but I have an idea that he gave his sister a devil of a time. Vanderkamp stalked into the house and confronted his sister. "You see, Julie? A reporter! Can't you learn to hold your tongue?" She threw him a scornful glance. "What difference does it make?" she cried. "You're gone all the time. Maybe I'll take you along sometime. Just wait. Wait. That's all I've been doing. Since I was 10 years old, I've been waiting on you." "Oh, the hell with it." He turned on his heel and left the house. She followed him to the door and shouted after him, "Where are you going now?" "To New Amsterdam for a little peace and quiet," he said testily. He threw open the thick-walled door of his time machine and pulled it shut behind him. He sat down before the controls and began to chart his course for 1650. If his calculations were correct, he would shortly find himself in the vicinity of that sturdy, if autocratic, first citizen of the Dutch colony of New Amsterdam, Peter Stuyvesant, as well as Governor Stuyvesant's friend and neighbor, Heinrich Vanderkamp. He gave not even a figurative glance over his shoulder before he started out. When he emerged at last from his machine, he was in what appeared to be the backyard of a modest residence on a street which, though he did not know it, he suspected might be the Bowery. At the moment of his emergence, a tall, angular woman stood viewing him, open-mouthed and aghast, from the wooden stoop at the back door of her home. He looked at her in astonishment himself. The resemblance to his sister Julie was uncanny. With only the slightest hesitation, he addressed her in fluent Dutch. "Pray do not be disturbed, young lady." "A fine way for a gentleman to call," she exclaimed in a voice considerably more forceful than her appearance. "I suppose my father sent you. And where did you get that outlandish costume?" "I bought it," he answered, truthfully enough. "A likely tale," she said. "And if my father sent you, just go back and tell him I'm satisfied the way I am. No woman needs a man to manage her." "I don't have the honor of your father's acquaintance," he answered. She gazed at him suspiciously from narrowed eyes. "Everyone in New Amsterdam knows Henrik von Tromp. He's as unloved as yonder bumblebee. Stand where you are and say whence you come." "I'm a visitor in New Amsterdam," he said, standing obediently still. "I confess I don't know my way about very well, and I chose to stop at this attractive home." "I know it's attractive," she said tartly, "and it's plain to see you're a stranger here, or you'd never be wearing such clothes. Or is it the fashion where you come from?" She gave him no opportunity to answer, but added after a moment of indecision, "Well, you look respectable enough, though much like my rascally cousin Peter Vanderkamp. Do you know him?" "No." "Well, no matter. He's much older than you, near 40 blessed years. You're no more than 20, I don't doubt." Involuntarily, Vanderkamp put his hand to his cheek and smiled as he felt its smooth roundness. "You may be right at that," he said cryptically. "You might as well come in," she said grudgingly. "What with the traffic on the road outside, the Indians, and people who come in such flighty vehicles as yours, I might as well live in the heart of the colony." He looked around. "And still," he said, "it is a pleasant spot. Peaceful, comfortable. I'm sure a man could live out his days here in contentment." "Oh, could he?" she said belligerently. And where would I be while this went on? He gazed at her beetling nose, her jutting chin. A good question, he muttered thoughtfully. He followed her into the house. It was a treasury of antiquities, filling him with delight. Miss Anna von Tromp offered him a cup of milk, which he accepted, thanking her profusely. She talked volubly, eyeing him all the while with the utmost curiosity, and he gathered presently that her father had made several attempts to marry her off, disapproving of her solitary residence so far from the center of the city, but she had frowned upon one and all of the suitors he had encouraged to call on her. She was undeniably impressive, almost formidable, he conceded, privately, with a touch of the shrew and harridan. Life with Miss Anna von Tromp would not be easy, he reflected. But then life with his sister Julie was not easy, either. Miss Anna, however, had not to face atomic warfare. All she had to look forward to in 14 years was surrender to the besieging British, which she would have no trouble in surviving. He settled down to his ingratiating best and succeeded in making a most favorable impression on Miss Anna von Tromp before at last he took his leave, carrying with him a fine hand-wrought bowl with which the lady had presented him. He had a hunch he might come back. Of all the times he had visited since finishing the machine, he knew that old New Amsterdam in the 1650s was the one period most likely to keep him contented, provided Miss von Tromp didn't turn out to be a nuisance. So he took careful note of the set of his controls, jotting them down so that he would not be likely to forget them. It was late when he found himself back in his own time. His sister was waiting up for him. 2 o'clock in the morning, she screamed at him. What are you doing to me? Oh, God, why didn't I marry when I had the chance instead of throwing away my life on a worthless brother? Why don't you? It's not too late, he sighed wearily. How can you say that? She snapped bitterly. Here I am, 30 nearly, and worn out from working for you. Who would marry me now? Oh, if only I could have another chance. If I could be young again and do it all over, I'd know how to have a better life. In spite of his boredom with her, Vanderkamp felt the effect of this cry from a lonely heart. He looked at her pityingly. It was true, after all, that she had worked faithfully for him, without pay, since their parents died. Take a look at this, he said gently, offering her the bowl. Ha! Can we eat bowls? He raised his eyes heavenward and went wearily to bed. I saw Vanderkamp again about a fortnight later, Harrigan went on. Ran into him in a tavern on the Bowery. He recognized me and came over. That was some story you did, he said. Been bothered by cranks, I asked. Hell, yes. Not too badly, though. They want to ride off somewhere just to get away. I get that feeling myself sometimes, but tell me, have you seen the morning papers? Now, by coincidence, the papers that morning had carried a story from some local nuclear physicist about the increasing probability that the atom would be smashed. I told him I'd seen it. What did I tell you? He said. I just smiled and asked where he'd been lately. He didn't hesitate to talk, perhaps because his sister had been giving him a hard time with her nagging. So I listened. It appeared, to hear him tell it, that he had been off visiting the Dutch in New Amsterdam. You could almost believe what he said, listening to him, except for that wild look he had. Anyway, he'd been in New Amsterdam about 1650, and he brought back a few trifling souvenirs of the trips. Would I like to see them? I said I would. I figured he'd got his hands on some nice antiques and wanted an appreciative audience. His sister wasn't home, so he took me around and showed me his pieces, one by one. A bowl, a pair of wooden candlesticks, wooden shoes, and more, all in all, a fine collection. He even had a chair that looked pretty authentic, and I wondered where he'd dug up so many nice things of the New Amsterdam period, though of course I had to take his word as to where they belonged historically. I didn't know, but I imagine he got them somewhere in the city or perhaps in the Catskill country. Well, after a while, I got another look at his contraption. It didn't appear to have been moved at all. It was still sitting where it had been before, without a sign to say that it had been used to go anywhere, least of all into past time. "Tell me," I said to him at last, "when you go back in time, do you get younger?" "Yes and no," he said. "Obviously." It wasn't obvious to me, but I couldn't get any more than that out of him. The thing I couldn't figure out was the reason for his claim. He wasn't trying to sell anything to anybody, as far as I could see. He wasn't anxious to tell the world about his time machine either. He didn't mind talking in his oblique fashion about his trips. He did talk about New Amsterdam as if he had pretty good acquaintance with the place, but then he was known as a minor authority on the customs of the Dutch colony. He was touched, obviously. Just the same, he challenged me in a way. I wanted to know something more about him, how his machine worked, how he took off, and so on. I made up my mind the next time I was in the neighborhood to look him up, hoping he wouldn't be home. When I made it, his sister was alone, and in a fine fettle, as cantankerous as a flea-bitten mastiff. "He's gone again," she complained bitterly. Clearly the two of them were at odds. I asked her whether she had seen him go. She hadn't. He had just marched out to his shop, and that was an end to him as far as she was concerned. I haggled around quite a lot, and finally got her permission to go out and see what I could see for myself. Of course, the shop was locked. I had counted on that and brought along a handy little skeleton key. I was inside in no time. The machine wasn't there. Not a sign of it, or of Van de Kamp either. Now I looked around all over, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out how he could have taken it out of that place. It was too big for doors or windows, and the walls and roof were solid and immovable. I figured that he couldn't have got such a large machine away without his sister seeing him, so I locked the place up and went back to the house. But she was immovable. She hadn't seen a thing. If he had taken anything larger than pocket size out of that shop of his, she had missed it. I could hardly doubt her sincerity. There was nothing to be had from that source, so I had no alternative but to wait for him another time. Anna Van Tromp, considerably chastened, watched her strange suitor. She looked upon all men as suitors without exception, for so her father had conditioned her to do, as he reached into his sack and brought out another wonder. "Now this," said Van der Kamp, "is an alarm clock. You wind it up like this, you see, set it, and off it goes. Listen to it ring. That will wake you up in the morning." "More magic," she cried doubtfully. "No, no," he explained patiently. "It's an everyday thing in my country. Perhaps some day you would like to join me in a little visit there, Anna." "Ja, maybe," she agreed, looking out the window to his weird and frightening carriage, which had no animal to draw it, and which vanished so strangely, fading away into the air whenever Van der Kamp went into it. "This clothes-washing machine you talk about," she admitted, "this I would like to see." "I must go now," said Van der Kamp, gazing at her with well-simulated coyness. "I'll leave these things here with you, and I'll just take along that bench over there." "Ja, ja," said Anna, blushing. "6 of one and half a dozen of the other," muttered Van der Kamp, comparing Anna with his sister. He got into his time machine and set out for home in the 20th century. There was some reluctance in his going. Here all was somnolent peace and quiet, despite the rigors of living. In his own time there were wars and turmoil, and the ultimate threat of the greatest war of all. New Amsterdam had one drawback, however, the presence of Anna Van Tromp. She had grown fond of him, undeniably, perhaps because he was so much more interested in her circumstances than in herself. What was a man to do? Julie at one end, Anna at the other. But even getting rid of Julie would not allow him to escape the warfare to come. He thought deeply of his problem all the way home. When he got back, he found his sister waiting up, as usual, ready to deliver the customary diatribe. He forestalled her. I've been thinking things over, Julie. I believe you'd be much happier if you were living with Brother Carl. I'll give you as much money as you need. You can pack your things, and I'll take you down to Louisiana. Take me? She exclaimed. How? In that crazy contraption of yours? Precisely. Oh, no, she said. You don't get me into that machine. How do I know what it will do to me? It's a time machine, isn't it? It might make an old hag of me. Or a baby. You said that you wanted to be young again, didn't you? He said softly. You said you'd like another chance. A faraway look came into her eyes. Oh, if only I could. If only I could be a girl again with a chance to get married. Pack your things, Vanderkamp said quietly. It must have been all of a month before I saw Vanderkamp again, Harrigan continued, waving for another scotch and soda. I was down in the vicinity on an assignment, and I took a run over to his place. He was home this time. He came to the door, which he had chained on the inside. He recognized me, and it was plain at the same time that he had no intention of letting me in. I came right out with the first question I had in mind. The thing that bothers me, I said to him, is how you get that time machine of yours in and out of that shed. Mr. Harrigan, he answered, newspaper reporters ought to have at least elementary scientific knowledge. You don't. How in hell could even a time machine be in two places at once, I ask you? If I take that machine back 3 centuries, that's where it is. Not here. And 3 centuries ago, that shop wasn't standing there. So you don't go in or out. You don't move at all, remember? It's time that moves. I called the other day, I went on. Your sister spoke to me. Give her my regards. My sister's left me, he said shortly, to stew, as you might say, in my own time machine. Really, I said. Just what do you have in mind to do next? Let me ask you something, Mr. Harrigan, he answered. Would you sit around here waiting for an atomic war if you could get away? Certainly not, I answered. Well then, I don't intend to either. All this while he was standing at the door, refusing to open it any wider or to let me in. He was making it pretty plain that there wasn't much he had to say to me, and he seemed to be in a hurry. Remember me to the inquiring public 30 years hence, Mr. Harrigan, he said at last, and closed the door. That was the last I saw of him. Harrigan finished his scotch and soda appreciatively and looked around for the bartender. Did he take off then? I asked. Like a rocket, said Harrigan. Queerest thing was that there wasn't a trace of him. The machine was gone too, the same way as the last time, without a disturbance in the shop. He and his machine had simply vanished off the face of the earth and were never heard from again. Matter of fact, though, Harrigan went on thoughtfully, Vanderkamp's disappearance wasn't the really queer angle on the pitch. The other thing broke in the papers the week after he left. The neighbors got pretty worked up about it. They called the police to tell them that Vanderkamp's sister Julie was back, only she was off her nut, and a good deal changed in appearance, too. Gal going blarmy was no news, of course, but that last bit about her appearance, they said she looked about 20 years older, all of a sudden, sort of rang a bell. So I went over there. It was Julie, all right, at least she looked a hell of a lot like Julie had when I last saw her, provided you could grant that a woman could age 20 years in the few weeks it had been. And she was off her rocker, sure enough, or hysterical, or at least madder than a wet hen. She made out like she couldn't speak a word of English, and they finally had to get an interpreter to understand her. She wouldn't speak anything but Dutch, and an old-fashioned kind, too. She made a lot of extravagant claims and kept insisting that she would bring the whole matter up in a complaint before Governor Stuyvesant. Said she wasn't Julie Vanderkamp, by God, but was named Anna van Tromp, which is an old Dutch name thereabouts, and claimed that she had been abducted from her home on the Bowery. We pointed out the 3rd Avenue L and told her that was the Bowery, but she just sniffed and looked at us as though we were crazy. I toyed with my drink. You mean you actually listened to the poor girl's story? I asked. Sure, Harrigan said. Maybe she was as crazy as a bedbug, but I've listened to wackier stories from supposedly sane people. Sure, I listened to her. He paused thoughtfully for a moment, then went on. She claimed that this fellow Vanderkamp had come to her house and filled her with a lot of guff about the wonderful country he lived in, and how she ought to let him take her to see it. Apparently, he waxed especially eloquent about an automatic washing machine and dryer, and that had fascinated her for some reason. Then, she said, he brought a 10-year-old girl along. The where in the world old Vanderkamp could have picked up a tot like that is beyond me. And the kid had added her blandishments to the plot. Between them, they had managed to lure her into the old guy's machine. From what she said, it was obviously the time machine she was talking about. And if she was Julie, there was no reason why she shouldn't know about it. But she talked as though it was a complete mystery to her, as though she'd no idea what the purpose of it was. Well, anyway, here she was, and very unhappy too. Wanted to go back to old New Amsterdam, but bad. It was a beautiful act, even if she was nuts. The strange thing was, though, that there were some things even a gal going wacky couldn't explain. For instance, the house was filled with what the experts said were priceless antiques from Dutch New Amsterdam, of the period just prior to the British siege. You'd think those things would make poor Julie feel more at home, seeing as she claimed to belong in that period, but apparently they just made her homesick. And curiously enough, all the modern gadgets were gone. All those handy little items that make the 20th century so livable had been taken away, including the washing machine and dryer, by the way. Julie, or Anna as she called herself, claimed that Vanderkamp had taken it back with him wherever he'd gone to, after he'd brought her there. Poor woman, I said sympathetically. They toted her off to the booby hatch, I suppose. No, Harrigan said slowly. They didn't. As a matter of fact, since she was harmless, they let her stay in the house for a while, which was a mistake, it seems. Of course, she wasn't from the 17th century. That's impossible. All the same, he broke off abruptly and stared moodily into his glass. What happened to her? I asked. She was found one morning about 2 weeks after she got there, he said, dead, electrocuted. It seems she'd stuck her finger into the light socket while standing in a bathtub full of water. An accident, obviously. As the medical examiner said, it was an accident any 6-year-old child would have known enough about electricity to avoid. That is, Harrigan added, a 20th century child. End of A Traveler in Time by August Derleth.
A Bad Day for Vermin by Keith Laumer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. A Bad Day for Vermin by Keith Laumer. They came in friendship and love. They couldn't help the way they looked. Judge Carter Gates of the Third Circuit Court finished his chicken salad on whole wheat, thoughtfully crumpled the wax paper bag and turned to drop it in the wastebasket behind his chair, and sat transfixed. Through his second-floor office window, he saw a 40-foot flower petal shape of pale turquoise, settling gently between the well-tended petunia beds on the courthouse lawn. On the upper or stem end of the vessel, a translucent pink panel popped up, and a slender, graceful form, not unlike a large violet caterpillar, undulated into view. Judge Gates whirled to the telephone. Half an hour later, he put it to the officials gathered with him in a tight group on the lawn. Boys, this thing is intelligent. Any fool can see that. It's putting together what my boy assures me is some kind of talking machine. And any minute now, it's going to start communicating. It's been 20 minutes since I notified Washington on this thing. It won't be long before somebody back there decides this is top secret and slaps a freeze on us here that will make the Manhattan Project look like a publicity campaign. Now, I say this is the biggest thing that ever happened to Plum County, and if we don't aim to be put right out of the picture, we'd better move fast. What you got in mind, Judge? I propose we hold an open hearing right here in the courthouse, the minute that thing gets its gear to working. We'll put it on the air. Tom Clembers from the radio station's already stringing wires, I see. Too bad we've got no TV equipment, but Jody Hurd has a movie camera. We'll put Willow Grove on the map bigger than Cape Canaveral ever was. We're with you on that, Carter. 10 minutes after the melodious voice of the Fianna's translator had requested escort to the village headman, the visitor was looking over the crowded courtroom, with an expression reminiscent of a St. Bernard puppy, hoping for a romp. The rustle of feet and throat clearing subsided, and the speaker began. People of the green world, happy the cycle. Heads turned at the clump of feet coming down the side aisle. A heavy torsoed man of middle age, bald, wearing a khaki shirt and trousers and rimless glasses, and with a dark leather holster slapping his hip at each step, cleared the front row of seats, planted himself, feet apart, yanked a heavy nickel-plated .44 revolver from the holster, took aim, and fired 5 shots into the body of the Fianna at a range of 10 feet. The violet form whipped convulsively, writhed from the bench to the floor with a sound like a wet fire hose being dropped, uttered a gasping twitter, and lay still. The gunman turned, dropped the pistol, threw up his hands, and called, Sheriff Hoskins, I'm putting myself in your protective custody. There was a moment of stunned silence, then a rush of spectators for the alien. The sheriff's 309-pound bulk bellied through the shouting mob to take up the stand before the khaki-clad man. I always knew you was a mean one, Cecil Stump, he said, unlimbering the handcuffs. Ever since I seen you making up those ground glass baits for Joe Potter's dog. But I never thought I'd see you turn to cold-blooded murder. He waved at the bystanders. Clear a path through here. I'm taking my prisoner over to the jail. Just a dad-blame minute, Sheriff. Stump's face was pale. His glasses were gone, and one khaki shoulder strap dangled. But what was almost a grin twisted one meaty cheek. He hid his hands behind his back, leaning away from the cuffs. I don't like the word prisoner. I asked for your protection. And better look out who you're throwing the word murder off at, too. I ain't murdered nobody. The sheriff blinked, turned to roar, How's that victim, Doc? A small gray head rose from bending over the limp form of the Fianna. Deader than a mackerel, Sheriff. I guess that's it. We'll go, Cecil. What's the charge? First-degree murder. Who'd I murder? Why, you killed this stranger. That ain't no stranger. That's a varmint. Murder's got to do with killing humans, the way I understand it. You're going to tell me that thing's human? 10 people shouted at once. Human as I am, intelligent being. Tell me you can simply kill. Must be some kind of law. The sheriff raised his hands, his jowls drawn down in a scowl. What about it, Judge Gates? Any law against Cecil Stump killing the judge thrust out his lower lip. Well, let's see, he began. Technically. Good Lord, somebody blurted. You mean the laws on murder don't define what constitutes... what a humorin is, Cecil snorted. Whatever it says, it sure Bob don't include no purple worms. That's a varmint, pure and simple. Ain't no different killing it than any other critter. Then by God, we'll get him on malicious damage, a man called, or hunting without a license out of season. Carrying concealed weapons. Stump went for his hip pocket, stumbled out a fat, shapeless wallet, extracted a thumbed rectangle of folded paper, offered it. I'm a licensed exterminator. I got a permit to carry a gun, too. I ain't broken no law. He grinned openly now. Just doing my job, Sheriff, and at no charge to the county." A smaller man with bristling red hair flared his nostrils at Stump. "You bloodthirsty idiot!" He raised a fist and shook it. "We'll be a national disgrace. Worse than Little Rock. Lynching's too good for you." "Hold on there, Weinstein," the sheriff cut in. "Let's not go getting no lynch talk started." "Lynch, is it?" Cecil Stump bellowed, his face suddenly red. "Why, I done a favor for every man here. Now you listen to me. What is that thing over there?" He jerked a blunt thumb toward the judicial bench. "It's some kind of critter from Mars or someplace. You know that as well as me. And what's it here for? It ain't for the good of the likes of you or me, I can tell you that. It's them or us. And this time, by God, we got in the first lick." "Why, you hate-monger!" "Now hold on right there. I'm as liberal-minded as the next feller. Hell, I like a black, and I can't hardly tell a Jew from a white man. But when it comes to taking in a purple worm and calling it human, that's where I draw the line." Sheriff Hoskins pushed between Stump and the surging front rank of the crowd. "Stay back there. I want you to disperse peaceably and let the law handle this." "I figure I'll push off now, Sheriff." Stump hitched up his belt. "I figured you might have to calm 'em down right at first. But now they've had a chance to think it over and see I ain't broken no law. Ain't none of these law-abiding folks going to do anything illegal, like trying to get rough with a licensed exterminator just doing his job." He stooped to retrieve his gun. "Here, I'll take that," Sheriff Hoskins said. "You can consider your gun license canceled. And your exterminating license, too." Stump grinned again, handed the revolver over. "Sure, I'm cooperative, Sheriff. Anything you say. Send it around to my place when you're done with it." He pushed his way through the crowd to the corridor door. "The rest of you stay put." A portly man with a head of bushy white hair pushed his way through to the bench. "I'm calling an emergency town meeting to order right here and now." He banged the gavel on the scarred bench top, glanced down at the body of the dead alien, now covered by a flag. "Gentlemen, we've got to take fast action. If the wire services get a hold of this before we've gone on record, Willow Grove will be a blighted area." "Look here, Willard," Judge Gates said, rising. This mob isn't competent to take legal action." "Never mind what's legal, Judge. Sure, this calls for federal legislation, maybe a constitutional amendment. But in the meantime, we're going to define what constitutes a person within the incorporated limits of Willow Grove." "That's the least we can do," a thin-faced woman snapped, glaring at Judge Gates. "Do you think we're going to sit here and condone this outrage?" "Nonsense," Gates said. "I don't like what happened any better than you do. But a person's got to have 2 arms and 2 legs. And—" "Shape's got nothing to do with it," the chairman cut in. "Bears walk on 2 legs. Dave Zawaki lost his in the war. Monkeys have hands." "Any intelligent creature—" the woman started. "Nope, that won't do either. My unfortunate cousin's boy Melvin was born an imbecile, poor lad. Now, folks, there's no time to waste. We'll find it very difficult to formulate a satisfactory definition based on considerations such as these. However, I think we can resolve the question in terms that will form a basis for future legislation on the question. It's going to make some big changes in things. Hunters aren't going to like it. The meat industry will be affected. But if, as it appears, we've entered into an era of contact with, creatures from other worlds, we got to get our house in order." "You tell him, Senator," somebody yelled. "We better leave this for Congress to figure out," another voice insisted. "We got to do something." The senator held up his hands. "Quiet, everybody. There'll be reporters here in a matter of minutes. Maybe our ordinance won't hold water, but it'll start 'em thinking, and it'll make a lot better copy for Willow Grove than the killing." "What you got in mind, Senator?" "Just this," the senator said solemnly. "A person is any harmless creature." Feet shuffled. Somebody coughed. "What about a man who commits a violent act, then?" Judge Gates demanded. "What's he, huh?" "That's obvious, gentlemen," the senator said flatly. "He's vermin." On the courthouse steps, Cecil Stump stood, hands in hip pockets. talking to a reporter from the big town paper in Mantoon, surrounded by a crowd of latecomers who had missed the excitement inside. He described the accuracy of his 5 shots, the sound they had made hitting the big blue snake, and the ludicrous spectacle the latter had presented in its death agony. He winked at a foxy man in overalls picking his nose at the edge of the crowd. "Guess it'll be a while before any damn reptiles move in here like they own the place," he concluded. The courthouse doors banged wide, excited citizens pouring forth, veering aside from Cecil Stump. The crowd around him thinned, broke up as its members collared those emerging with hot news. The reporter picked a target. "Perhaps you'd care to tell me a few details of the action taken by the, special committee, sir." Senator Custis pursed his lips. "A session of the town council was called," he said. "We've defined what a person is in this town." Stump, standing 10 feet away, snorted. "Can't touch me with no ex post factory law." "And also what can be classified as vermin," Custis went on. Stump closed his mouth with a snap. "Here, that's supposed to be some kind of slam at me, Custis? By God, come election time." Above, the door opened again. A tall man in a leather jacket stepped out, stood looking down. The crowd pressed back. Senator Custis and the reporter moved aside. The newcomer came down the steps slowly. He carried Cecil Stump's nickel-plated .44 in his hand. Standing alone now, Stump watched him. "Here," he said, his voice carrying a sudden note of strain. "Who are you?" The man reached the foot of the steps, raised the revolver, and cocked it with a thumb. "I'm the new exterminator," he said. End of Bad Day for Vermin by Keith Laumer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Weirdest World by R.A. Lafferty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Weirdest World by R.A. Lafferty. Odd planet. The bipeds talked from their heads and saw only what lay before them. In short, they were pathetic and deadly. 1. As I am now utterly without hope, lost to my mission and lost in the sight of my crew, I will record what petty thoughts I may have, for what benefit they may give some other starfarer. 9 long days of bickering, but the decision is sure. The crew will maroon me. I have lost all control over them. Who would have believed that I would show such weakness when crossing the barrier? By all the tests, I should have been the strongest. But the final test is the event itself. I failed. I only hope that it is a pleasant and habitable planet where they put me down. Later. They have decided I am no longer the captain, even in name. But they have compassion on me. They will do what they can for my comfort. I believe they have already selected my desert island, so to speak, an out-of-the-way globe where they will leave me to die. I will hope for the best. I no longer have any voice in their councils. Later. I will be put down with only the basic survival kit, the ejection mortar and sphere for my last testament to be orbited into the galactic drift, a small cosmoscope so that I will at least have my bearings, 1 change of blood, an abridged universal language correlator, a compendium of the 1,000 philosophic questions yet unresolved to exercise my mind, a small vial of bug kill, and a stack of sexy magazines. Later, it has been selected, but my mind has grown so demoralized that I do not even recognize the system, though once this particular region was my specialty. The globe will be habitable. There will be breathable atmosphere, which will allow me to dispense with much bothersome equipment. Here the filter used is nitrogen. Yet it will not matter. I have breathed nitrogen before. There will be sufficient water, much of it saline, but sufficient quantities of sweet. Food will be no problem. Before being marooned, I will receive injections that should last me for the rest of my probably short life. Gravity will be within the range of my constitution. What will be lacking? Nothing but the companionship of my own kind, which is everything. What a terrible thing it is to be marooned. One of my teachers used to say that the only unforgivable sin in the universe is ineptitude. That I should be the first to succumb to space ineptitude and be an awkward burden on the rest of them, but it would be disastrous for them to try to travel any longer with a sick man, particularly as their nominal leader. I would be a shadow over them. I hold them no rancor. It will be today. Later. I am here. I have no real interest in defining where here is, though I have my cosmoscope and could easily determine it. I was anesthetized a few hours before, and put down here in my sleep. The blasted half-acre of their landing is near. No other trace of them is left. Yet it is a good choice, not greatly unlike home. It is the nearest resemblance I have seen on the entire voyage, which is to say that the pseudodendrons are enough like trees to remind me of trees, the herbage near enough to grass to satisfy one who has never known real grass. It is a green, somewhat waterlogged land of pleasant temperature. The only inhabitants I have encountered are a preoccupied race of humpbacked browsers who pay me scant notice. They are quadruped and myopic, and spend nearly their entire time at feeding. It may be that I am invisible to them, yet they hear my voice and shy away somewhat from it. I am able to communicate with them only poorly. Their only vocalization is a sort of vibrant, windy roar, but when I answer in kind, they appear more puzzled than communicative. They have this peculiarity. When they come to an obstacle of terrain or thicket, they either go laboriously around it or force their way through it. It does not seem to occur to them to fly over it. They are as gravity-bound as a newborn baby. What air-traveling creatures I have met are of a considerably smaller size. They are more vocal than the myopic quadrupeds, and I have had some success with conversing with them, but my results still await a more leisurely semantic interpretation. Such communication of theirs as I have analyzed are quite commonplace. They have no real philosophy and are singularly lacking in aspiration. They are almost total extroverts and have no more than the rudiments of introspection. Yet they manage to tell me some amusing anecdotes. They are quite good-natured, though moronic. They say that neither they nor the myopic quadrupeds are the dominant race here, but rather a large grub-like creature lacking a complete outer covering. From what they are able to convey of this breed, it is a nightmarish kind of creature. One of the flyers even told me that the giant grubs travel upright on a bifurcated tail, but this is difficult to credit. Besides, I believe that humor is at least a minor component of the mentality of my airy friends. I will call them birds, though they are but a sorry caricature of birds at home. Later. I am being hunted. I am being hunted by the giant grubs. Doubling back, I have seen them on my trail, examining it with great curiosity. The birds had given me a very inadequate idea of these. They are indeed unfinished. They do lack a complete outer covering. Despite their giant size, I am convinced that they are grubs, living under rocks and in masses of rotten wood. Nothing in nature gives the impression of so lacking an outer covering as the grub, that obese, unfinished worm. These are, however, simple bipeds. They are wrapped in a cocoon which they seem never to have shed, as though their emergence from the larval state were incomplete. It is a loose, artificial sheath, covering the central portion of the corpus. They seem never to divest themselves of it, though it is definitely not a part of the body. When I have analyzed their minds, I will know the reason for their carrying it. Now I can only conjecture. It would seem a compulsion, some psychological bond that dooms them in their apparent adult state to carry their cocoons with them. Later. I am captured by 3 of the giant grubs. I had barely time to swallow my communication seer. They pinned me down and beat me with sticks. I was taken by surprise, and was not momentarily able to solve their language, though it came to me after a short interval. It was discordant and vocal and entirely gravity-bound, by which I mean that its thoughts are chained to its words. There seems nothing in them above the vocal. In this, the giant grubs were less than the birds, even though they had a practical power and cogency that the birds lacked. "What'll we do with the blob?" asked one. "Why," said the second one, "you hit it on that end and I'll hit it on this. We don't know which end is the head." "Let's try it for bait," said the third. "Catfish might go for it. We could keep it alive till we're ready to use it, then it would stay fresh." "No, let's kill it. It doesn't look too fresh even the way it is." "Gentlemen, you are making a mistake," I said. "I have done nothing to merit death, and I am not without talent. Besides, you are not considering the possibility that I may be forced to kill you 3 instead. I will not die willingly. Also, I will thank you to stop pounding on me with those sticks. It hurts." I was surprised and shocked at the sound of my own voice, it nearly as harsh as that of the grubs. But this was my first attempt at their language, and musicality does not become it. "Hey, fellas, did you hear that? Was that the blob talking? Or was it one of you playing a joke? Harry, Stanley, have you been practicing to be ventriloquists?" "Not me." "Not me either. It sure sounded like it was it." "Hey, Blob, was that you? Can you talk, Blob?" "Certainly I can talk," I responded. "I am not an infant, nor am I a blob. I am a creature superior to your own kind, if you are examples. Or it may be that you are only children. Perhaps you are still in the pupa stage. Tell me, is yours an early stage, or an arrested development, or are you indeed adult? Hey, fellas, we don't have to take that from any blob. I'll cave in its blasted head. That's his tail. It's his head. It's the end it talks with." "Gentlemen, perhaps I can set you straight," I said. "That is my tail you are thwacking with that stick, and I am warning you to stop it. Of course I was talking with my tail. I was only doing it in imitation of you. I am new at the language and its manner of speaking, yet it may be that I have made a grotesque mistake. Is that your heads that you are waving in the air? Well, then, I will talk with my head, if that is the custom. But I warn you again not to hit me on either end with those sticks. Hey, fellas, I bet we could sell that thing. I bet we could sell it to Billy Wilkins for his reptile farm. How would we get it there? Make it walk. Hey, Blob, can you walk?" "I can travel, certainly. But I would not stagger along precariously on a pair of flesh stilts with my head in the air as you do. When I travel, I do not travel upside down." "Well, let's go then. We're going to sell you to Billy Wilkins for his reptile farm. If he can use a blob, he'll put you in one of the tanks with the big turtles and alligators. You think you'll like them?" "I am lonesome in this lost world," I replied sadly, "and even the company of you peeled grubs is better than nothing. I am anxious to adopt a family and settle down here for what years of life I may have left. It may be that I will find compatibility with the species you mentioned. I do not know what they are. Hey, fellas, this Blob ain't a bad guy at all. I'd shake your hand, Blob, if I knew where it was. Let's go to Billy Wilkins' place and sell him." 2. We traveled to Billy Wilkins' place. My friends were amazed when I took to the air, and believed that I had deserted them. They had no cause to distrust me. Without them, I would have had to rely on intuition to reach Billy Wilkins, and even then I would have lacked the proper instructions. "Hey, Billy," said my loudest friend, whose name was Cecil, "what will you give us for a blob? It flies and talks, and isn't a bad fellow at all. You'd get more tourists to come to your reptile show if you had a talking blob in it. He can sing songs and tell stories. I bet he could even play the guitar. Well, Cecil, I'll give you all of $10 for it, and try to figure out what it is later. I'm a little head on my hunches now, so I can afford to gamble on this one. I can always pickle it and exhibit it as a genuine hippopotamus kidney. Thank you, Billy. Take care of yourself, Blob. Goodbye for now, gentlemen, I said. I would like you to visit me some evening as soon as I become acclimated to my new surroundings. I will throw a wingding for you, as soon as I find out what a wingding is. My God, said Billy Wilkins, it talks. It really talks. We told you it could talk and fly, Billy. It talks, said Billy. Where's that blasted sign painter? Eustace, come here. We got to paint a new sign. The turtles in the tank I was put into did have a sound basic philosophy, which was absent in the walking grubs, but they were slow and lacking inner fire. They would not be obnoxious company, but neither would they give me excitement and warmth. I was really more interested in the walking grubs. Eustace was a black grub, while the others had been white, but like them he had no outside casing of his own, and like them he also staggered about on flesh stilts with his head in the air. It wasn't that I was naive or hadn't seen bipeds before, but I don't believe anyone ever became entirely accustomed to seeing a biped travel in this peculiar manner. Good afternoon, Eustace, I said pleasantly enough. The eyes of Eustace were large and white. He was a more handsome specimen than the other grubs. That you talking, bub? Say, you really can talk, can't you? I thought Mr. Billy was fooling. Now just you hold that expression a minute and let me get it set in my mind. I can paint anything once I get it set in my mind. What's your name, Blob? Have blobs names? Not in your manner. With us, the name and the soul, I believe you call it, are the same thing and cannot be vocalized. So I will have to adopt a name of your sort. What would be a good name? Bub, I was always partial to George Albert Elroy Ellery. That's my grandfather's name. Should I also have a family name? Sure. What would you suggest? How about Macintosh? That will be fine. I will use it. I talked to the turtles while Eustace was painting my portrait on the tent canvas. Is the name of this world Florida? I asked one of them. The road signs say Florida. World, 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 water, 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 glub, 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 said one of them. Yes, but is this particular world we are on named Florida? World, world, water, water, glub, said another. Eustace, I can get nothing from these fellows, I called. Is this world named Florida? Mr. George Albert, you are right in the middle of Florida, the greatest state in the universe. Having traveled, Eustace, I have great reservations that it is the greatest, but it is my new home, and I must cultivate a loyalty to it. I went up in a tree to give advice to two young birds trying to construct a nest. This was obviously their first venture. You are going about it all wrong, I told them. First consider that this will be your home, and then consider how you can make your home most beautiful. This is the way they've always built them, said one of the birds. There must be an element of utility, yes, I told them, but the dominant motif should be beauty. The impression of expanding vistas can be given by long, low walls and parapets. This is the way they've always built them, said the other bird. Remember to empower new developments, I said. Just say to yourself, this is the newest nest in the world. Always say that about any task you attempt. It inspires you. This is the way they've always built them, said the birds. Go build your own nest. Mr. George Albert, Eustace said, Mr. Billy won't like you flying around those trees. You're supposed to stay in your tank. I was only getting a little air and talking to the birds, I said. You can talk to the birds? Asked Eustace. Cannot anyone? I can a little, Eustace said. I didn't know anyone else could. But when Billy Wilkins returned and heard the report that I had been flying about, I was put in the snake house, in a cage that was tightly meshed top and sides. My cellmate was a surly python named Pete. See you stay on your side, said Pete. You're too big for me to swallow. but I might try. There is something bothering you, Pete, I said. You have a bad disposition. That can come only from bad digestion or a bad conscience. I have both, said Pete. First is because I bolt my food. The second is because, well, I forgot the reason, but it's my conscience. Think hard, Pete. Why have you a bad conscience? Snakes always have a bad conscience. We have forgotten the crime, but we remember the guilt. Perhaps you should seek advice from someone, Pete. I kind of think it was someone's smooth advice that started us on all this. He talked the legs right off of us. Billy Wilkins came to the cage with another man, as the talking grubs called themselves. That it? Said the other man. And you say it can talk? Of course I can talk, I answered for Billy Wilkins. I have never known a creature that couldn't talk in some manner. My name is George Albert Leroy Ellery McIntosh. I don't believe I've heard yours, sir. Bracken, Blackjack Bracken. I was telling Billy here that if he really had a blob that can talk, I might be able to use it in my nightclub. We could have you here at the Snake Ranch in the daytime for the tourists and kids. Then I could have you in the nightclub at night. We could work out an act. Do you think you could learn to play a guitar? Probably, but it would be much easier for me to merely duplicate the sound. But then how would you sing and make the guitar noise at the same time? You surely don't think I'm limited to one voice box. Oh, I didn't know. What's that big metal ball you have there? That's my communication sphere, to record my thoughts. I would not be without it. When in danger, I swallow it. When in extreme danger, I will have to escape to a spot where I have concealed my ejection mortar and send my sphere into the galactic drift on a chance that it will be found. That's no kind of gag to put in the act. What I had in mind was something like this. Blackjack Bratton told a joke. It was a childish one, in poor taste. I don't believe that is quite my style, I said. All right, what would you suggest? I thought I might lecture your patrons on the higher ethic. Look, George Albert, my patrons don't have even the lower ethic. And just what sort of compensation are we talking about, I asked. Billy and I had settled on $150 a week. $150 for whom? Why, for Billy. Let's make it $150 for myself and 10% for Billy as my agent. Say, this blob's real smart, isn't he, Billy? Too smart. Yes, sir, George Albert, you're one smart blob. What kind of contract have you signed with Billy here? No contract. Just a gentleman's agreement? No agreement. Billy, you can't hold him in a cage without a contract. That's slavery. It's against the law. But Blackjack, the blob isn't people. Try and prove that in court. Will you sign a contract with me, George Albert? I will not dump Billy. He befriended me and gave me a home with the turtles and snakes. I will sign a joint contract with the two of you. We will discuss terms tomorrow, after I have estimated the attendance both here and at the nightclub. 3. Of the walking grubs who call themselves people, there are two kinds, and they place great emphasis on this difference. From this stems a large part of their difficulties. This distinction, which is one of polarity, cuts quite across the years and ability and station of life. It is not confined only to the people grubs, but also involves apparently all the beings on the planet Florida. It appears that a person is committed to one or the other polarity at the beginning of life, maintaining that polarity until death. The interlocking attraction-repulsion complex set up by these two opposite types has deep emotional involvements. It is the cause of considerable concern and disturbance, as well as desire and inspiration. There is a sort of poetic penumbra about the whole thing that tends to disguise its basic simplicity, expressible as a simultaneous polarity equation. Complete segregation of the two types seems impossible. If it has ever been tried, it has now evidently been abandoned as impractical. There is indeed an intangible difference between the two types, so that before the first day at the reptile ranch was finished, I was able to differentiate between the two more than 90% of the time. The knowledge of this difference in polarity seems to be intuitive. These two I will call beta and gamma, or boy and girl types. I began to see that this opposability of the two types is one of the great driving forces of the people. In the evening, I was transported to the nightclub, and I was a success. I would not entertain them with blue jokes or blue lyrics, but the patrons seemed fascinated by my simple imitations of all the instruments of the orchestra and my singing of comic ballads that Eustace had taught me in the odd moments of that day. They were also interested in the way that I drank gin, that is, emptying the bottle without breaking the seal. It seems that the grub people are unable to absorb a liquid without making direct contact with it. And I met Margaret, one of the girl singers. I was wondering to what type of people I might show affinity. Now I knew. I was definitely a beta type, for I was attracted to Margaret, who is unmistakably a gamma. I began to understand the queer effect that these types have on each other. She came over to my cage. "I want to rub your head for good luck before I go on," she said. "Thank you, Margaret," I replied, "but that is not my head." She sang with incomparable sadness, with all the sorrow and sordidness that appears to be the lot of unfortunate gammas. It was the essence of melancholy made into music. It was a little bit like the ghost music on the asteroid Artemis, a little like the death chants on Dolmina. Sex and sorrow, nostalgia, regret. Her singing shook me with a yearning that had no precedent. She came back to my cage. "You were wonderful, Margaret," I said. "I'm always wonderful when I'm singing for my supper. I am less wonderful in the rare times when I am well fed. But are you happy, little buddy?" "I had become almost so until I heard you sing. Now I am overcome with sorrow and longing. Margaret, I am fascinated with you." "I go for you too, Blob. You're my buddy. Isn't it funny that the only buddy I have in the world is a blob? But if you'd seen some of the guys I've been married to, boy, I wouldn't insult you by calling them blobs. Have to go now. See you tomorrow night, if they keep us both on." Now there was a problem to face. It was necessary that I establish control over my environment, at once. How else could I aspire to Margaret? I knew that the heart of the entire place here was neither the bar, nor the entertainment therein, nor the cuisine, nor the dancing. The heart of the enterprise was the casino. Here was the money that mattered. The rest was but garnish. I had them bring me to the gambling rooms. I had expected problems of complexity here with which the patrons worked for their gain or loss. Instead, there was almost an amazing simplicity. All the games were based on first aspect numbers only. Indeed, everything on the planet Florida seemed to be based on first aspect numbers. Now, it is an elemental fact that first aspect numbers do not carry within them their own prediction, nor were the people even possessed of the prediction key that lies over the very threshold of the second aspect series. These people were actually wagering sums, the symbols of prosperity, blindly, not knowing for sure if they would win or lose. They were selecting numbers by hunch, or at random, with no assurance of profit. They were choosing a hole for the ball to fall into without knowing whether that was the right hole. I do not believe that I was ever so amazed at anything in my life. But here was my opportunity to establish control over my environment. I began to play the games. Usually I would watch around first to be sure that I understood just what was going on. Then I would play a few times, as many as it took to break the game. I broke game after game. When he could no longer pay me, Blackjack closed the casino in exasperation. Then we played poker, he and I, and several others. This was even more simple. I suddenly realized that the grub people could see only one side of the cards at a time. I played, and I won. I owned the casino now, and all those people were working for me. Billy Wilkins also played with us, so in short order I also owned the reptile ranch. Before the evening was over, I owned a racetrack, a beach hotel, and a theater in a place named New York. I had begun to establish control over my environment. Later. Now started the golden days. I increased my control and did what I could for my friends. I got a good doctor for my old friend and roommate, Pete the Python, and he began to receive treatments for his indigestion. I got a jazzy sports car for my friend Eustace, imported from somewhere called Italy. And I buried Margaret in mink, for she had a fix on the fur of that mysterious animal. She enjoyed draping it about her in the form of coats, capes, cloaks, mantles, and stoles, though the weather didn't really require it. I had now won several banks, a railroad, an airline, and a casino in somewhere named Havana. "You're somebody now," said Margaret. "You really ought to dress better. Or are you dressed? I never know. I don't know if part of that is clothes, or if all of it is you. But at least I've learned which is your head. I think we should be married in May. It's so common to be married in June. Just imagine me being Mrs. George Albert Leroy Ellery McIntosh. You know, we have become quite an item. And do you know there are 3 biographies of you out? Burgeoning Blob, The Blob from Way Out, and The Hidden Hand Behind the Blob. What does it portend? And the governor has invited us to dine tomorrow. I do wish you would learn to eat. If you weren't so nice, you'd be creepy. I always say there's nothing wrong with marrying a man, or a blob, with money. It shows foresight on the part of a girl. You know you will have to get a blood test. You had better get it tomorrow. You do have blood, don't you? I did, but not, of course, of the color and viscosity of hers. But I could give it that color and viscosity temporarily, and it would react negatively to all the tests. She mused. They are all jealous of me. They say they wouldn't marry a blob. They mean they couldn't. Do you have to carry that tin ball with you all the time? Yes, it is my communication sphere. In it I record my thoughts. I would be lost without it. Oh, like a diary. How quaint. Yes, those were the golden days. The grubs appeared to me in a new light, for was not Margaret also a grub? Yet she seemed not so unfinished as the rest. Though lacking a natural outer casing, she had not the appearance of crawling out from under a rock. She was quite an attractive girl. And she cared for me. What more could I wish? I was affluent. I was respected. I was in control of my environment. And I could aid my friends, of whom I now had acquired an astonishing number. Moreover, my old space ineptitude sickness had left me. I never felt better in my life. Ah, the golden days, one after the other like a pleasant dream. And soon I am to be married. 4. There has been a sudden change, as on the planet Hecuba, where full summer turns into dead of winter in minutes, to the destruction of many travelers. So it was here. My world is threatened. It is tottering. All that I have built. I will fight. I will have the best lawyers on the planet. I am not done yet, but I am threatened. Later. This may be the end. The appeal court has given its decision. A blob may not own property in Florida. A blob is not a person. Of course I am not a person. I never pretended to be. But I am a personage. I will yet fight this thing. Later. I have lost everything. The last appeal is gone. By definition, I am an animal of indeterminate origin, and my property is being completely stripped from me. I made an eloquent appeal, and it moved them greatly. There were tears in their eyes, but there was greed in the set of their mouths. They have a vested interest in stripping me. Each will seize a little, and I am left a pauper, a vassal, an animal, a slave. This is always the last doom of the marooned, to be a despised alien at the mercy of a strange world. Yet it should not be hopeless. I will have Margaret. Since my contract with Billy Wilkins and Blackjack Bracken, long since bought up, is no longer in effect, Margaret should be able to handle my affairs as a person. I believe that I have great earning power yet, and I can win as much as I wish by gambling. We will treat this as only a technicality. We shall acquire a new fortune. I will re-establish control over my environment. I will bring back the golden days. A few of my old friends are still loyal to me. Margaret, Pete the Python, Eustace. Later, the world has caved in completely. Margaret has thrown me over. "I'm sorry, Blobby," she said, "but it just won't work. You're still nice, but without money, you're only a blob. How can I marry a blob? But we can earn more money. I'm talented. No, you're box office poison now. You were a fad, and fads die quickly. But Margaret, I can win as much as I wish gambling. Not a chance, Blobby. Nobody will gamble with you anymore. You're through, Blob. I will miss you, though. There will be a new blue note in my ballads when I sing for my supper, after the mink coats are all gone. Bye now. Margaret, do not leave me. What of all our golden days together?" But all she said was, "Bye now," and she was gone forever. I am desolate, and my old space ineptitude has returned. My recovery was an illusion. I am so ill with awkwardness that I can no longer fly. I must walk on the ground like one of the giant grubs. A curse on this planet Florida and all its sister orbs. What a miserable world this is! How could I have been tricked by a young gamma type of the walking grub? Let her crawl back under her ancestral rock with all the rest of her kind. No, no, I do not mean that. To me she will always remain a dream, a broken dream. I am no longer welcome at the casino. They kicked me down the front stairs. I no longer have a home at the reptile ranch. "Mr. George Albert," said Eustace, "I just can't afford to be seen with you any more. I have my position to consider, with the sports car and all that." Pete the Python was curt. "Well, big shot, I guess you aren't so big after all. And you were sure no friend of mine. When you had that doctor cure my indigestion, you left me with nothing but my bad conscience. I wish I could get my indigestion back." "A curse on this world," I said. "World, world, water, water, glub, glub," said the turtles in their tanks, my only friends. So I have gone back into the woods to die. I have located my ejection mortar, and when I know that death is finally on me, I will fire off my communication sphere and hope it will reach the galactic drift. Whoever finds it, friend, space traveler, you who are too impatient to remain on your own world, be you warned of this one. Here ingratitude is the rule and cruelty the main sport. The unfinished grubs have come out from under their rocks, and they walk this world upside down with their heads in the air. Their friendship is fleeting. Their promises are like the wind. I am near my end. End of The Weirdest World by R.A. Lafferty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yillian Way by Keith Laumer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Yillian Way by Keith Laumer. The ceremonious protocols of the Yills was impressive, colorful, and in the long run, deadly. Jamie Retrief, Vice Consul and Third Secretary in the Diplomatic Corps, followed the senior members of the terrestrial mission across the tarmac and into the gloom of the reception building. The gray-skinned Yill guide, who had met the arriving embassy at the foot of the ramp, hurried away. The counselor, 2 first secretaries, and the senior attachés gathered around the ambassador, their ornate uniforms bright in the vast dun-colored room. 10 minutes passed. Retief strolled across to the nearest door and looked through the glass panel at the room beyond. Several dozen Yill lounged in deep couches, sipping lavender drinks from slender glass tubes. Black tunic servants moved about inconspicuously, offering trays. A party of brightly dressed Yill moved toward the entrance doors. One of the party, a tall male, made to step before another who raised a hand languidly, fist clenched. The first Yill stepped back and placed his hands on the top of his head. Both Yill were smiling and chatting as they passed through the doors. Retief turned away to rejoin the terrestrial delegation, waiting beside a mound of crates made of rough greenish wood stacked on the bare concrete floor. As Retief came up, Ambassador Spradley glanced at his finger watch and spoke to the man beside him. "Ben, are you quite certain our arrival time was made clear?" Second Secretary Magnan nodded emphatically. "I stressed the point, Mr. Ambassador. I communicated with Mr. T'Chai just before the lighter broke orbit, and I specifically—" "I hope you didn't appear truculent, Mr. Magnan," the ambassador said sharply. "No, indeed, Ambassador. I merely—" "You're sure there's no VIP room here?" The ambassador glanced around the cavernous room. "Curious that not even chairs have been provided." "If you'd care to sit on one of these crates—" "Certainly not." The ambassador looked at his watch again and cleared his throat. "I may as well make use of these few moments to outline our approach for the more junior members of the staff. It's vital that the entire mission work in harmony in the presentation of the image. We terrestrials are a kindly, peace-loving race." The ambassador smiled in a kindly, peace-loving way. "We seek only a reasonable division of spheres of influence with the Yill." He spread his hands, looking reasonable. "We are a people of high culture, ethical and sincere." The smile was replaced abruptly by pursed lips. "We'll start by asking for the entire Serenian system and settle for half. We'll establish a foothold on all the choicer worlds. And, with shrewd handling, in a century we'll be in a position to assert a wider claim." The ambassador glanced around. "If there are no questions—" Retief stepped forward. "It's my understanding, Mr. Ambassador, that we hold the prior claim on the Serenian system. Did I understand Your Excellency to say that we're ready to concede half of it to the Yill without a struggle?" Ambassador Spradley looked up at Retief, blinking. The young man loomed over him. Beside him, Magnan cleared his throat in the silence. "Vice Consul Retief merely means—" "I can interpret Mr. Retief's remarks," the ambassador snapped. He assumed a fatherly expression. "Young man, you're new to the service. You haven't yet learned the team play, the give and take of diplomacy. I shall expect you to observe closely the work of the experienced negotiators of the mission. You must learn the importance of subtlety." "Mr. Ambassador," Magnan said, "I think the reception committee is arriving." He pointed. Half a dozen tall, short-necked Yill were entering through a side door. The leading Yill hesitated as another stepped in his path. He raised a fist, and the other moved aside, touching the top of his head perfunctorily with both hands. The group started across the room toward the terrestrials. Retief watched as the slender alien came forward and spoke passable Terran in a reedy voice. "I am Ptol. Come this way." He turned, and the group moved toward the door, the ambassador leading. As he reached for the door, the interpreter darted ahead and shouldered him aside. The other Yill stopped, waiting. The ambassador almost glared, then remembered the image. He smiled and beckoned the Yill ahead. They milled uncertainly, muttering in the native tongue, then passed through the door. The Terran party followed. Give a great deal to know what they're saying, Retrief overheard as he came up. Our interpreter has forged to the van, the ambassador said. I can only assume he'll appear when needed. A pity we have to rely on a native interpreter, someone said. Had I known we'd meet this rather uncouth reception, the ambassador said stiffly, I would have audited the language personally, of course, during the voyage out. Oh, no criticism intended, of course, Mr. Ambassador. Heavens, Magnan put in. Who would have thought? Retrief moved up behind the ambassador. Mr. Ambassador, he said, Later, young man, the ambassador snapped. He beckoned to the first counselor, and the two moved off, heads together. Outside, a bluish sun gleamed in the dark sky. Retrief watched his breath form a frosty cloud in the chill air. A broad, donut-wheeled vehicle was drawn up to the platform. The Yill gestured the Terran party to the gaping door in the rear, then stood back, waiting. Retrief looked curiously at the gray-painted van. The legend written on the side in alien symbols seemed to read, Eggnog. The ambassador entered the vehicle, the other terrestrials following. It was as bare of seats as the terminal building. What appeared to be a defunct electronic chassis lay in the center of the floor. Retrief glanced back. The Yill were talking excitedly. None of them entered the car. The door was closed, and the Terrans braced themselves under the low roof as the engine started up with a whine of worn turbos. The van moved off. It was an uncomfortable ride. Retrief put out an arm as the vehicle rounded a corner, just catching the ambassador as he staggered, off balance. The ambassador glared at him, settled his heavy tri-cornered hat, and stood stiffly until the car lurched again. Retrief stooped, attempting to see out through the single dusty window. They seemed to be in a wide street, lined with low buildings. They passed through a massive gate, up a ramp, and stopped. The door opened. Retrief looked out at a blank gray facade, broken by tiny windows at irregular intervals. A scarlet vehicle was drawn up ahead. The Yill reception committee emerged from it. Through its wide windows, Retrief saw rich upholstery and caught a glimpse of glasses clamped to a tiny bar. Patoy, the Yill interpreter, came forward, gesturing to a small door. Magnan opened it, waiting for the ambassador. As he stepped to it, the Yill thrust himself ahead and hesitated. Ambassador Spradley drew himself up, glaring. Then he twisted his mouth into a frozen smile and stepped inside. The Yill looked at each other, then filed through the door. Retrief was the last to enter. As he stepped inside, a black-clad servant slipped past him, pulled the lid from a large box by the door, and dropped a paper tray heaped with refuse. There were alien symbols in the flaked paint on the box. They seemed, Retrief noted, to spell eggnog. 2. The shrill pipes and whining reeds had been warming up for an hour when Retrief emerged from his cubicle and descended the stairs to the banquet hall. Standing by the open doors, he lit a slender cigar and watched through narrowed eyes as the obsequious servants in black flitted along the low, wide corridor, carrying laden trays into the boardroom, arranging settings on the great four-sided table, forming a hollow square that almost filled the room. Rich brocades were spread across the center of the side nearest the door, flanked by heavily decorated white cloths. Beyond, plain white extended to the far side, where metal dishes were arranged on the bare tabletop. A richly dressed Yill approached, stepped aside to allow a servant to pass, and entered the room. Retrief turned at the sound of Terran voices behind him. The ambassador came up, trailed by two diplomats. He glanced at Retrief, adjusted his ruff, and looked into the banquet hall. Apparently we're to be kept waiting again, he muttered. After having been informed at the onset that the Yill had no intention of yielding an inch, one almost wonders. Mr. Ambassador, Retrief said, have you noticed? However, Ambassador Spradley said, eyeing Retrief, A seasoned diplomat must take these little snubs in stride. In the end, ah, there, Magnan. He turned away, talking. Somewhere, a gong clanged. In a moment, the corridor was filled with chattering Yill, who moved past the group of terrestrials into the banquet hall. Ptoy, the Yill interpreter, came up and raised a hand. Wait here. More Yill filed into the dining room to take their places. A pair of helmeted guards approached, waving the terrestrials back. An immense gray-jowled Yill waddled to the door and passed through, followed by more guards. The chief of state, Retreat heard Magnan say, the admirable Ka. I have yet to present my credentials, Ambassador Spradley said. One expects some latitude in the observance of protocol, but I confess, he wagged his head. The Yill interpreter spoke up. You now will lie on your intestines and creep to festive board there, he pointed across the room. Intestines? Ambassador Spradley looked about wildly. Mr. Ptoy means our stomachs, I wouldn't wonder, Magnan said. He just wants us to lie down and crawl to our seats, Mr. Ambassador. What the devil are you grinning at, you idiot? The ambassador snapped. Magnan's face fell. Spradley glanced down at the medals across his paunch. This is... I've never... Homage to the goddess, the interpreter said. Oh, religion, someone said. Well, if it's a matter of religious beliefs, the ambassador looked dubiously around. Golly, it's only a couple of 100 feet, Magnan offered. Retrieve stepped up to Ptoy. His Excellency the Terrestrial Ambassador will not crawl, he said clearly. Here, young man, I said nothing. Not to crawl, the interpreter wore an unreadable Yill expression. It's against our religion, Retrieve said. Against? We are votives of the snake goddess, Retrieve said. It is a sacrilege to crawl. He brushed past the interpreter and marched toward the distant table. The others followed. Puffing, the ambassador came to Retrieve's side as they approached a dozen empty stools on the far side of the square opposite the brocade position of the admirable Ka. Mr. Retrieve, kindly see me after this affair, he hissed. In the meantime, I hope you will restrain from further rash impulses. Let me remind you I am the chief of mission here. Magnan came up from behind. Let me add my congratulations, Retrieve, he said. That was fast thinking. Are you out of your mind, Magnan? The ambassador barked. I am extremely displeased. Why, Magnan stuttered, I was speaking sarcastically, of course, Mr. Ambassador. Didn't you notice the kind of shocked little gasp I gave when he did it? The terrestrials took their places, Retrieve at the end. The table before them was of bare green wood, with an array of shallow pewter dishes. Some of the Yill at the table were in plain gray, others in black. All eyed them silently. There was a constant stir among them as one or another rose and disappeared, and others sat down. The pipes and reeds were shrilling furiously, and the susurration of Yillian conversation from the other tables rose ever higher in competition. A tall Yill in black was at the ambassador's side now. The nearby Yill fell silent as he began ladling a whitish soup into the largest of the bowls before the terrestrial envoy. The interpreter hovered, watching. That's quite enough, Ambassador Spradley said, as the bowl overflowed. The Yill servant rolled his eyes, dribbled more of the soup into the bowl. Kindly serve the other members of my staff, the ambassador said. The interpreter said something in a low voice. The servant moved hesitantly to the next stool and ladled more soup. Retrieve watched, listening to the whispers around him. The Yill at the table were craning now to watch. The soup ladler was ladling rapidly, rolling his eyes sideways. He came to Retrieve, reached out with a full ladle for the bowl. No, said Retrieve. The ladler hesitated. None for me, Retrieve said. The interpreter came up and motioned to the servant, who reached again, ladle brimming. "I don't like it," Retrieve said, his voice distinct in the sudden hush. He stared at the interpreter, who stared back, then waved the servant away. "Mr. Retrieve," a voice hissed. Retrieve looked down the table. The ambassador was leaning forward, glaring at him, his face a mottled crimson. "I'm warning you, Mr. Retrieve," he said hoarsely. "I've eaten sheep's eyes in the Sudan, Ka Swa in Burma, 100-year chug on Mars, and everything else that's been placed before me in the course of my diplomatic career, and by the holy relics of St. Ignatz, you'll do the same." He snatched up a spoon-like utensil and dipped it into his bowl. "Don't eat that, Mr. Ambassador," Retrieve said. The ambassador stared, wide-eyed. He opened his mouth, guiding the spoon toward it. Retrieve stood, gripped the table under its edge, and heaved. The immense wooden slab rose and tilted, dishes sliding. It crashed to the floor with a ponderous slam. Whitish soup spattered across the terrazzo. A couple of odd bowls rolled across the room. Cries rang out from the Yill, mingled with a strangled yell from Ambassador Spradley. Retrieve walked past the wide-eyed members of the mission to the sputtering chief. "Mr. Ambassador," he said, "I'd like—" "You'd like! I'll break you, you young hoodlum! Do you realize—" "Please!" The interpreter stood at Retrieve's side. "My apologies," Ambassador Spradley said, mopping his forehead. "My profound apologies." "Be quiet," Retrieve said. "What?" "Don't apologize," Retrieve said. Patoy was beckoning. "Please, I'll come." Retrieve turned and followed him. The portion of table they were ushered to was covered with an embroidered white cloth, set with thin porcelain dishes. The Yill, already seated there, rose, amid babbling, and moved down the table. The black-clad Yill at the end table closed ranks to fill the vacant seats. Retrieve sat down and found Magnan at his side. "What's going on here?" the second secretary said angrily. "They were giving us dog food," Retrieve said. "I overheard a Yill. They seated us at the bottom of the servants' table." "You mean you know their language?" "I learned it on the way out. Enough, at least." The music burst out with a clangorous fanfare, and a throng of jugglers, dancers, and acrobats poured into the center of the hollow square, frantically juggling, dancing, and back-flipping. Black-clad servants swarmed suddenly, heaping mounds of fragrant food onto the plates of Yill and terrestrials alike, pouring a pale purple liqueur into slender glasses. Retrieve sampled the Yill food. It was delicious. Conversation was impossible in the din. He watched the gaudy display and ate heartily. 3. Retrieve leaned back, grateful for the lull in the music. The last of the dishes were whisked away, and more glasses filled. The exhausted entertainers stopped to pick up the thick square coins the diners threw. Retrieve sighed. It had been a rare feast. "Retrieve," Magnan said in the comparative quiet, "what were you saying about dog food as the music came up?" Retrieve looked at him. "Haven't you noticed the pattern, Mr. Magnan? A series of deliberate affronts." "Deliberate affronts? Just a minute, Retrieve. They're uncouth, yes, crowding into doorways and that sort of thing." He looked at Retrieve uncertainly. "They herded us into a baggage warehouse at the terminal. Then they hauled us here in a garbage truck." "Garbage truck?" "Only symbolic, of course. They ushered us in the tradesman's entrance, and assigned us cubicles in the servants' wing. Then we were seated with the coolie-class sweepers at the bottom of the table. You must be—I mean, we're the terrestrial delegation. Surely these Yill must realize our power." "Precisely, Mr. Magnan, but—" With a clang of cymbals, the musicians launched a renewed assault. 6 tall, helmeted Yill sprang into the center of the floor and paired off in a wild performance, half dance, half combat. Magnan pulled at Retrieve's arm, his mouth moving. Retrieve shook his head. No one could talk against the Yill orchestra in full cry. He sampled a bright red wine and watched the show. There was a flurry of action, and two of the dancers stumbled and collapsed, their partner opponents whirling away to pair off again, describe the elaborate pre-combat ritual, and abruptly set to, dull sabers clashing. And two more Yill were down, stunned. It was a violent dance. Retrieve watched, the drink forgotten. The last two Yill approached and retreated, whirled, bobbed and spun, feigned and postured, and on the instant clashed, straining chest to chest, then broke apart, heavy weapons chopping, parrying, as the music mounted to a frenzy. Evenly matched, the two hacked, thrust, blow for blow, across the floor, then back, defense forgotten, slugging it out. And then one was slipping, going down, helmet awry. The other, a giant muscular Yill, spun away, whirled in a mad swirl of pipes as coins showered, then froze before a gaudy table, raised the saber, and slammed it down with a resounding blow across the gay cloth before a lace and bow bedecked Yill, in the same instant that the music stopped. In utter silence, the dancer-fighters stared across the table at the seated Yill. With a shout, the Yill leapt up, raised a clenched fist. The dancer bowed his head and spread his hands on his helmet. Retrieve took a deep gulp of the pale yellow liqueur and leaned forward to watch. The beribboned Yill waved a hand negligently, spilled a handful of coins across the table, and sat down. The challenger spun away in a screeching shrill of music. Retrieve caught his eye for an instant as he passed. Then the dancer stood rigid before the brocade table, and the music stopped off short as the saber slammed down before a heavy Yill in ornate metal coils. The challenged Yill rose and raised a fist. The other ducked his head, put his hands on his helmet. The coins rolled. The dancer moved on. Twice more the dancer struck the table in ritualistic challenge, exchanged gestures, bent his neck and passed on. He circled the broad floor, saber twirling, arms darting in an intricate symbolism. The orchestra blared shrilly, unmuffled now by the surf roar of conversation. The Yill, Retrieve noticed suddenly, were sitting silent, watching. The dancer was closer now, and then he was before Retrieve, poised, towering, saber above his head. The music cut, and in the startling instantaneous silence, the heavy saber whipped over and down with an explosive concussion that set the dishes dancing on the tabletop. The Yill's eyes held on Retrieve's. In the silence, Magnan tittered drunkenly. Retrieve pushed back his stool. "Steady, my boy," Ambassador Spradling called. Retrieve stood. The Yill topped his 6'3" by an inch. In a motion almost too quick to follow, Retrieve reached for the saber, twitched it from the Yill's grip, swung it in a whistling cut. The Yill ducked, sprang back, snatched up a saber dropped by another dancer. "Someone stop that madman!" Spradley howled. Retrieve leapt across the table, sending fragile dishes spinning. The other danced back, and only then did the orchestra spring to life with a screech and a mad tattoo of high-pitched drums. Making no attempt to follow the weaving pattern of the Yill bolero, Retrieve pressed the other, fending off vicious cuts with the blunt weapon, chopping back relentlessly. Left hand on hip, Retrieve matched blow for blow, driving the other back. Abruptly, the Yill abandoned the double roll. Dancing forgotten, he settled down in earnest, cutting, thrusting, parrying, and now the two stood toe to toe, sabers clashing in a lightning exchange. The Yill gave a step, two, then rallied, drove Retrieve back, and the Yill stumbled, his saber clattered, and Retrieve dropped his point as the other wavered past him and crashed to the floor. The orchestra fell silent in a descending wail of reeds. Retrieve drew a deep breath and wiped his forehead. "Come back here, you young fools," Bradley called hoarsely. Retrieve hefted the saber, turned, eyed the brocade-draped table. He started across the floor. The Yill sat as if paralyzed. "Retrieve, no!" Spradley yelled. Retrieve walked directly to the admirable Fa-ka-ka-ka, stopped, raised the saber. "Not the chief of staff," someone in the terrestrial mission groaned. Retrieve whipped the saber down. The dull blade split the cloth and clove the hardwood table. There was utter silence. The admirable Fa-Ka-Ka-Ka rose, 7 feet of obese gray Yill, broad face expressionless to any Terran eye. He raised a fist like a jewel-studded ham. Retrief stood rigid for a long moment. Then, gracefully, he inclined his head, placed his fingertips on his temples. Behind him there was a clatter as Ambassador Spradley collapsed. Then the admirable Fa-Ka-Ka-Ka cried out and reached across the table to embrace the terrestrial, and the orchestra went mad. Gray hands helped Retrief across the table. Stools were pushed aside to make room at Fa-Ka-Ka-Ka's side. Retrief sat, took a long flagon of coal-black brandy pressed on him by his neighbor, clashed the glass with the admirable, and drank. 4. Retrief turned at the touch on his shoulder. "The ambassador wants to speak to you, Retrief," Magnan said. Retrief looked across to where Ambassador Spradley sat glowering behind the plain tablecloth. "Under the circumstances," Retrief said, "you'd better ask him to come over here." "The ambassador?" Magnan's voice cracked. "Never mind the protocol," Retrief said. "The situation is still delicate." Magnan went away. "The feast ends," Fa-Ka-Ka-Ka said. "Now you and I, Retrief, must straddle the council stool." "I'll be honored, Admirable," Retrief said. "I must inform my colleagues." "Colleagues?" Fa-Ka-Ka-Ka said. "It is for chiefs to parley. Who shall speak for a king while he yet has a tongue for talk?" "The Yilway is wise," Retrief said. Fa-Ka-Ka-Ka emptied a squat tumbler of pink beer. "I will treat with you, Retrief, as viceroy, since, as you say, your king is old and the space between worlds is far. But there shall be no scheming underlings privy to our dealings." He grinned a Yill grin. "Afterwards we shall carouse, Retrief. The council stool is hard and the waiting handmaidens delectable. This makes for quick agreement." Retrief smiled. "The king is wise." "Of course, a being prefers wenches of his own kind," Fa-Ka-Ka-Ka said. He belched. "The Minister of Culture has imported several excuse me, Retrief, terrestrial joy girls, said to be top-notch specimens. At least they have very fat whatchamacallits." "The king is most considerate," Retrief said. "Let us to it then, Retrief. I may hazard a fling with one of your Terries myself. I fancy an occasional perversion." Fa-Ka-Ka-Ka dug an elbow into Retrief's side and bellowed with laughter. Ambassador Spradley hurried to intercept Retrief as he crossed to the door at Fa-Ka-Ka-Ka's side. "Retrief, kindly excuse yourself. I wish a word with you." His voice was icy. Magnan stood behind him, goggling. "Mr. Ambassador, forgive my apparent rudeness," Retrief said. "I don't have time to explain now." "Rudeness?" Spradley barked. "Don't have time, eh? Let me tell you." "Lower your voice, Mr. Ambassador," Retrief said. Spradley quivered, mouth open, speechless. "If you'll sit down and wait quietly," Retrief said, "I think—" "You think," Spradley spluttered. "Silence," Retrief said. Spradley looked up at Retrief's face. He stared for a moment into Retrief's gray eyes, closed his mouth, and swallowed. "The Yill seem to have gotten the impression I'm in charge," Retrief said. "We'll have to keep it up." But, Spradley stuttered. Then he straightened. "This is the last straw," he whispered hoarsely. "I am the Terrestrial Ambassador Extraordinary and Minister Plentemporary. Magnan has told me that we have been studiedly insulted, repeatedly, since the moment of our arrival, kept waiting in the baggage rooms, transported in refuse lorries, herded about with servants, offered swill at table. Now I and my senior staff are left cooling our heels, without even so much as an audience, while this multiple cow person hobnobs with... Spradley's voice broke. "I may have been a trifle hasty, Retrief, in attempting to restrain you. Blaspheming the native gods and dumping the banquet table are rather extreme measures, but your resentment was perhaps partially justified. I am prepared to be lenient with you." He fixed a choleric eye on Retrief. "I am walking out of this meeting, Mr. Retrief. I'll have no more of these deliberate personal—" "That's enough," Retrief snapped. "You're keeping the king waiting. Get back to your chair and sit there until I come back." Magnan found his voice. "What are you going to do, Retrief?" "I'm going to handle the negotiation," Retrief said. He handed Magnan his empty glass. "Now go sit down and work on the image." At his desk in the VIP suite aboard the orbiting core vessel, Ambassador Spradley pursed his lips and looked severely at Vice Consul Retrief. "Further," he said, "you have displayed a complete lack of understanding of core discipline, the respect due a senior agent. Even the basic courtesies, your aggravated displays of temper, ill-timed outbursts of violence, and almost incredible arrogance in the assumption of authority make your further retention as an officer agent of the diplomatic corps impossible. It will therefore be my unhappy duty to recommend your immediate—" There was a muted buzz from the communicator. The ambassador cleared his throat. "Well?" "A signal from the Sector HQ, Mr. Ambassador," a voice said. "Well, read it," Spradley snapped. "Skip the preliminaries. Congratulations on the unprecedented success of your mission. The articles of agreement transmitted by you embody the most favorable resolution of a difficult Sirian situation, and will form the basis of continued amicable relations between the terrestrial states and the Yill Empire. To you and your staff, full credit is due for a job well done. Signed, Deputy Assistant Secretary." Spradley cut off the voice impatiently. He shuffled papers, eyed Retrief sharply. Superficially, of course, an uninitiated observer might leap to the conclusion that the results that were produced, in spite of these irregularities, justify the latter. The ambassador smiled a sad, wise smile. "This is far from the case," he said. The communicator burped softly. "Confound it," Spradley muttered. "Yes?" "Mr. Takaka has arrived," the voice said. "Shall I—" "Send him in at once." Spradley glanced at Retrief. "Only a two-syllable man, but I shall attempt to correct these false impressions. Make some amends." The two terrestrials waited silently until the Yill protocol chief tapped at the door. "I hope," the ambassador said, "that you will resist the impulse to take advantage of your unusual position." He looked at the door. "Come in." Takai stepped into the room, glanced at Spradley, turned to greet Retrief in voluble Yill. He rounded the desk to the ambassador's chair, motioned him from it, and sat down. "I have a surprise for you, Retrief," he said, in Terran. "I myself have made use of the teaching machine you so kindly lent us." "That's fine, Takai," Retrief said. "I'm sure Mr. Spradley will be interested in hearing what we have to say." "Never mind," the Yill said. "I am here only socially." He looked around the room. "So plainly you decorate your chamber, but it has certain austere charm." He laughed a Yill laugh. "Oh, you are a strange breed, you terrestrials. You surprised us all. You know, one hears such outlandish stories. I tell you in confidence, we had expected you to be overpushes." "Pushovers," Spradley said tonelessly. "Such restraint! What pleasure you gave to those of us like myself, of course, who appreciated your grasp of protocol. Such finesse! How subtly you appeared to ignore every overture, while neatly avoiding actual contamination. I can tell you, there were those who thought, poor fools, that you had no grasp of etiquette. How gratified we were, we professionals, who would appreciate your virtuosity, when you placed matters on a comfortable basis by spurning the cat's meal. It was sheer pleasure then, waiting to see what form your compliment would take." The Yill offered orange cigars, stuffed one in his nostril. "I confess that I had not hoped that you would honor our admirable so signally. Oh, it is a pleasure to deal with fellow professionals who understand the meaning of protocol." Ambassador Spradley made a choking sound. This fellow has caught a chill, Kai said. He eyed Spradley dubiously. Step back, my man. I am highly susceptible. There is one bit of business I shall take pleasure in attending to, my dear Retrieve, Kai went on. He drew a large paper out of his reticule. The Admirable has determined that none other than yourself shall be accredited here. I have here my government's executor confirming you as the Terrestrial Consul General to Yill. We shall look forward to your prompt return. Retrieve looked at Spradley. I'm sure the Corps will agree, he said. Then I shall be going, Kai said. He stood up. Hurry back to us, Retrieve. There is much I would like to show you of Yill. I'll hurry back, Retrieve said, and, with a Yill wink, together we shall see many high and splendid things. End of The Yillian Way by Keith Laumer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.